Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to see all of you here today. I'm Carla Hayden, Librarian of Congress, and I just love to see how everyone is fired up about books and reading. We're celebrating the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. And as co-chairs of the festival, Mr. David Rubenstein and I are thrilled to open the festival to everyone here in the Washington Convention Center and for everyone watching online. Thank you all for joining us. Now, the theme of this year's festival is Books Build Us Up. And this is the time, more than ever, for everyone in our community of readers to spotlight the vital value of books. They allow diverse voices to be heard, broad topics to be learned, and dynamic engagement. And I'm sure the people watching and the people right here know how just a single book can change a life, how books unlock life's wonders, and how they teach us to live and flourish. Now, we couldn't do this without our generous sponsors, donors, and partners. And thanks to the festival co-chair, David M. Rubenstein, for his continuing support of this literary tradition. We have charter sponsors, General Motors, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and the James Madison Council, the library's philanthropic arm. You may clap for those people too. Because this year we have for General Motors a STEM district on the expo floor, so it's wonderful. And our patrons, AARP. You definitely. The CEO of AARP started with First Lady Laura Bush in 2001, the first festival. The Co-Star Group, yep, give her first librarian, could be First Lady. Co-Star Group, the John W. Kluge Center, and the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities, are partners in so many ways. And our champions, our new champions, the Friends of the Library of Congress. Now, we also have media partners led by NPR and, of course, C-SPAN, Book TV. And I hope you all know that all of our exhibitors are many hardworking library staff members and volunteers who you'll see in these really nice rose T-shirts, and most notably the Junior League of Washington, who supported this festival since 2003. And we hope that you remember that the Library of Congress is devoted to you. The library staff and collections are here to help you connect to the library and your history and your story. We're here for you, and every one of you can contribute to our campaign that we have to make more connections, because your support makes events like the book festival possible. And even as we celebrate today, we embrace the possibilities of tomorrow. In fact, you can be part of helping us preserve history and expand our reach by joining the Friends of the Library. In fact, we have a table right outside. But if you'd like to join us online, you can do that too, because your support extends the reach of the library and allows people everywhere to benefit from the riches of the Library of Congress, because they're yours. And now, let me introduce one of the best friends of the Library of Congress that we could ever have, Mr. David Rubenstein. In addition to chairing this festival, he also chairs the library's, come on out, David, the library's James Madison Council. He's a private supporter in many ways, and without him, we truly could not be here at the Convention Center for free for all of you. Mr. David M. Rubenstein.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Carla Hayden is the Librarian of Congress. She is now in her 8th year as Librarian of Congress, and she's done an incredible job showing that you don't have to be an old white man to be the Librarian of Congress. And she's really re-energized the National Book Festival, which was really begun under our predecessor, Jim Billington, and inspired by Laura Bush. There had not been a National Book Festival in Washington. At the inauguration of George W. Bush, Laura Bush said to Jim Billington, then the Librarian of Congress, do you have a National Book Festival? And he said quickly, we will. And we do. So it's incredible that we now have this 200,000 person event. How many people have never been to the National Book Festival? Anybody? Oh, wow. How many people have never been in this building before? Oh, wow. How many people have never been to Washington before? Anybody? Okay. So what we're going to do today is have a very good time appreciating books. And how many people here read at least 5 books a year? Oh, wow. How many people read 10 books a year? 15? 20? 25 books a year? How many people read 50 books a year? Anybody? Oh, wow. Anybody read 100 books a year? Wow. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have some of the best authors in the United States and around the world. And I'm going to introduce and interview the most prolific author, the best-selling author in the Western world, James Patterson. James Patterson has his books have sold more than 700 million copies. 700 million copies, that's a lot. He is the winner of the National Humanities Medal. He's won 10 Emmy Awards. He has written books with famous people like Dolly Parton and Bill Clinton, but also he's written an enormous number of books by himself. And it's my pleasure and honor to introduce now and ask to come to the stage James Patterson. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stephen King.
Okay.
All right. That's where we're going.
So thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
So let me ask you.
So who turned it down before you went?
I don't know.
Just kidding. Just messing around here.
So how many books do you write a year?
I'm not a counter. So we just do what we do, and you can open it for me.
This is a special secret to open this. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Right. Strong hands.
So, like for example, do you just sit down during the day and say, I'm going to write a book on this subject, and how long does it take you to write a book?
Pretty much everything takes a year, but it's a lot of at the same time. And you want to co-write something?
I'd like to, yeah.
On the stage?
Because I would sell a lot more books if I sold one co-write with you.
Red ties, we'll go somewhere with the red tie.
I have the only tie. Does anybody else have a tie on today? I'm the only person.
Unity,
So,
joy. Not getting political.
So let me ask you, many authors spend their life getting ready to be an author, but they start doing it when they're in their teens, their 20s and 30s. You went into the advertising world.
No. Don't bring that up. For starters, I've been clean for over 25 years. So I don't know why you would go there. That's really terrible.
But were you not in the advertising world?
Fifth Amendment.
Okay.
Yes, I was. But I was writing way before that.
You were, okay.
Yeah, no, I was very lucky, lucky in a sense. When I was 25, I wrote a book called The Thomas Behrman Number, turned down by 31 publishers. It then won an Edgar as Best First Mystery, so go figure that one out. So no, I was writing before I got into advertising. I worked at a mental hospital, McLean Hospital. James Taylor was a patient there, which was very cool. This was before he was famous. And he used to go in the coffee shop, and he would sing, Sweet Baby James and Fire and the Rain and stuff like that. And he'd be this close to him, and it was great. And Robert Lowell was there, the poet. And somebody said you're lucky if you find something you like to do. That it's a miracle if somebody will pay you to do it.
All right, but so for example,
Writing.
You're in advertising.
Oh, you keep going back there.
You weren't in advertising.
I was in advertising, and I wrote the line. I don't want to go up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Okay. When did you write your first book that became a bestseller? What was your first book that was a bestseller?
That was quite a while later. Actually, it was I did a nonfiction book, A Day America Told the Truth. That was the first bestseller. And then I wrote the Alice Cross books. The first one was Along Came a Spider. Yeah.
So
we have a new Alice Cross coming on Amazon.
Historically.
You want answers or do you want questions? What do you want?
Well, you said to be quick. All right. Most authors.
What is this, like an interrogate? The lawyer, right? He's got me on the stand. No, it's good. It's all good.
Most
we
authors.
have to do this in Florida, too. Are you going to do it a second time? I doubt it.
So, as a general rule of thumb, most authors write either fiction or nonfiction. But you write both. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
I don't know. Probably not. But yeah, we're all over the line. I do a fair amount. The first nonfiction that kind of got me hooked, I wrote a book about Jeffrey Epstein. Filthy Rich. And this is before most people knew the story. They knew it in Florida, but around the country. And I wrote it. I was actually going to do a film. And then I said to my buddy, I said, no, I want to do this as a book because the story is unbelievable. And wrote the book. And, usually I can get stuff on television to, nobody wanted to cover it. They said, it's an old story. And I'm going, what are you kidding? Nobody knows this story. This is insane. This billionaire who's done all these terrible things to young women. And so that kind of got me going on the nonfiction.
Okay, so when you write a book, do you sit down and type it?
I do not type. Pencils.
Everything's by pencil?
Yes, and I'm going on Substack, and one of the things, Wednesday's going to be our free day. We're going to give free stuff like used pencils that are chewed and wrote and, things like that, but all pencil.
All right, so you've written all these books that are bestsellers. When you write a book...
I'm giving you all these writing tips now. You're going to pay for this.
Right.
What?
But do you give your material to an editor? Does the editor dare to edit your work? Or since you're so famous as a writer, do they just take in and publish whatever you write?
No. The autobiography, I said, basically, I do not want you to mess with this. I think it's pretty tight, and if there's some errors, but mostly I have a very good editor, but sometimes I just go, kind of leave it alone. I'm doing a book now, nonfiction book about helping. A lot of men in this country are in trouble, and they want to be good dads, but it's hard for them. I'm writing a book about just being a better dad. And this is another one where I'm going to kind of go, just mostly leave it alone. Don't mess with it too much.
So the most recent book that I have read that you've written that I know of is the Tiger Woods book.
Okay.
Tiger.
Okay.
So what interested you in that? Are you a golfer?
Tragically, yes. Here's my sports reel. This is very quick. When I was in high school, I could dunk. I no longer can. What was the thing about building? Your libraries build you up, and at a certain age, they kind of build us down.
Right.
So anyway, you go and you're like, there's a basket 10 feet. You go like, how could I ever have gotten up there? They're so weird. And then in golf, I have 9 holes in 1.
Wow.
So I don't know. That's true. I know. I write fiction. I know, but that's accurate.
So did you hear?
My wife has 6.
After the book came out, did Tiger Woods call you up to say he liked it or he didn't?
He did. He called. He said that was so great that no one's ever told my story like that before. No, he did not call.
Actually, it was very well written, I would say. It was very easy to read, and I think it had...
Well, you know what I try to do with the nonfiction? I try to tell story after story after story. And that's what I try to do with the Tiger Woods thing. And I'm not somebody that's going to go beat you up.
So...
I'm not into beating people up or tearing people down.
But do you have people that help you when you write some of these books?
Sometimes. You mean like President Clinton? Yeah, he helped a little. Yeah. So, no, he was great. The nicest thing I've written with President Clinton now, our third book we're doing right now, Dolly Parton I wrote with, Kwame Alexander I wrote with, and in all cases they've become good friends of mine. I'm even a friend, my agent, lawyer, he doesn't like being called agent, my lawyer is a good friend of yours. We went to law school together.
So who is it easier to write a book with, Dolly Parton or Bill Clinton?
Same. I've never had a problem with any of them, and I've even written a couple with my wife. My wife, Sue, is out there.
She's sitting right there.
My line about Sue is, if Sue ever leaves me, I'm going with her.
Okay. So on a given year, you try to write 5 or 6 books, something like that?
I don't think about it, but yeah, more, higher. Keep going, higher. Yeah, I'm not thinking. I have a stack of ideas with the clever title on it, Ideas, and it's about this thick. And when I'm, sitting down thinking about doing another book or another in the series, Alice Cross or Women's Murder Club, I will sit down and start going through the ideas.
So where were you born and were you raised?
I was born in Newburgh, New York, upstate New York, about 60 miles north of New York City. Then my family moved to Lexington, Mass. I went to grad school at Vanderbilt down in Tennessee. And all that's been useful. My father grew up in a Newburgh poorhouse. His mother was a charwoman. She cleaned the bathrooms and the kitchen. And that's all good in terms of just growing you as a human being.
Did your parents live to see your success?
Pardon me?
Did your parents live to see your success?
Yeah. I mean, such as it is, yes. Yeah, they did, and that was great. But my father, it was an interesting thing. When he was going off to the war, he got a call, and this guy said, "My name's George Hazelton, just stick with me for a little bit." And George Hazelton said, "I'm going off to war soon." And last night, my parents, George Hazelton said, took me down to the living room. He said, "George, we love you so much, but because you're going away to war, we have to tell you we're not your natural parents." And then over the phone, George Hazelton said to my father, "I'm your brother," which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Wow.
That's how my father found out he had a brother. And they became best friends. Best friends. It was great.
So the book that I am supposed to ask you about is the one that's the most relevant, perhaps, for some of the things we're doing here.
Sure.
It's a book that you have written, in effect, an ode to booksellers and librarians. Mm-hmm. And you have given away a lot of money to support independent booksellers and libraries.
Yeah.
Why are you giving away money to support them?
I don't know.
Why did you write a book?
I don't know. It makes
you don't
know. The thing of it is, and I was talking to David Baldacci a couple of days ago, and we started talking. He said, "You know what? We shouldn't even talk about it because we should give away money." That's the way I grew up. It's the way it should be. And shouldn't even talk about it. I was just at Howard yesterday, which we do have scholarships there. We should do that. Historically black universities and colleges, you start thinking about it, a lot of them really need our help. We now have scholarships at 21 historically black. No, who cares? But we should do that. And those schools, a lot of them really need the money. They don't have money for enough scholarships, so those kids leave there with big debts, or they can't even go. So that's and that's why we love that charity, because it makes so much sense. Well, I went to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt everybody needs the money, but they don't need the money.
Okay. So, but you have given a fair amount of money to these causes. But let me ask you, in your book, you talk about the various independent booksellers who talk about how they love selling books. It's the most important thing in their life, how librarians love to help people. Yeah. So where did you get the idea for writing a book about booksellers?
It just seemed to be a good thing to do. I did a series, and I'm still doing it. Matt Eversman was the sergeant in the movie Black Hawk Down, and Matt's a great friend of mine. And we did a book called Walk in My Combat Boots. And the mission was that if you were in combat, you would read this and say, Eversman and Patterson got it right. And if you're one of these people that doesn't know that much, but you think you know things, you would read it and go, I was all wrong. I really didn't understand the military. We did one on ER nurses, same thing. If you read it, you would go, yay nurses, but if you read it, you go, oh my God, how do these people survive given what their days are like? It's unbelievable. And the spirit of these books is, it's always going to be the people who think they know would go like, I didn't understand. So with librarians and booksellers, same thing. You don't understand, a lot of people don't understand how hard librarians and booksellers work, how difficult it's become, because there's a lot,
Right. So
this is so cool. I can stand up here and get clapped at, but it's the librarians do all the work. This is perfect. I love it.
So when Amazon came along, it was widely thought that independent booksellers were going to be going away, but now they seem to be having a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say that they're coming back?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, for sure for the moment. We'll see what happens. But, one of the booksellers, it was so cool when she interviews, this is it's booksellers, and this is a bookseller. And she said when she interviews, she assumes that the people like to read. But then the question is, do you like to clean toilets? And in this case, because they were by the ocean, do you like to sweep sand out of the store? You know, because it's hard work. And the book turnover, every week it's turnover. And in the library, same thing, the turnover. Plus, you know, just people are taking a lot, you know, with book bans and people attacking, and it's gotten a little hairy out there, crazy.
When you write as many books as you do, do you have any time to read books?
I used to read, no, you're talking about the 100 books a year. I used to read at least 100 books a year.
Really?
I did. Now I've really slowed down a lot in so many ways.
Okay, so sometimes when people write fiction, I'd like to know whether you actually, when you start the book, you actually know how it's going to finish, or do you kind of work your way through it?
I'm big on outlines. You know, and once again, you never want to recommend to people, but I think outlines save a lot of people from failure. But I'm big. Interesting talking to David Baldacci, and he does an outline. And authors are all over the lot in terms of how they do what they do. But for me, outlines are huge. Do I know the endings? I always think that I do, and I usually don't. Because as you're going along, certain characters become more important than you thought they were going to be. Or sometimes you have the villain, and you go, oh, this villain is good. I want to do another book with this villain. So the villain's going to survive this book, you know.
So is it easy?
We'll get him or her later.
Well, is it easy to write a book with another person? Because you have to fight over who's going to say what, or is it?
Today, I just found this about writing with other people. I got an invitation to another book festival. And I wrote a book with Michael Crichton, who, as you know, died 13 years ago. And they invited Michael and I to the book festival. And I wrote back, I said, if Michael goes, I'm coming. It's a true story. Isn't that weird?
Well, my former boss, Jimmy Carter, once was supposed to write a book with his wife, Rosalind. And after struggling to write a book together, after 6 months, they gave the money back to the publisher and said it was the closest they ever came to a divorce.
No, Sue and I, we've done at least 3 books together, Sue and I. And we're still going along straight. Here's my other thing with Sue, honestly. Every once in a while, there are a couple of hours where I can't stand her, but there's never a day that I'm not in love with her. You know, that's true. It's true. She says it's the opposite for her. She says every once in a while there are a couple of hours where she loves me. Okay.
So you seem like you're somebody that's enjoying your life at this point. You're writing books that everybody's reading. Is that the greatest pleasure of your life, writing, or do you have outside hobbies like golf or tennis or anything?
You know, I'm very family oriented. Sue and I are really, really, really tight. Our son Jack basically calls us pretty much every day. So we're
a writer?
Very close. No, he is not. He's too smart for that. He is smart. So family is very important. We have X number of friends. One of the nice things about the co-writing thing, all of those people are friends of mine, which is nice. We go out occasionally with President Clinton and Hillary. And here's an interesting thing about Hillary. The first time we went, I did not know her. And we were out at dinner, just the 4 of us, and it was like 3 hours, blah, 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 a lot of, as you can imagine, everybody there wants to talk at the same time. But she is so warm and funny and down to earth and a listener. And I would, as I'm going, like, oh my God, the people who ran her campaign, they messed up because they had a beautiful, wonderful. In the last speech, that's Hillary. You felt her. That's Hillary.
So, when you're writing a book with somebody else, do you usually come up with the idea first and then you approach them, or do they approach you? And you get people at cocktails parties saying, hey, I'd like to be your co-author?
They try. Yeah, you'll be in a restaurant, you have like this student, they hate to interrupt you, and you want to go like, well, don't. But you don't. I tell you, this is funny. Sue and I were at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, which we love a lot, and we had to wait a little bit. And then we're walking down the aisle, and this woman pops up. She goes, I know you. I go, you sold us our life insurance. And she would not let it go.
So you wrote a book on
I would never sell life insurance in South Florida.
You're writing a book on life insurance?
That's so stupid.
So when you
Am I writing a book with that woman? No.
So when you're writing, where do you keep all your papers? In other words, eventually you're going to give them to a library?
No, I'm not. I throw them out. I tear them. I get rid of them.
Really?
100%. Yep. Not doing that.
And computers?
Evidence is gone.
You don't use any computers for anything?
I do use it. No, yeah, for research and stuff like that, yes. I do use a computer.
And so most of your writing, is it done in your home in Florida or New York, or where do you like to
Anywhere. On the plane, when we go home. Yeah, as I said, people are always looking for something that they are good at, and so I love doing it. I don't work I play for a living.
Some writers have something called writer's block.
Yeah, I don't know. I have writer's diarrhea.
So the opposite. You're never sitting there saying, I don't know what to say.
Does it seem like I would be sitting there? Has that been your experience so far?
Probably not so far, no. And
are we going to do this thing in Florida, or are you already
I'm ready to do that.
Really? Okay.
So when you are starting, some writers do this. They say, I'm going to write a page a day and then I'm done. Or I'm going to write 3 pages a day and then I'm done. Do you have something like that?
I do not. I just do it till I don't feel like doing it, which is, but I write every day. I write 7 days a week. Mike Lupica, interesting, who I write with, is, one of my best friends, maybe my best friend now. And, Mike was a newspaper columnist. So he does his 1,500 words, and that's it. And he still, even as he writes his fiction or nonfiction or whatever, 1,500. And if you think about it, 1,500 words a day is a lot.
But you write a lot more than that.
Yeah, probably.
But when you write something, and then usually some writers tell me after they come back the next day and they look at what they wrote the previous day, they don't like what they wrote and they redo it. Do you ever rewrite what you wrote the 100%. Previous day?
Yeah, I always do. Yeah, but not the next day. I'll usually just keep going, and then at a certain point I'm going to look at 50 pages or so.
When you're writing
and rewrite. It's all about rewrite. It's not for everybody, but for me it's rewriting.
So when you're writing a nonfiction book, do you do a lot of research before you write the book or not?
Yeah. The trouble with research, I like to make shit up. And you're not supposed to do that. Like I wrote a book about King Tut, and I didn't want him to die, And so that's a problem. But if you think about it, does anybody, like Alexander the Great, we don't know about Alexander the Great, but people just make up this stuff. Shakespeare, we know nothing about Shakespeare. And there are hundreds and hundreds of books about Shakespeare. They have to be all novels. We know nothing. We know where he was born. We know he was married there. We know he moved to London. We know he may or may not have written some plays. That's what we know.
But you've sold more books than he did.
Well, because he didn't, now I think he's doing okay.
So is it...
He's got a lot of royalties due to him, yeah.
Is it easier to write fiction?
That's a cool idea. He comes back to collect the royalties, right? Yeah.
Is it easier to write fiction or nonfiction for you?
I love the fiction. I don't really love the nonfiction, but I do it. I like the series with Eversman because it just helps people to understand things like booksellers and librarians that they don't necessarily understand. Or we're doing one on teachers now. My mother was a teacher, and people don't understand how hard that job is. It's really, it's unbelievably hard. You're getting pressure from the parents, you're getting pressure from the school board, you're getting pressure. And the thing of it is with school boards, I don't like school boards in general, because if the job is to get kids reading, give them books that are going to turn them on. Don't give them stuff early that turns them off. It makes no sense. And that doesn't mean dumb down. That just means you have to give them stuff, especially early on. I work with the University of Florida. Right now, the percentage of kids reading in this country at grade level is 43%, which is a disaster. University of Florida has a program. They can get it up into the high 70s, low 80s. It works. We have the vaccine. We can really, and that will save lives. We have it in 13 counties in Florida now. Florida actually, and there are a lot of things wrong with Florida, but they are number 3 in the country in terms of level of kids reading at grade level. They're number 1 with black kids reading at grade level and number 1 with Latino kids. So things are, in that area, book banning, they're not doing so well, but in that area.
And what did your mother teach? Did she teach writing or English or?
In those days, you teach 3rd grade.
Oh, everything, okay.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
What did your father do?
My father was in insurance. And he would train, he was with Prudential, he would train all their managers.
So do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 3 bratty sisters. Yeah.
And
they were brats when they were little, and they're still brats. Unbelievable.
So is it hard
I'm
to
the big
be
brother,
all
big old
siblings
brother.
when you're so famous and they're presumably not as famous, or that not a problem?
You know, the interesting thing, it's not so much with sisters and stuff, it's when you have kids. And Jack handles it great. And you know, he went to a good prep school, and then he went to Brown, and there were a number of kids there who had famous parents, and almost all of them handle it well. It's like, I didn't do this, I didn't do anything, I'm not famous, I didn't, you know, and I'm going to just go on with my life. Most of them, there was one, I don't want to get into who that was. There was one who didn't. It was kind of obnoxious about her dad, but you know, whatever. Yeah.
Well, some wealthy, famous parents decide to give all their money away, and some decide to give it all to their kids. Have you figured that out yet?
We give away a lot, but as I think I might have said it already, and I was talking to David Buttigieg about this too. Big deal. We should give it away. We should, and we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if somebody is an aspiring writer who's sitting here now and wants to be the next James Patterson.
No, definitely don't.
No? But
being a writer, one don't. Being the next James Patterson, three don'ts. Yeah. No, it's just, you know, the thing of it is, you want to do it, you're not going to be able to help yourself. And you're going to write every day no matter what. If you're you have to be an addict. Not every writer, but most writers.
Well, were you good in English in college and high school?
Yes. Yes, I was. And math, too. I was actually better in math. No, I'm a bright little motherfucker, right?
Okay. And
I used to be. Now, I can't remember anybody's name. There's actually somebody in the audience, and her whole job is, when I go, what's the name of that person, Molly?
well, have you ever run into the editors who turned down your first books?
Well, they would send me books for blurbs. And I would blurb them. That's fine. You want to help writers as much as you can.
Okay, so today, when you do a book, like take the Tiger Woods book, which I did read and I enjoyed it.
You did read that one, right?
I read that, but
okay.
I didn't see there was no interview of Tiger Woods in that book. You didn't interview him.
I approached his people, and we didn't get very far, and that's fine. So I just decided, what's different about that book is just telling his stories as a series of stories. So it's very readable. It's not like a sports writer's approach, which is fine, but it's not one of those. And even in my autobiography, and I just said it's just going to be story after story after story after story. So I make a joke. I write a page about the normal kind of nonfiction approach to my hometown. And I go, if you're looking for this, you're with the wrong book, because I'm not going to write that kind of, Newburgh was such and such, and, we're not going to do that.
So after you came out with the book, did you say to him, let's play golf together?
With Tiger?
Yes.
Oh, I would hate to play golf with him. That'd be disgusting. I dribble the ball down the fairway, he hits it 340 yards. What's the fun of that? It's bad enough playing with my wife, for God's sakes.
Okay. All right, so
she's irritating as a golfer.
Today, you have career ambitions beyond what you've already done. What would you like to say? If we're sitting here 10 years from today, what would you say you'd like to have done the previous 10 years?
I don't think that way, but, I want to do one with Pope Francis. And I'd like to come, like, if we arrive in the Pope Mobile, cool. Right. We're sitting here, he's with the thing and the whatever, and the Italian translator.
Have you ever met the Pope?
No, but I'm going to approach him and see if he wants to do a novel. Putin, oh my God, it's writing a novel with Putin. He knows where all the bodies are buried. Wow. So cool. Please don't kill me.
Okay.
Or poison me. I have guards here, isn't that cool? But I didn't know whether the guards are like protecting you all or protecting me. They're guards. They're nowhere around here. Where the hell are they? Where are the guards? They left.
So later today, after we're done, you're going to be signing autographs of your...
With guards.
What? Autographs. You're going to sign some of the books.
I am going to sign something, yes.
And do you mind signing books?
Politics and prose, right? Yay!
So do you mind signing books, or is part of what your job is?
No, one of the lucky things, we mentioned Newburgh a couple of times. One of the wonderful things about my life is I still see the world through the eyes of a kid from Newburgh. This is so cool. I mean, look at these people. I'm here. I'm going to sign books. Wow. I'm with this famous lawyer. Wow. No, seriously. I mean, I'm not blasé about stuff. I really get a kick out of most of it. And it's, people know it's an honor. No, but it's great. It's fun. It's and I'm very fortunate.
So you're still too young to be president of the United States, but
I know. Well, I am younger than Clinton or Trump.
Right. But you ever worry about aging and whether you can keep up with
about
space?
aging? No, I try not to worry about stuff I can't do anything about. I mean, that's, I think, one of my secrets. If I can't do anything, I'm just not going to worry about that.
But you don't go exercise a lot to stay in shape and that kind of stuff, or you don't?
Yeah, I exercise every day, right, honey? No, not as much as I should. We do go out on the golf course and walk the golf course frequently. Very early, though. We go, and they let us out like at 6:30 and stuff. So.
And so, are you a scratch golfer?
I am not. I just have a lot of holes in one. It's weird. I'm okay, but I.
Have you ever played with President Trump?
I have played with President Trump, and I've played with President Clinton, and I've played with President Bush.
Who is the best of those three?
Oh, Trump by far.
Who's
Trump
the best?
is legitimately, but he cheats. I don't get that. I don't No, and he's a really good golfer. He's a legitimately really good golfer. President Clinton hit some good shots, and he's a lot of fun to be out with. President Bush really
41 or
run
43?
around fast.
41 or 43?
41.
41.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could beat all three of them in golf.
No. Oh, no. No, I'm not going to get in who I could beat. I could not beat Trump. I could maybe beat the other two.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, so when you're looking for co-authors like Dolly Parton or
I
Bill
could beat
Clinton,
Hillary.
So how do you you call them up or do they call you up?
It's a mixed bag. A lot of people now, with Dolly, I talked to her manager, and he said, well, come on down. So I came down. I actually thought we might do some kids' books together, because I do kids' books. And I had an idea for an adult book, which became Run, Rose, Run. And we just hit it off great. We were really good friends. It was really nice. When we were writing together, she called up, and she sang happy birthday over the phone to me. And I said, what I wanted to do was say, Dolly, I'm going to hang up now. I want you to call again. You're going to get voicemail, and I want you to sing it again. But I didn't have the guts to do it, so I didn't do it. But no, it's a nice, close friendship. And that's, to me, the most special thing about these things, the friendships that I have with the people that I work with.
So,
and never a fight. There's never been really a serious disagreement.
Well, we have a couple other former presidents floating around. You haven't thought about writing books with other former presidents of the United States?
I don't think about it. I mean, the thing with President Clinton is sort of an accident, because our mutual friend Bob Barnett represents, and President Clinton reads out. He's a huge reader. He reads everything. He probably reads, I'll bet he reads 200 books a year. I mean, he really is a reader. And one of the things he reads he doesn't sleep, mysteries. And Bob Barnett was always trying to get him to write a mystery, and he didn't want. He's a slow writer, so it would take him like 10 years to write a mystery. But and then Bob went to. And he said, "Would you like to write a book with Jim?"
So, if you go to a restaurant in Florida or New York, can you have a meal without people coming up and bothering you?
Yeah.
People don't bother you so much.
They do. It's mostly okay. It's mostly okay. But they will, and the hard thing is, a lot of them are people who have been in wars, and they have a story, and it's been burning in them for a long time, and they want to tell it, and it's hard to say, no, I can't, I just can't write your story, even though you know it's coming from a deep emotional place.
So do you have any regrets about having spent some time in the advertising world? Or
oh my God, he's going back? Can you believe this? This is like, I mean, I swear to God, this is like, have you ever done those Senate committees where you just badger
you could have written so many more books if you
Just because we're in Washington, this is not, this isn't what I signed up for. I'm sorry, what about advertising?
No regrets about not having been a writer right out of college, full-time writer?
No, it was fine. I mean, the good thing about advertising was you do learn that there's an audience. And you go in and you say, well, I can do this, and then they test some commercial that you did, and like nobody paid attention, like 0 people. You go, oh, okay. I guess this is a little harder than I thought it was. So that's a good thing, to understand that there's an audience.
So in the advertising...
The other thing about, just in advertising or whatever is, the thing I hate is when people talk about books that are fun to read as guilty pleasures. What is that? Why should anybody feel guilty, especially now, about reading a book? If you, 5 minutes, if you, 4:50, there's a thing here, 4:47, and she's holding up a little thing, 5 minutes. If you go into a bookstore, you should get a little star, you know. You go into the library, you take a little star. You read a book, you get another little star. Guilty pleasures, no guilt. Read as many books as you want. It's okay.
All right, when you want to buy a book,
Yeah.
if you want to buy a book, do you stroll into a bookstore or do you order it on Amazon? And can you go in a bookstore? Do the booksellers recognize you?
If they don't, I tell them who I am. No, I all of the above. I'll go in I like libraries. My mother was a librarian, and a teacher. I like it's all good. It's all good. Online is good too. They're all and stop fighting. I mean, that's the beauty of the other night, unity. Yeah, let's get back. I tell you what, you know, and once again, this isn't Democrat or Republican. But there were a lot of emotional things, actually, in both conventions. We watched both of them. But in the Democratic, there were a lot of emotional moments, like the mothers with the guns and blah, 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 blah. And I sort of stayed dry-eyed for the whole thing. But I did cry twice during the acceptance speech. And it had to do with unity. Unity. And I just find that so emotional because so many of the problems that we're having is because we just can't kind of get together and accept other people's differences and move forward.
Well, speaking
and
of that,
I hope that we can do that. Whoever wins this thing.
Have presidents ever called you and asked you to write speeches for them, or you don't do that? You don't write speeches?
No, I don't write speeches. I don't want to do anything where 100 people are going to look it over and give me suggestions, which is what happens in Hollywood. And screenwriters, I don't know how people do it. Because literally they're going to have 40 people giving them suggestions.
But you won 10 Emmy Awards, so how did you do that?
No, I didn't. No, nobody for the most part.
Right. The President of the United States called you and said you're going to get the National Humanities Medal. Were you surprised, or were you thinking it should have happened sooner, or what?
I'll give you this is a funny thing. So I got the call. They told me that I was going to get the call because they wanted to make sure I would accept it, you know. So I got the call, and a line said, "Please hold for the president." I said, "Which president?" I figured I'd make a little joke, you know.
So you enjoyed it. Which president actually gave it to you?
President Trump.
Okay.
Yes, you're in the White House. It's very cool. It was hard to get some of the little brown people there, but they went.
Okay.
Look, it's an honor. It's humanitarian. Okay, I can accept that. I try to be a humanitarian.
Okay, so as you look forward to what you hope to do the rest of this year and next year, how many books do you have planned? 3, 4, 5?
More, higher.
More.
I don't, a lot, you know, and there's some cool ones coming. I have one coming with Viola Davis, which is particularly, it's a really good book project. She's, really great to work with. What else do we have? Well, I love the Jane Smith stuff that I do with Mike Lupica. That's a particularly strong series, I think. And Renee Zellweger is signed up to play Jane.
So you're
David E. Kelly.
You're the lead-off person at the National Book Festival this year.
Tragedy.
Obviously, you have a big crowd. So I hope you'll come back some other time when you have another book out.
Yeah. No, I love it. I used to love it when they had this on the mall. Dude, that was cool. But, it rains and stuff.
We had to get it off the mall because sometimes
it
rains. And
no, I get it.
All right, so you're going to be signing your books.
You got 51 seconds.
In 51 seconds, you're going to sign your book.
Do you have a second thing? 3 seconds, 5,
Okay, so the highlight of your life, other than this interview, has been what?
My bride.
Your bride,
My bride.
And can she stand up?
Our son.
Stand up. Here's your wife. There she is. Okay. And how long have you been married?
We've been married 27 years.
Okay. And every day's been great.
Not every day. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Look, I want to thank you for coming here and enlightening us about your life, and congratulations on your great success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. This way.
This way.
and welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is Amanda Loeb, and I am an archivist in the Manuscript Division at the Library of Congress. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones. The nearest restrooms on this floor there's a restroom to your right and to your left as you exit the doors. If you need to exit the room to use the restroom, please ask one of our ushers for a round green sticker. This will allow you back into the room after you are finished. At the end of this session, if you are going to exit the room, please exit through these doors closest to the stage. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions near the end of this event. Look for the microphone stands on either side of the stage here. Our presentation with James McBride will begin shortly. Thank you.
morning. It's been such a great morning already. I'm Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, and it is one of my great privileges to confer the Library of Congress's Prize for American Fiction each year during the National Book Festival. The Prize for American Fiction recognizes and celebrates writers, their body of work, and the power of their words. And the author we are honoring today has built quite an outstanding collection of books that have pierced through the American psyche and culture. James McBride is a best-selling and award-winning author of books we all know and adore. From his debut novel, Miracle at Santa Ana, and his current bestseller, The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store. His beautiful words and his sharp wit have captivated readers with his exceptional stories and rather unforgettable characters like Sportcoat from Deacon King Kong and John Brown from The Good Lord Bird, where he expertly blended fiction and history. I, like many of you, were first introduced to him with his book, The Color of Water. And it has become one of my all-time favorites. It beautifully shows the power of family and a mother's love, something we can all relate to. In fact, that's the reason my 92-year-old mother is here today, to see James McBride. And maybe that's his superpower. Whether it's in his words or in his music, he connects diverse people to his thought-provoking and poignant art, taking us on an emotional joyride through his stories. James also said, when he was told about this award, that he wished his mother was here today to see him ascend to the top of the literary mountain. So let's all give him a warm embrace. As we honor him with the 2024 Library of Congress Prize for American Fiction, the brilliant James McBride. Somebody said, I love it. That's right, we love it. So thank you, James, for accepting. And now we are having a special treat because James is going to be in conversation with NPR's Michelle Martin.
They got a lot of people here. See, we don't normally see eyes when we work, so it's a little different. So I take it that Mr. McBride has a few fans. Would that be? Okay, but let's do a little. Any newbies here? Anybody not familiar with the work? Okay. Well, that'll change. Let me ask you though, audience. Okay. What's your favorite? The Color of Water? Anybody? Miracle at St. Anna? Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna skip. The Good Lord Bird? Anybody? Okay. Kill 'Em and Leave? Heal 'em and leave, okay. That's one of my favorites. 5 Carat Soul, anybody? Okay. Deacon King Kong. Just trying to understand where we're all coming from here. You got a few fans here. How does it feel? Like I say, most of the time we do our work by ourselves, right? So how is this landing with you, all this?
Well, I wish I would worn some longer socks so people can't see my ankles. But I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's this kind of thing doesn't happen very often, and it's nice to. It's good. I mean, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say. Okay.
All right, well, let's keep going. Because, we first thought of you as a creator. I mean, look, you went to journalism school. You worked at the Washington Post. Actually, we kind of overlapped there, although we never saw each other, because I was in the Metro section and you were at Style section, so you were in High Cotton. I was just out here doing police blotter. But I think creatively, you kind of first thought of yourself as a saxophone player, correct? Would that be right? As a musician, right?
A musician, yeah.
So when did you say to yourself, I'm a writer?
Well, probably after I left the Post. I left the Post, it was 89 maybe, or 90. I came to New York, and I left the Post, I can't remember, I think it was maybe 88. And then went to New York, and I became a full-time musician for several years. And during that time, I wrote The Color of Water. And when I wrote The Color of Water, I made so much money from writing the book, maybe I should stop playing these gigs, because traveling and, going out and, going to Gary, Indiana in a van and coming back with $5, and everything I had was made in the truck stop, So I just realized that, I had a talent for writing. I mean, I realized I had a talent for it before, but I started taking it more seriously, I guess, after I left the Post. Because creatively, fiction started to show itself.
I was going to ask about that because the first mark you made was with memoir, was with The Color of Water, which to this day, I mean, I think people still read it in school, right? Right? It's finding its audience over and over again. People seem to find it when they need to find it, right? But it's memoir. So when did the fiction start to show itself?
Well, I always liked fiction, even as when I was a student at Oberlin. In fact, when I realized I had a talent for writing, I had a teacher named Tom Taylor he was like an adjunct, or he was visiting. Still remember his name, and I wrote a story in this class. I had to go in a class because I wasn't really up to speed. So Oberlin, which is, I'm very grateful to that school, where they had a class where if you didn't up to speed, they would get you to speed. And I had to write a story in that class, and I wrote a story, and afterwards he said, you have a talent for this. And I said, because the story I wrote was about a guy who went to the bathroom and sat on the toilet and had a heart attack. But he had a flashback, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I don't know what he saw in that, but I was, I'm hoping he didn't see everything that I was seeing. But, so I guess I just always started writing creatively, but none of it was any good. I was talking about this morning, I went to see the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. when I was a reporter at the Post, in fact. I took my 2 nephews there. And after we left, one of my nephews, he was so upset by seeing the animals that I wrote a story called Mr. Whippy and the Wind, which is part of the short story collection in 5 Carat Soul, which I see like 8 people read. But I read it. Oh, you did? Yeah. God bless you.
Loyal
In any
fan.
case, so I've always been creative in music. Journalism wasn't creative enough for me, and also fiction allows your dreams to come true, whereas journalism doesn't. Although, it's starting to a little bit now, but that's a whole nother thing. I will say this, as a mixed race person, well, first of all, if you can name me one African American who's not mixed, I'll give you $100 right now. But, for years when The Color of Water came out, and when I was growing up, we were way out. We were considered way out. You and I, we grew up around the same time. mixed race family in those days was just something that was very unusual. But in the black community was easily accepted. Mm-hmm. So I'm happy to see that, and in a lot of ways my success is predicated on the fact that people are starting to see the reality that I've always known, which is that what difference does it make? Mm-hmm. Really? In the grand scheme of things. So, that's probably why I'm here and why I'm getting this $10,000,
Wait, they paid you? What? Wait, what?
No, look, I'm not here.
Soundproof another room.
I've made enough money. I'm here because I want to be here.
Yeah.
And because I respect librarians and the Library of Congress. And
all your fans who want to see you, of whom there seem to be quite a few.
This is upsetting because if these people think I'm smart, something's wrong. So I'm not going to say anything.
I want to talk about the thing about your work, and one of the people, I know you don't read your reviews, but one of the people who wrote a review of one of your books talked about how he was reading the book on the subway and was laughing out loud, and everybody kept looking at him like, what's wrong with you? And have you all done that? Have you ever done that? Is the voices in your books are all so different. Does that, they all have their own voice. Like I was rereading Good Lord Bird. When I realized that we were going to be talking, I reread it, and I wanted to read it as opposed to watching the film, which was hilarious, but still, the voices are so distinct. I'm like, how do these voices come to you?
I just happen to be the person in the room that holds a handkerchief when God coughs, honestly. I like people. I listen to people. Part of my job is to listen to people. And I appreciate people so much, and I happen to look to the kindness in people. And when you look to the kindness in people, you see their depth. And so there's no bad people to me. And if you appreciate people, music helps you a lot. Because music forces you to listen. And so when I teach writing to my students, I often make them listen to music. And I make them walk around and watch and see. Because, everywhere I go, I always carry a notebook. I carry it everywhere. I always carry a notebook. Because people are just handing me money when they talk. So I always have a notebook. I always have pens.
You got anything in there? Let me see. I want to see.
Yeah, just ignore the grocery list and stuff.
Okay.
Let's
hand it over. Pay for, solution for tree. Address to frame for rush picks. Yeah, I co-sign that.
Well,
I could see it. I can. Vitamins. I'm not going to ask about that. Set. Okay. All right.
Wait a minute. No. I'll give you the good section here. Because this book is a bit of an anomaly because I just graduated to a bigger book. Mm-hmm. So salsa is what comes out of Goya cans. That's what I heard someone say. Mm. And here's some types of music, of Latin music. Zutlan, Montua, Mambo, Montuno, Mona, Motunya, the original tambo 3-string guitar with strings G, C, E. See, this is useless to people. But if I'm writing about Latin music, because I heard just a gifted arranger. There was a workshop I was at, and this Latin cat. When I say Latin, with all due respect, Chicano. I don't know what he was, but he was Puerto Rican, and we say in New York.
Right.
He definitely was Puerto Rican.
Right.
But his language, his use of these terms was just fascinating. Because, he figured out that all the African parts that came into so-called Latin, he had worked it out. He was a big fat guy, bad dude. He was obese. But, so I just learned something, so I wrote it in my little book. But I just graduated to a bigger book. Because I usually keep sayings in one section, names in another section. and incidents that happen. And another section, and then there's a little section with, I go to the grocery store and get.
Get frames for the rush picks.
Right.
But there was nobody you could consult to hear how a 19th century abolitionist vigilante could talk, right? Or an escaped, or not escaped, he wasn't really escaped. You all remember the story of Good Lord Bird. It focuses on Onion, and he gets that name because there's a whole thing about how he gets that name. And he encounters John Brown, and John Brown liberates him, and it's told through him. And it's sort of based on, the real John Brown, but it's hilarious. And I'm just trying to think, how could you figure out that this John Brown who was hanged for trying to start an insurrection against slavery could be hilarious? I mean, that part.
Well, life is how you look at it. I mean, if you can get over the fact that, we've had, in the last 2016 to 2020, we had some awful things happen. I'll put it this way, in my church, my pastor happens to be here. Not my pastor. I like when people say, my pastor. He's not your pastor, buddy. Okay? Cut it out. But the people that I grew up knowing and that you grew up knowing, they always saw the bright side of stuff. They knew they were powerless to do stuff. They knew the mayor didn't care and that the city councilmen were just rascals, most of them, in those days anyway. So they just learned to laugh, because learning to laugh is a way of survival. And so even with John Brown, as ridiculous and as crazy as he was, because Calvinists are a little bit crazy, but everyone has a point. I mean, what's funnier than watching two Arab guys argue over the cost of a brake job? I mean, that's, in Punjab, whatever this language they're speaking, not Punjab, but you get it. So it's just that's how you see it. And so I grew up in a family and in a community where laughter was really the best medicine. And so I just try to put it into my books,
What's interesting, too, is, a lot of people who write fiction, they start with memoir and then they build out. So you started with memoir, but then your next projects were very different from your life. Unless you...
Well, you can't write the same... you can't write the same book again and again. I know some writers do that, but I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in growth. I want to change. I want to evolve. I'm always trying to figure out what's the next. I love to write a book where you open it up and the characters pop out and they talk to each other, and then you're allowed to insert yourself into it, and then you turn the page. And I'm trying to get. I can't stop being creative. I feel like I'm limited really by books and music, because there's no real, neither side, music and the music industry and the publishing industry, they really don't understand each other. They don't know what to do with someone like me. I'm not your typical writer who just writes the same book about detectives or whatever, and someone gets killed. I'm always thirsty for something, and music is the same way. I'm always looking for something new and a different sound, and I've never found a comfortable place there. Books that's just part of who I am. I'm just a creative person. I'm just under the umbrella of creativity and storytelling, which has evolved to, in some ways that are good, in some ways that are not good. 10-second stories in TikTok don't really, that's not story. That's just film. And blogs and YouTube channels that's not even typing, So I'm trying to figure out ways to engage people so that when someone tells their story, that it has some purpose to help someone else.
We're gonna invite you into the conversation, although with this many people here, I'm not sure how many people we can get to the mic. So I don't want to make it a fitness contest, but we're going to start in about 10 minutes. We're going to invite you to sort of join us, and we're going to talk for about 10 minutes with your questions, and then I'm going to come back to Mr. McBride, so he can give us a closing thought or a benediction or whatever it is you want to leave us with. My pastor, and so. Okay, I'm going to glide a little bit past Deacon King Kong, even though I love Deacon King Kong so much, because Mr. McBride mentioned that we kind of grew up in a similar neighborhood in a similar time, and Deacon King Kong is about everybody I grew up with. Like, if y'all have read it, it's about every crazy person that I grew up with, that we grew up with. But I'm going to glide past it because I want to get to the latest book, because I think most of the people here have probably read that. That's the one they're most familiar with. Love this too. I felt like when I read it and when I heard you talk about it, that you'd actually been carrying this story with you for some time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true. And part of it because when I worked at a camp for disabled or so-called differently abled kids, it changed my life. And that camp was run by a man who was, in those years, and was gay and had to hide it. And he changed my life and the life of all of the people who worked at the camp. That camp was kind of like a United Nations. It was outside Philly. It was called Variety Club Camp for Handicapped Children. It was started by theater owners, Jewish theater owners, for Jewish kids with polio. Then they opened it up to anybody with polio. And then they opened up to anybody who was so-called differently abled. And a lot of those kids, I'm still in touch with like 3 of them now. And so I always wanted to write about it and write about him. But every time I wrote about it, it just was like sappy and it was corny. But the only chapter that worked, I wrote several chapters, but the only chapter that worked was the chapter about the guy who kind of started the camp, or whose life inspired the camp, which was Moshe. When I got to Moshe, and then, Chona, his wife, wife-to-be, or Hannah, if you want to get all technical, when they got involved and they fell in love, then the story the plane took off the runway.
What made this the time to bring that story forward? Since, like I say, you had been carrying pieces of it with you. Why do you think it presented itself when it did?
There's no time. It's just, that's the thing with fiction. Fiction, you just go around gathering information, and then it comes when it's supposed to. So that was just God coming into the room. I mean, I was going to see Pennhurst. I said it initially in Pottsville, PA, which is in western PA near Pittsburgh. But then I was going to see Pennhurst, which is the old institution where they house disabled children. Again, remember, I wanted to write about a child or children who were disabled or differently able and what happens to them. So I was going to see Pennhurst, which is closed, but I went to see it anyway, and I saw a sign that said Pottstown. So I said, well, Pottsville, Pottstown, tomato, whatever. So I drove into Pottstown and I looked around. I said, this is perfect. It still looked a little bit like it might have looked in the 30s. And then I started doing research. And I said, I'll set it here, right down the road from Pennhurst. And the rest just came from research and my imagination. Seeing there was an old Jewish synagogue there. There was a Baptist church still there, building's still there. Everything's different now. And then I just called on, the gods of imagination to allow these characters to inhabit my brain. And then they begin to take off. And then you follow them once they get moving. I remember when writers used to say this when I was young. They'd say, my characters I'm following her. And I go, yeah, right, buddy. Yeah. And I got a bridge I want to say it too, sucker. But it's true. At a certain point, the characters start to take, they start to move. And in the case of this book, with Moshe and Shona, when he fell in love with her, and she began to inhabit the pages, the other characters from her life began to emerge. Nate and Addie, the black couple, and of course Dodo, and then later on Monkey Pants, the kid in the institution. And I knew kids like Dodo and Monkey Pants. I knew them. I know what a kid with cerebral palsy looks and sounds like. Cerebral palsy is interesting. I don't know what they call it now, but you're talking to someone with cerebral palsy, and they sound like they don't know what they're talking about. They actually, oftentimes, are much smarter than you are. I mean, people who are disabled or differently able, in their fingernail, they hold more experience and wisdom sometimes than most of us.
Why is that?
Because they spend their life watching. Being disabled is a little bit like being black, where you're like a witness to your own lynching, where everyone gets to make a speech about you but you. Mm-hmm. So you're there in a wheelchair and they're talking over your head. Oh, well, she wants to go, but she doesn't like. Meanwhile, in your mind, you're saying, why you have a booger in your nose, that one, and spit's flying out your mouth, and they're telling me, because you see it all. And when you're working with kids, they let you know. I remember Joe Frazier came to visit the camp one time, the heavyweight boxer, And he went up to one of the kids and he was like, "Hey, little sonny," you know. And this kid said to him, he looked up and he said, "I could kick your ass." I mean, you can't make this kind of stuff up.
Right.
So, you know, if your job is to find the humanity in people, look to the differently able. That's why their parents have a special shine. Of course, they have difficulty. I was talking about one of your ex-colleagues who writes for the Post. I forgot his last name. He's the book reviewer. I can't remember his name. Charles.
Ron Charles.
Ron Charles, and Alyssa Charles, his daughter, and the struggles that he had to raise her, and how this guy, he's one of the heroes. He's walking around here, him and his wife. These are the people that are the heroes in my world. And that's what gives me power in my writing, because I mean, my heroes aren't the congressman and soon to be president might be a hero. I'm not gonna lie now. There's power in love. There's power in mothers, especially, and fathers, as you know. But the power of mothers is great. And so I grew up in that kind of, thing, kind of mentality, and it's helped me in my life.
For folks who haven't read the book yet, the three of you here who have not, it takes place in this town. It's supposed to be in Pennsylvania. A town that does exist, but is maybe not that town, where the black community and the Jewish community are intertwined. And it centers initially on this Jewish couple who run a theater, but then they rally along with their black neighbors to try to save this little boy from being sent to this institution. And then things happen, from there. And I will say, because I don't want to ruin the experience for those of you who haven't read it yet, that it takes a sharp turn. You start out and you're sitting on the metro and you're laughing your head off, and then some things happen, and it takes a sharp turn that really makes you face a lot of the things that disabled people have to deal with, that anybody who's living kind of on the margins has to deal with. And some and I'm just going to leave it at that. And I'm just asking, I'm kind of wondering was that turn always there? And why did you feel it was necessary?
Well, I mean...
Y'all don't know what I'm talking about? Those of you who have read the book? I just don't want to ruin it for people who haven't read it yet. It's bracing. It's one of those things that kept me up in a good way, kept me up at night in a good way. Like, you ever finish a book and you think, "Whew, I can't sleep now." I'll go clean out the closet because I can't sleep now. And it disturbed me in a very good way. But I wanted to ask about that.
Well, in this world, anything is possible. What happens is in fiction, you expect it to move in a direction. It doesn't go that way. It just sort of happens. So once Moshe and Shona got together, I began to follow the story, knowing that Dodo had to be introduced into their lives at some point. And you're waiting for the moment as this narrative starts to spin out from your fingers, you can't force the kid into place. He's got to, it has to be, you're building a house. And so as the house gets built and as these things start to roll out, you just simply have to go with what's there. And you don't want to force things into place, and you don't want to not let things happen that are just supposed to be. I mean, my father died before I was born. That wasn't an ideal thing, but it worked out. If you're patient, and if you believe in love, everything will work out. So, the hard part is you have to believe in love. If you really believe, it'll show in your work. And if you don't, then it's called pulp fiction. Which means that it's like eating a peppermint candy. It tastes good. But if you eat too many, it's no good, So.
So
I ought to hand you a candy cane.
I was going to say, no. So is anything keeping you up at night now? Like you've had such an incredible ride. Is something keeping you up at night?
Well, we have some issues with the church, developer, that's keeping me up, I feel like, I'll put it this way. One person can't change anything in this country, in your community. It takes a community. But our inability to talk to each other within our communities is really destructive, because it just causes a lot of fear. And we all know what fear does. Fear exploits us. It allows the big boys and big companies and everything to destroy neighborhoods completely. So if anything keeps me up, it's the idea that the harbingers of truth and the people who are at the last line of defense, which are librarians and teachers, are brutally assaulted by mostly by men and women who don't know any better. But then what helps me sleep at night is that the wisdom of women is starting to make its way into American life. And I'll make this point before we allow, women keep secrets in their heart. Women are much more sophisticated. I learned this mostly from the black women in my church. Because, when I got divorced, I returned to the church, and, long story short, I saw how things go in the black church, at least in my church. In a lot of churches, women carry the whole thing. They carry the whole thing, and then they lay it at a man's feet and say, tell us what to do. They're carrying the whole thing now. But the level of sophistication that's in a woman's heart, because their heart is like a vault, and they keep everything there, and they very rarely open it up. But every once in a while, they open that vault and let some wisdom out. It just moves the world. So we're excited to get some of that wisdom into our national thinking. And so that helps me sleep at night, because I'm convinced that women are going to be the force that moves us into the future.
And with that, come on up. We have, I think there's some microphones. I see one there. I see one there. Come on up and join us, visit. Okay, come on up. Go ahead, let's start.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here today and just excited that I can listen to you and know a little bit behind the book. So I just finished reading Heaven and Earth Grocery Store, and I thought, what a fabulous book. Had so many themes to it. It was just, the theme of love. Moshe's love for Shauna, and her love for the community. I mean, she did not want to move. She loved her community. So love is one of the prevailing things in that book, and I thought it was so well written. All characters were so well developed. It was just, I didn't want it to end, and that's how I know it's a good book.
Well, thank you.
I don't want a book to end. It's like, okay, I need more.
Did you have a question you wanted to ask? You just wanted to holler. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. You're adults. You don't have to ask a fake question just because you want to holler. It's fine. But I have a question on top of that. If you want to, which is.
So
go ahead.
So it has the Jewish and the black, and that's your heritage. Your mom is Jewish, and so how did was it part of your mom in your life that made you go in that direction as well?
Well, I mean, to some degree. I mean, she grew up in a small town in Virginia, grocery store. It was in the black section of town. And that really was a big part of American life in the 30s and 40s, in black sections. A white person, not always, oftentimes Jewish, who had a store in the black section of town, who knew their community, everyone knew everyone. It's like today, we always read about what goes wrong. We never read about what goes right. And in all the travels I've done for the Heaven and Earth Grocery Store, it's been a lot. I meet a lot of people who tell me, my community was like that too. I met a lady in Detroit who told me all about her store. She said when her father closed the store, she said it was awful for all of us. Louis Armstrong talks about that when he grew up in New Orleans and how kind. I think there's a misperception about, and I know for the 3 Jewish people here, this is going to be tough. But Judaism, I studied a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, enough to know that one of the great principles of Judaism is not unlike that of Christianity or the Quran, which is that you're supposed to give. It's ironic that Jews are stereotyped as cheap, when in fact, Judaism is really based on. Again, now every Jewish person is an expert on Judaism. So if you're going to come get your book signed, please don't bother me with this. Judaism is about giving. And I've experienced that the majority of my life in New York. For those of us who grew up in New York, we had Jewish teachers, we had Jewish bus drivers, now Jewish people are not perfect by no means. But the stereotypes that we lay on communities is destructive for all of us. It's like saying, when you say urban centers, they're guerrillas, they're destruction. What they're really saying is black people are da-da-da-da. I feel safer walking around the projects in Red Hook. Hand to God, I feel safer walking around the projects in Red Hook than I feel driving in Pennsylvania. Because I'm scared in Pennsylvania. In Red Hook, if you say hello, that's it. That's it. All you got to do is say good morning. So these stereotypes we have, to answer your question about each other, are destructive, and they go on for generations and generations and generations. That's why we read books, because we want to look to the deeper story. So yes, that's part of my history, but it's part of everyone's history as well.
Sir, thank you. Sir.
I just say, wow, that's my shout out. And it's really watching this story, this amazing conversation being transformed through our interpreter here. And I'm imagining someone, yes, give it up for them. That's very important, absolutely. We're talking about diversity and coming together. And then someone getting into those stories, reading your book with their hands in Braille, okay? Now we're talking about neurodiversity, okay? How about someone who's a visual learner? How might they engage your stories as a graphic novel? Would that cheapen it, or would that elevate it?
I don't know. I mean, see, this is what happens when someone who's smarter than you asks a question. I mean, they just have to hear and imagine. People who are sight disabled. Was it sight disabled or was it hearing disabled? I can't remember.
Well, I would say sight, if you're talking
graphic.
graphic.
If the words don't lift off the page, then I've failed my job. The hope is that the words will allow them to imagine the tundra, the landscape before them.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Person.
Hello.
Hi.
First I want to say thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to see you. I was assigned to read Color of Water when I was 13 and a freshman in high school. It's been many years since then, but it was definitely life-changing. My question, I guess, is more of a writerly one. I'm a year out of my MFA, and of course I've had to do a lot of recalibrating about that and engaging in my work, but it's already been addressed that you wrote your memoir before fiction, and so often we're told, write what you know, which is kind of vague, instruction or advice, but with how your fiction's been so different, I wonder if writing what you know, if writing that memoir was something you needed to do to know yourself in order to open yourself to these very different characters in each of your novels that came after a short story.
That's a very good question. And that's a very thoughtful problem that you're raising. I think that they look, write what you can. You can write what you know, but if you don't know a lot, then the question is, how do you get some stuff on your odometer? And so then, when I was 35 or 36 when The Color of Water was completed, I think. So I had already done a lot of traveling as a journalist and as a musician. I had a lot of experiences to call on. So I was ready at that time to write that book. So if you're straight out of school with an MFA, my suggestion would be to just live as much as you can and keep a good journal. And at some point, you'll decide that I'm ready to do a memoir. Or you'll say, this fiction thing has been just itching at me, and I'll do that. But it'll show. In my case, the memoir was I needed to kind of deal with that before I pushed into fiction. I just had to figure out who I was. And I couldn't figure out who I was until I figured out who my mother was. But in your case, it might be different. I just met a memoirist a young lady backstage who teaches at Johns Hopkins who just wrote a memoir, she's an African-American historian, but she's written history books previous. So everyone's different, but I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Hello, My question is, how involved are you in the audiobooks?
Not at all.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
There's a guy named Dominic, I forgot his last name, but he does such a good job that I just usually say to them, can you get him?
They're fantastic.
Oh, okay.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're going to try to get to everybody who's in line presently, but we're not going to be able to take any more questions after that. So thank you. I should have turned to a question sooner. I should have realized that, like I say, we normally do our work when we don't see eyes. So sorry for that, but please.
Good morning. First and foremost, a little bit of an accolade. I also read The Color of Water, and it's a book that I return to every so often. And, at the risk of sounding a little bit too, fangirly, it really did level up my writing, so thank you. But on to the question. So as we all know, you got your start in memoir, but your memoirs, as well as your nonfiction, they're sourced from a collection of voices. I found that in memoirs, the author might grapple with the plight of the reliable narrator, or putting forth the most distilled narrative for the reader to really interpret. How have you navigated that, both pre and post Color of Water?
That's a good question. I mean, with memoir, you have to be careful that you don't pull out your pistol and just slay the room, someone you didn't like, or your cousin stole your homework, or, she had a teeth, your girlfriend left you, and now look at me now. So those are the things that you have to avoid when you're writing memoir. Because when you write those kinds of memoirs, you're not writing memoirs. You're just writing vendettas saying, how you like me now. Mm-hmm. And so...
or you could run for president and do that.
Yeah, you could run for president. Yeah, you could do that, but, what kind of president would you be? And what kind of memoir would you write? Mm-hmm. So you have to write a book that listen, generally, when you're writing about a person, if you can't be in the same room and read that with that person sitting in that room, you probably shouldn't write it. Mm. That's really the rule that I kind of go by.
Here we go.
Hi. What shifted for you to be able to write consistently? And knowing what you know now, what's the one thing you wish you knew when you first started writing?
What shifted for me that made me write consistently? Let me see. Look, when you play enough wedding gigs and somebody, you could play Hava Nagila in every key, and they come up to you and you're playing something, you dance and they play something slow, and they say, if you've done enough of that and you've done enough gigs where where you're in Rochester, New York, and the guy who's supposed to pay you vanishes, and then there you are, and then you stand over some guy's house and he's in the bathtub and you don't know what he's doing in the bathtub, and then when you walk in there, he's laying in the bathtub, with like his clothes on and out. You don't know if he's out because he shot a needle in his arm, and you don't have a car. You say books ain't so bad. So that's the true answer to your question.
Is that true? Really? I kind of believe you.
When I was on the road, I never really had. I wrote songs for Anita Baker and Grover Washington. I had some minor hits, but I toured with Jimmy Scott. We used to play here. There's a place in D.C. Cool. I forgot the name of the club. It's a Blues Alley. Yeah. You just can't make enough money. You have to work so hard to be a traveling musician. And if you're a songwriter, you go in, you see people who are 19, 20 years old, and you walk in there and they're telling you what's good, or they're offering you money for your songs. And, I've never done a publishing deal in music. All my music is unpublished. In other words, I just refuse to give my songs over for a little. So I make money writing books.
Okay, fair.
That's it.
Here we go.
We have 1 minute to go.
Yeah. We're good.
You talked about your creativity challenges, that you always like to look for the next thing. Well, you have this very rare combination of being a gifted musician and an especially gifted writer. Have you ever thought of combining the two and coming out with a book that includes the music and/or songs in an audiovisual format?
Well, I wrote a musical 30 years ago. I won the Stephen Sondheim Award, me and a guy named Ed Shockley. But I saw I had no future on Broadway. It wasn't. But I just went back to it and working on it now. It's called Bobo's. It's about a kid who wants a pair of expensive tennis shoes. But the problem with Bobo's is not the musical. The musical is good. It's sung all the way through. It's got all these different styles of music. The problem is that if you create a Broadway show, do the kids that come to my church in Red Hook, will they ever see it? They won't. So I'm writing it really for high schools. And we're producing it so that high school teachers can take the track and let kids just do the musical in high schools. Because Broadway is not accessible to poor people. It's not accessible to the community that produced me. So why create something for Broadway when there is when the closest they'll come to it is to see it, is to some like nonprofit group will take 20 of them to Broadway and they say, we've seen a Broadway show. What's so great about Broadway that they can't do it, that it belongs with the people that created it? So when I first wrote Bobo's, and I suppose we'll end here. When I first wrote Bobo's, I remember going to theaters where the guy was they're playing the kits and the drum, the garbage can tops. That's in the musical. People in the theater, they're watching that, and then they go inside and see Newsies. So how are you going to present Newsies to a kid from Southeast D.C. who they can't relate to it? So the long and short of it is I've tried to do it, but I've never been a guy who goes out and gets grants and all that kind of stuff. And when Bobo's gets produced because I earned the money to do it. I can do it the way I want. As opposed to some producers saying, well, I've done 10 of these, and, Disney. Who cares? Everything I've done is because I created it. All the movie, everything, I don't have an agent. I have a literary agent, and that's it. Now, I was with CAS for a while, and they didn't do anything for me, so I just quit.
Well, so I know you said against YouTube, but what about putting it on YouTube, which the kids do watch?
Again, you're talking about the ability to put that together. Means you got to call 50 people, blah, blah, blah. Just give it to high school music teachers. They'll know what to do with it. High school drama teachers know what to do with good stuff. Okay. It's all about that.
I'm so sorry, ladies, but I'm going to let this lady who's been very patient have the last word, and we're going to have the last word. I apologize.
Thank you. I love you. Your characters I grew up in Harlem. Your characters remind me a lot of the people that I grew up with. And I just want to say, this is your best book. I thought I knew everything about James Brown, Black history. No, I read this book and I fell in love with it. So I want to ask you, can you do the same thing that you did for history and James Brown for Josephine Baker?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know if I'm at that point.
Or somebody else.
Well, you mean Vice President Kamala Harris? Is that what you're talking
can you do
about?
that?
No, there are many more talented people to do that. No, look, I just do what's there. They asked me to do the James Brown book.
This is great. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. It's my favorite.
Let me leave. Okay. Thank you. All right. You got so why don't you bring us home with, you have a final thought? Something?
No, my final thought is that I'm so glad that you all had nothing else to do to come out here today. I appreciate you. And, love is the greatest novel ever written. Okay. That's it.
James McBride.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is Amanda Loeb. I'm an archivist in the Manuscript Division at the Library of Congress. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones. The nearest restrooms on this floor are to your right and to your left as you exit. If you need to exit the room to use the restroom and are coming right back, please get a green sticker from one of our ushers. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. Please exit through the door closest to the stage here. We also have assistive listening devices outside of the entrance for those who need it. I'm now happy to announce that we're joined by Doris Kearns Goodwin, whose work for President Johnson inspired her career as a presidential historian. Her first book was Lyndon Johnson and the American Dream. She followed up with the Pulitzer Prize-winning No Ordinary Time, Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, the home front in World War II. Goodwin earned the Lincoln Prize for Team of Rivals, in part the basis for Steven Spielberg's film, Lincoln, and the Carnegie Medal for The Bully Pulpit, about the friendship between Theodore Roosevelt and William Howard Taft. Goodwin's most recent book, An Unfinished Love Story, A Personal History of the 1960s, is featured at the 2024 National Book Festival. She is in conversation today with David M. Rubenstein, the co-chair of the National Book Festival and an original signer of the Giving Pledge and a recipient of the Carnegie Medal of Philanthropy and the Museum of Modern Art's David Rockefeller Award. He is the host of History with David Rubenstein, Bloomberg Wealth with David Rubenstein, and the David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations on Bloomberg TV and PBS. His latest book, The Highest Calling, Conversations on the American Presidency, is featured at this year's festival. So let's give a big hand for Doris Kearns Goodwin and David Rubenstein.
Well, you have a big fan club. How many people read A Team of Rivals? Anybody? Wow. Okay, we're going to change things a little bit because earlier today I received a letter and I wanted to read it to everybody. It's a letter from Abraham Lincoln. It says, Dear Doris, I just finished reading your latest book. Of course, it is extremely well written and a real page-turner, but I am a bit disappointed with it. When you were working on Team of Rivals, you told everyone, including me, that you had fallen in love with me, and that love affair went on for 10 years. But I now know you were actually in love with another man, and for a much longer period, and you never told me. I forgive you. I can see from your book why you loved Richard. In his 86 years on this earth, he had extraordinary accomplishments, using to the fullest his beautiful mind. And he made you so happy over so many decades, I guess I was only a one-decade man. I hope as you go forward, you will not little note, but rather long remember your other loves, like Teddy and Franklin and, of course, me. All of us here want you to know that our love of you, by you, and for you shall never perish from the earth. Best regards, Abraham Lincoln. So you frequently get letters from Abraham Lincoln or other people you've written about. Teddy Roosevelt ever send you any letters or anything like that?
I feel like they should send me letters. I lived with them for so long. I lived with those guys more than any other man except for my husband, Richard Goodwin. It takes me so long to write these books. It took me twice as long to write about the Civil War as the war to be fought. It took me longer to write about World War II than that war to be fought. So I feel like they're my guys. I wake up with them in the morning. I think about them when I go to bed at night. I used to feel this sense of embarrassment when I had to move from Lincoln to Teddy to Franklin, and I'd move all my Lincoln books out and make room for Teddy or make room for Franklin. I was afraid they'd be sad that I was letting them go. But somehow, despite my feelings for them, this is my first love letter that I've ever gotten, and I cannot tell you what a great way to begin this.
Let me ask you, was your husband ever jealous when you're coming every night? You come back, I just fell in love with Lincoln, I fell in love with Roosevelt. Did your husband ever say, what about me? Did he ever say that?
It was a kind of weird thing. You do fall in love with these guys. They become your pals, and you think about them, as I say. I mean, sometimes at night when I'd be wanting to talk to my husband about Teddy Roosevelt, he'd say, let's talk about the Red Sox.
So let's talk about this book for a moment. It's an extraordinary book. I highly recommend it. I really enjoyed reading it. But it was an unusual book because I'm used to reading your books about former presidents of the United States. And this is about your husband. And I imagine writing a book about your husband, with your husband, in effect, around, was not easy. Where did the idea come from to write a book about your husband, and why did you want to do that?
Well, it didn't really start as an idea for a book. What happened is that my husband had kept 300 boxes of a time capsule of the 1960s, essentially, through our entire married life. They went with us everywhere. They went in storage. They went from one house to the other. They went to a barn. And I never got a chance to really look much into them, although I did glimpse in them every now and then. I saw they were great. He had kept journals, diaries, newspapers, memorabilia, everything. And he was sort of everywhere in the 60s. He was with John Kennedy. He was with Jackie Kennedy. He was with LBJ. He was with Senator Eugene McCarthy in New Hampshire. He was with Bobby Kennedy when he died. So he's sort of like a Zelig or a Forrest Gump figure during that period of time. And I couldn't wait for him to open the boxes, but he was so sad about the way the decade ended, with the violence in the streets, the deaths of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy, that he just didn't want to go backward. He wanted to go forward. Then finally, one day when he turns 80, a couple months later, comes down the stairs singing, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." And I said, "What's going on?" "I finally decided it's now or never. It's time to open the boxes." And this is the way he talked. He said, "If I have any wisdom to dispense, I better start dispensing now."
So how many boxes did you have in your basement from your husband?
There were 300 of them. Sometimes our houses weren't big enough to keep them, so we went to storage. Then when we got a final house, which had a barn, they came and they lived in the barn. But they were on shelves. They were messy. They had mice in them until finally we got them out.
So you've heard the phrase pack rat. So your husband saved everything, right?
Menus from places that he'd been, pictures. He even had a club from the Democratic National Convention in 1968, a splintered club that a policeman had used on one of the protesters, and that was somehow in the box. But it really meant that he wanted to remember that time, I think, and he wanted to wait until he was able to look back on it with a different mood than he had felt from the sadness, and that's what mattered so much.
So as you're going through these books, these materials from your husband, you're with him, and are you asking him questions about it? And did the idea for writing a book about this come to you right away, or later as you were going through the process?
No, it really was only later, but the process of going through the boxes with him was really fun because we decided to go through them in chronological order, so we would not know what happened next, which meant, this is what my mentor in history, Barbara Tuchman, said, even if you're writing about a war, as an historian, you cannot let the reader know how the war ended. You just have to go from beginning to middle to end so that you can just live and know what the people at the time knew. So that meant we could enjoy the early days of JFK. We could enjoy the Peace Corps. We could enjoy the excitement of the inaugural address without knowing that, uh-oh, he's going to die. We could enjoy the early days of the Great Society without knowing, uh-oh, the war is going to be coming. And it really made a difference. And the great thing was I could talk to him. Right. I used to talk to my guys. I remember once when my kids were little, Franklin and Eleanor was the book I was writing, and they heard me in there saying, "Oh, Eleanor, just forgive him. I mean, I know that he had that affair so long ago, but you're great partners. Franklin, just know that she's still going to be hurt, but you know that you couldn't be this without her." And they come in and say, "What's going on in here?" And I'm talking to people, but they don't answer me. But now here's my guy. But the problem is he can then come back at me and say, "No, you're not right. This isn't clear. You got it wrong." It was worth every minute of the time.
So let's go through. I doubt there's anybody here that doesn't know your background, but in case there is one person, let's go through it for a moment. You went to Colby College, and you won a White House fellowship. Is that right?
I didn't get the White House fellowship until I went to Harvard Graduate School, but yes, I did.
Graduate school at Harvard, you won a White House fellowship. And at the time, you were not a big fan of the Vietnam War, I guess, right?
Correct.
And so famously, you wrote an article about why Lyndon Johnson should not be the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party in '68. Then what happened after you wrote that article?
Yeah, it was even more complicated than that, which is that when we were chosen as White House Fellows, I was 25 years old. It was in 1967. I was 24, actually. And we had a dance at the White House to celebrate our selection. And President Johnson did dance with me, but it wasn't peculiar. There were only 3 women out of the 16 White House Fellows. But he really danced. I mean, dips down to the floor. I thought it was over. And finally, he whispered to me, "I want you to be signed directly to me in the White House." But then 2 days later, this New Republic article, which we hadn't even known was going to be published, makes its way onto the world scene with the title, "How to Remove Lyndon Johnson in 1968. So I was certain he would kick me out of the program, but instead, surprisingly, he said, "Oh, bring her down here for a year, and if I can't win her over, no one can." So I ended up becoming his White House Fellow eventually, and then staying with him for the rest of his presidency, and then going to the ranch to help him on his memoirs. And it was a great experience, more than I even realized at the time. It's what made me a presidential historian, because mostly he just wanted to talk to me. He talked and he talked and he talked. He talked as we walked around the streets, the dirt roads of his ranch. He talked as we were in the swimming pool. In the swimming pool, he had rafts that had floating phones on them, floating memo pads, floating pencils. So if he said something important, you could write them down. And I always wondered, why is he spending so much time with me? I like to believe it was because I was a good listener, and he was a great storyteller. I loved his stories. Even though a lot of them weren't true, they were great nonetheless. They were kind of embellished.
So famously, he gave a speech on March 31, 1968, in which he said he wasn't going to be a candidate for the nomination and wasn't going to stand for re-election again. Were you surprised that he did that?
I was surprised. I think everybody was. I mean, I knew him a little bit by then, not as well as I later got to know him. But I think no one ever imagined that this person who loved politics, for whom it was his entire life, could give it up. Even though he was in a tough race for the presidency, Bobby Kennedy was challenging him in the primaries, Senator Eugene McCarthy in New Hampshire. But in those days, the president had much more power. Their primaries couldn't decide it, and he had the delegates on his side. And I talked to him a lot about it afterwards. He said he just realized that what he really was hoping to do, he had to do, was to wind the war down, because he was told by his military guys that he would have to send 200,000 more troops, and then even that it would only produce a stalemate. He was told that after the Tet Offensive in 1968. So he figured the only way I can wind it down and people will believe it is if I'm not running. So he makes that extraordinary decision. And for a couple days, it makes me so sad to remind me of it. And I thought about it so much with what was going on with President Biden. For a couple days, all of a sudden, everything changed. His public opinion approval had been 57% disapproval. After he did that, it was 57% approval, because he had done something for principle over politics. And then on April 3rd, finally, 3 days later, after March 31st, he gets word that the North Vietnamese want to come to the bargaining table. He said it was the happiest day of his presidency. On April 4th, he has the plane loaded with diplomats and generals. They're all going to go to Hawaii to begin the process. And he's going to join later that night. And at 5:30, he gets the news that Martin Luther King has been shot. So they have to cancel the trip. Then there's riots in the cities. It never quite gets back on track. So it was so sad for him.
So he asked you to go down to Texas with him to work on his memoirs, but you were teaching at Harvard. So how did you do both of those things simultaneously, more or less?
Well, it was hard at the beginning, because in the fall of '68, when he was thinking about going back to the ranch, he asked me if I would come down and I could live in Austin on the weekdays in order to work on the papers, and then live at the ranch on the weekends. And it would be a great experience, he said, for you. You're a president. I'm a president. You're a presidential historian. I'm a president, after all. What do you need? Boyfriends? I'll bring a boyfriend every weekend. You want to travel? I'll be traveling. Because I was being hesitant only because I wanted to go back and start teaching at Harvard, and I wanted to go part-time. So I kept saying, I'll come down on weekends. I'll be there in the summers. Nope. He said, it's all or nothing, all or nothing. So he really got angry with me. He never yelled at me, but he would just sort of ice me out. I was there at Christmas right before January when he was going to be leaving. And Lady Bird saw what he was doing. He would come in a room and not even talk to me, pretend I wasn't there. And she somehow fixed it. So the last day of his presidency, he called me into his Oval Office. Everything else was being dismantled in the White House, ready for Richard Nixon. And I come in the office, and he looks up and kind of grumpily says, "All right, part-time." So I went back to Harvard, and I needed distance from him. He's such a formidable figure, and it worked out perfectly.
So there was the famous Johnson treatment, where he intimidated people, and as I understand it, he was 6'3" or so. He would stand next to people. Why would he stand so close to you so you could barely be an inch or two away from him? What was his technique for doing that?
I think that was part of exerting power in a certain sense. I mean, for me, it was ridiculous. I'm so short that I'm sort of, can imagine where I am when I'm right up against his chest. But he never really, as I said, there were other people that he could humiliate in public. But then the next day he would send a Cadillac to their door to make up for it. With me, it was either fire or ice. With my husband, he had real treatments.
So you worked on the book with him. You came to admire him even though you didn't like the Vietnam War. Let's go to your husband. Let's talk about, before you met him, where was he from and how did he become so famous so early in life?
So my husband grew up in Brookline, Massachusetts, and he went to Tufts College, and then he went to Harvard Law School. And one of the things that was wonderful about opening the boxes was I always wanted to know what he was like when he was a young man, because he was 12 years older than me. And I always used to ask him, would I have fallen in love with you if I knew you then in high school or college? And what were you like then? And he would say to me, I don't know what I was like then. I was too busy being me to understand what I was. But I found these letters in the boxes, which his best friend had sent back to him, that Dick had sent to the best friend from Tufts, 50 letters. Letters for a historian are treasure. They're the best things. Some of them were handwritten, some of them were typewritten. And I understood what he was like. I watched him at Harvard. He rose to become #1 in his class, and he became the editor of the Law Review. And I remember this day when I was looking at these letters, and even then he was saying, but I just don't know if I just want to go to a law firm. There's something more I'd like to do, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm chasing a big white whale. And so he was being flown all around the country for one law firm after another. And then I found him saying somewhat arrogantly, it's kind of a burden of choice. I have too much to choose. I can take a fellowship. I can go clerk for a justice, which he did for Frankfurter. And then right after that, I found a picture of the Law Review with him holding the baton in the middle. And there's 60 guys and 2 women. One was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And then I came running in with the picture. I said, you have a burden of choice. You can decide what you want to do. And she can't even get an interview with a law firm. And he said, no, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. And but anyway, then there was another woman there. And I got interested in knowing what happened to her. So I went to see her. She lived in California. She was beautiful when she was young. She was still a stately woman. And I asked her, what happened to you? And she did get a job, actually, that summer with Simpson Thacher, a big law firm. But she wasn't married like Ruth was. She didn't have a child like Ruth did. As soon as she got pregnant, they let her go. That was what it was like back then. But she told me then she finally resumed her career, but 30 years later she went back to Harvard and she went to a class, and it was her contracts professor was there, a new woman, not somebody she'd known before, very young, wearing a short dress, wearing boots, and very pregnant. So progress had happened.
So when did you meet your husband? You had already left the White House. You were a fan of Lyndon Johnson despite the Vietnam War, but you admired him. When you met your husband, he was already disaffected from Lyndon Johnson, right?
Right. What had happened is that even though Dick's major work with Lyndon Johnson had been to work on civil rights, to work on the Great Society, I've got to tell you the story of the Great Society. There's an origin of the Great Society. I'll tell it now. Is that okay? So anyway, so what happened is after Dick had worked for John Kennedy, he was one of the few John Kennedy people that went to LBJs, because there was a real fault line between the Kennedys and the Johnsons at that point. But Johnson, we found out by listening to the tapes with Bill Moyers, had a conversation with, it was so much like you fly on the wall. We play this tape, and here's Johnson talking to Bill Moyers. This is in March of '64, so Kennedy's dead only 4 or 5 months. And he said, I need a speechwriter here, somebody who can put sex into my speeches, somebody who can put rhythm into my speeches, somebody who can put Churchillian phrases into my speeches. Who could that be? And Moyers said, well, the only person I know is Dick Goodwin, but he's not one of us, meaning he was a Kennedy. But nonetheless, Johnson did call him over, and he became Dick's main speechwriter. And about a month or so later, Moyers comes to see Dick, and he says, the president wants to talk to us. He wants a Johnson program now. He's getting the civil rights bill through of Kennedy's. He's got the tax bill through, and it's time for the Johnson agenda. So Dick said, are we meeting him in the Oval Office? He said, no, we're going to the White House pool. So they get to the White House pool, and there's Johnson side-stroking naked up and down the pool. Dick said he looked like a whale going up and down. And so then Dick and Bill Moyers are standing with their suit and ties on, and he says, well, come on in, boys. So they have no choice but to strip as well. And now you have 3 naked guys swimming in the pool. Finally, Johnson pulls over to the side and he starts talking about what he wants for his program. And it was incredible. It was all in his head almost the first night he became president. He wanted Medicare, he wanted aid to education, he wanted civil rights, he wanted voting rights, he wanted immigration reform. He knew it all. And then they decided, well, we'll make a speech at the University of Michigan. That's how they was sometimes, when you want to have a program become something, you make a speech about it at a graduation. So that gave Dick until May 22nd to work on the speech and work out the program. But then they had to come up with a name. So they tried debating different names. It could be the Good Society. It could be a better deal than a New Deal. It could be the Glorious Society. But finally, they hit upon the Great Society. So the Great Society was born in a pool with 3 naked guys. But anyway, a long digression. So anyway, he worked on that, and then he worked on the Selma speech, which I'd love to talk about later too, after Selma demonstrations, the great We Shall Overcome speech that Lyndon Johnson wrote with him. And then he left him in the fall of '65. The war was beginning to heat up, but he really wanted to go back and be a writer. He had a fellowship at Wesleyan. But when he was away from the White House, he then really turned against the war in Vietnam. And the break was pretty brutal with LBJ. Both of them began to really argue against each other, and it was a very sad break. And for the rest of his life, he had grievances toward LBJ because of the war, feeling like the war had swallowed up the Great Society. It wasn't true, and I kept telling him that it's all around us, it's still there. We fought about this. I would say, JFK could never have gotten these bills through. Only LBJ did. He'd say, yeah, but JFK wouldn't have gotten us into the war, and he was the inspiring one. And it wasn't fun. It made me sad.
So you write in your book that he left the White House to go to Wesleyan to be a writer there, and that at one point, though, Johnson did call him back, or aides did, to say, can you help me with a State of the Union speech?
Right.
So he wrote the State of the Union speech, I forget what year it was.
66.
And then after he submitted it, and Johnson gave that speech, and he rode up in the car with Johnson, I think, as well, he never saw Johnson again.
Right. I mean, Johnson really wasn't very kind to him when he was back there. What had happened is, in between the time when Dick had left in the fall of '65, he had become close to Bobby Kennedy, and Bobby Kennedy had asked him to go to South America with him. And Johnson followed that trip. He was there for 3 weeks with them, and he was sure that Dick had turned toward Bobby away from him. And the feelings between Johnson and Bobby were really terrible. And so he really had lost his feelings for Dick, even though he needed him for that speech. So even that whole time, he didn't ride up in the car with him. He usually would have, and that was one of the great things he loved to do. But he was so tired and so sad that Johnson wasn't really dealing with him on the speech. He was just getting it and delivering it, and never saw him again. So one of the things that happened that mattered so much to me when we were going through the boxes, he had this continuing anger toward Johnson the rest of our lives. But as we started going through '64 on Great Society and '65 on civil rights and voting rights, he began to remember what it was like to be with Lyndon Johnson, what it was like to work on that We Shall Overcome speech. And I remember we went to bed one night, and he stayed up almost all night. He said, oh my God, I'm beginning to feel affection for the old guy again. And the important thing was that he began to realize that the Great Society had not died because of the war. The war would always be a stain on his legacy, but what he had done domestically was extraordinary. And he had known that rationally, but he felt it emotionally. So it meant that the last years of his life, this is what mattered to me, I think, the most about working on the book. The last year of his life, he softened his feelings, not only toward him, but it meant softening his feelings toward the fact that he had really made a big contribution with LBJ. It was his great contributions. And he realized that they would be remembered, that they weren't gone. And it meant that when he died, he was feeling that great sense of, yeah, the story will be told somehow.
But at that point in time, you hadn't met him, is that right?
No, I never. We always wanted to meet each other. He later told me he'd been looking for me everywhere I was, and we figured out there were times when we would have been together. For example, we were both at the March on Washington in '63. I was 20 years old, and he was older than me. He was working at the Peace Corps at that point from the White House, and but there were 250,000 other people there, so of course we didn't meet. We were both at the Democratic Convention in 1968. He said he was sure he saw me at Grant Park, but it wasn't so. But anyway, he said, I was looking for you my whole life. I love that he said that.
So what happened was he became close to Bobby Kennedy and tried to talk Bobby Kennedy into running against Lyndon Johnson for the nomination. Is that right? And
correct.
And then, so he was involved in in that effort to convince Kennedy, but Kennedy didn't want to run initially. So he joined Eugene McCarthy's campaign, is that right?
Right. In fact, in some ways, that was one of the happiest experiences of his life. He really wanted Bobby. He was so close to Bobby. I mean, they became real friends, way beyond being political allies. And Bobby just thought if he ran, he would split the Democratic Party and that he'd be going against the president. So he kept hesitating. So finally, he just went to Bobby one day and said, I'm just going up to New Hampshire. Eugene McCarthy's up there, and he's running for the primary against Lyndon Johnson, and I have to do something about the war. So he got up there, and he found all these young kids that were coming from all over the country. And they were, you know, they'd taken off from their college time, or they were coming on weekends. They were coming for months sometimes. They were disciplined. They were organized. They went from house to house in New Hampshire, and they just listened to, New Hampshire was a hawkish state. And they just listened to the people. And the people were feeling this great split in '68 between the old and the young. And here's these kids, they were called Clean for Gene. They cut their beards, they cut their hair, the girls wore long dresses. And they really made a difference. And they won that state just essentially for New Hampshire, for Eugene McCarthy. And Dick said that night, those kids felt like they had changed the world. And that was a wonderful feeling to be part of.
So Johnson actually won the New Hampshire primary,
Right.
but McCarthy did so well that people thought
Correct.
that he could continue. And after that, McCarthy, close to victory, not actual victory, Bobby Kennedy changed his mind and came into the race. And what did your husband do?
So my husband had told Eugene McCarthy when he first joined him that he would stay with him unless Bobby got into the race. He told him the truth. He said, he's one of my best friends, but I promise you I'll do everything I can for you until that point. And they were all on the same side against the war. So when Bobby entered the race, then he went to McCarthy. And McCarthy was great. He gave out a statement. Somebody said to him, well, what about this Dick Goodwin? He's moving from John Kennedy to LBJ, then he's moving to McCarthy, then he's moving to, he's like a butterfly. Now he's going to Bobby Kennedy. It was a negative article. And Eugene McCarthy said, no, he's like a pitcher. You can trade him to the team, another team, and you would appreciate that. He owns the Baltimore Orioles now. I've always wanted to have a team. So exciting. Listen, you think he's important as a, you know, as an incredible businessman and a historian, and this is it for me. I mean, I'm so excited. But anyway, sorry.
So Bobby Kennedy.
It's going to get me on track. Wait, I promise.
He joins the Bobby Kennedy campaign, but then tragically.
No, I didn't make my point about the pitch. So what happens is he says he's like a pitcher. You can trade him to another team, and he'll make his first start brilliantly, but he'll never give up the secrets of the team before. So that was a great thing to say.
All right.
That's how I got into Baltimore. You see, there was a reason.
I got it. But Bobby Kennedy's tragically killed in June of 1968, and so what did your husband do? Did he go back to the McCarthy campaign?
So what happened is, yes, he was with Bobby when he died. Actually, he was in Los Angeles at the Ambassador Hotel, and they were supposed to meet right after Bobby gave his victory speech, because Bobby did win the California primary. And he had watched him go through turmoil. He had lost the Oregon primary, first time a Kennedy had presumably lost. And he was terrific that night, Dick said. He went through the plane and he said, this is my fault. Don't let anybody else take responsibility. And he then strengthened him. He came to California, won that race, and was going, they were all going to celebrate afterwards. And then, of course, he died. So for a while, Dick didn't know what to do, but he decided, I better just get back in the fight about Vietnam. So he went back to McCarthy, and he was put in charge of the peace plank at the Democratic Convention. So we're both there. Here's another place where we both were. I was just there on vacation. It was my vacation from the White House, and my friends were all anti-war people. They were there, and I was staying with them in a suite. There were about 6 of us in a hotel, not in the center. We couldn't have that, but further away. And Dick was there he was there officially mobilizing the peace plank. But I remember so clearly, and I've thought of it so much in this last week with what was going on at the Democratic Convention, on a Tuesday night of the convention, so it starts on Monday, on Tuesday night was LBJ's birthday. And he was supposed to go to that convention. He was hoping he would give a valedictory speech, just like Biden was able to do at his convention. And he had prepared it, and that morning he was still working on it. And he was told then by Hale Boggs and his people there, you cannot come. The turmoil is here. The protesters and the police were already having skirmishes and fights, and it'll only create turmoil, so you better not come. So I was with my friends watching that night. We'd been out at Grand Park and running around during the days. And then we came home at night, and somebody called and said it was the president calling for me. And I said, I thought it was a joke. And I picked up the phone, and it was Lyndon Johnson. I thought, oh my God, he's going to ask me to do something officially for him. What am I going to do? And with all my anti-war friends there. And then he said, last week, I have a favor to ask you. He said, then I'm getting strong. He said, last week when you were at the ranch, you borrowed my flashlight, and I can't find it. Where is it? It was so embarrassing. So anyway, so I told him where the flashlight was. And then I said to him, well, how are you? And then he said, and then all of my empathy got aroused. He said, well, how do you think I am? I've never felt lower in my life. I was supposed to go to my convention. These are my party, 40 years, and 4 years previous when he won the convention in Atlanta, they had a huge cake for him, the 300-pound cake in the face of a map. Now they were going to have another cake for him, and he said, I never felt lower, I said, in my life. So then I just suddenly felt a realization of how sad it was for him. So that for President Biden, he at least got a chance to go and say what he wanted to say, even though for him, the sadness, it's really hard to leave the presidency. Even Abe Lincoln, even my Abe, who wrote to me, as you said, he told me in another letter that he wrote to me that you want to be the president the second term even more than the first term because it's an endorsement of what you've done, and you want to finish the job. And that's what Biden wanted, that's what LBJ wanted, and Biden, neither one of them have gotten it.
Well, to get to the love story, when did you actually meet your husband?
So, he comes to Harvard in 1972, and I'm a young assistant professor, and we hear that he's coming, because I was in the Institute of Politics, so we were all nerdy people. We knew who all these guys were. I knew he'd worked for Kennedy, I knew he'd worked for Johnson, I knew he'd been close to Jackie. I knew a lot about him, sort of, because I'd read magazine articles about him. I knew he had bushy eyebrows. I knew he had big hair, and he sounded great to me. So anyway, but I'm in my office, and all of a sudden he just walks in and sits down in a chair, and he says, so you're a graduate student, right? I said, no, I'm an assistant professor, and I tell him all the things. He, of course, knew. He said, I know you worked for Lyndon after I left. And we started talking that afternoon about Johnson, about Kennedy, about the Red Sox, about all sorts of things. He invited me to dinner. We kept talking, never stopped for 42 years. I fell in love with him that night.
Wow. So, and you have with your husband 3 sons?
We have 3 sons. We do indeed.
Any of them in the political world, or?
Well, no, but our oldest son, Dick's son from his first marriage, his first wife died, is the only one of us who's a technological genius. He's a software engineer in California. But my middle son became a high school teacher in Concord, Massachusetts, where we lived. And he was such a great teacher that I would walk around Concord and people would say to me, well, you used to be important, but my kid had your kid. I was so proud of him. And then my youngest son, Joe, went to Harvard, and after graduating in June of 2001, after September 11th happened, he joined the Army the next day. And with no training in the Army beforehand, had to go to basic training, officers candidate school, served in Iraq, 2 tours of duty, earned a Bronze Star, came out, was called back to Afghanistan as a captain, came out, but would say that nothing mattered more than the pride of taking his platoon through combat. And he's a big proponent of a national service program. He said that in that platoon there were kids from all different parts of the country, and they all had different ideas politically, and they all got along because they had a common mission. So that if you could have kids take a gap year after high school and go to a different part of America, from the north to the south, from the country to the city, and have a mission that they're doing in common, then maybe we could heal what Teddy Roosevelt warned, that the biggest threat to democracy would be if people in different sections, parties, and regions began thinking of themselves as the other rather than as common American citizens. And that's what I think a national service program could do.
So, what is it like? You and your husband lived for much of your married life in Concord, Massachusetts, and you have 2 writers writing books during the day. Do you ever look over his shoulder what he's doing, or do he look over your shoulder? And at the end of each day, do you just go out and have dinner somewhere in Concord?
Yeah, it really was a ritual to the day. I mean, luckily, I woke up earlier than he did. I love waking up early. I get up at 5:30, and I used to go downstairs to the study where there was a fireplace and a rug and all the things I needed to work. And I could work until he suddenly came roaring down the stairs, time for breakfast. He would come maybe at 7:30 or 8 at the top of the stairs, here I am! And then it was time for me to go out and get the newspapers and get the breakfast ready. And we'd talk at breakfast and we'd read the newspapers. And then he would go to his study on the other side of the house. I would go to mine. But we'd come together at lunch and he would read what I'd written. I would read what he was doing. He wrote a play about Galileo and Pope Urban VIII in those later years. It was put on in England and then in Boston, which made him really, really happy. And then I'd go back in the afternoons. He would then more likely read in the afternoons. He loved reading novels and he loved reading science. But then we did go out to dinner. We went out to dinner every night once the kids were gone from the house, even though they lived nearby, but I wasn't cooking anymore. We had a bunch of friends in Concord who would always go to the same bars every night. So we knew we'd go to the Colonial Inn on Thursday, we'd go to Fiorello's on Tuesday, and we'd all be there together. So to be honest, after Dick died, it was one of the hardest things. I moved. I couldn't stay in our big house in Concord. We had 10,000 books there. I didn't know what to do with them. Finally, the Concord Public Library took 7,500 of them. And it makes such a wonderful feeling for me because they created a room in the library. They have Thoreau and Alcott and Emerson. There's a Goodwin room now where high school kids go, and it makes such a difference.
So you now live in Boston?
So I moved into Boston, and then I came into Boston just at the time of the pandemic. And you couldn't go out to dinner, and the whole schedule got redone. Luckily, my son Joe lived in the same building, so he now has 2 kids, had one then and a wife, so I was able to have dinner with them every night.
And you have how many grandchildren now?
4 grandchildren.
4. And what do they call you?
Doris.
Doris?
Yeah. My 2 girls call me, my older ones call me Dory, but the little boy, Doris. I love that. They called Dick. What happened is that we had our house in Concord was in Main Street when the kids were in high school, and we were right in the center of the town, so it was the house where everybody came. We had a pinball machine. We had one garage that had been turned into a billiard tables, and I loved having all the kids there, and we had a pool that we called the Robert Redford pool because we got the chance to get the pool because of the option on the movie, that quiz show that my husband was the investigator of the rigged television quiz show. Some of you may remember $64,000 Question in 21. It was made into a movie by Redford. So it was the Redford pool because that was it. And so kids were there all the time, and we knew the kids, and I loved that feeling of being part of their high school life.
So we didn't cover yet, in the time we have remaining, what was it about your husband that made him so important to John Kennedy? He graduated from Harvard Law School, clerk for Frankfurter, but how did he get a job at the White House, and what was his skill that made John Kennedy so enamored with him?
He really was maybe one of the best public writers. I mean, that's what somebody said about him after he died, Califano, that there's several people who worked in the White House thought he was able to put words for a president onto paper that had history, emotion, and meaning, and a sense of movement forward. I mean, the most important moment of that for Lyndon Johnson was that after the Selma demonstrations took place, when the Alabama state troopers went right after John Lewis and the peaceful protesters, and we all saw it on television. I remember being with my friends watching it and thinking, this can't be the country that's America. This thing is happening. Johnson decided just a week later on a Sunday night to give a speech to a joint session of Congress on Monday night. And it meant that my husband had only that day to work on the speech. And it's an extraordinary speech. I mean, I couldn't manage to do that if I had a month to do it. So he said, I need serenity, he said to Johnson. Nobody can bother me. So he said, I'll just hand the pages out little by little. And they had such pressure under them. So the first couple hours probably, you have to get that first line. You know, as a writer, that's the hardest thing to do. And he finally comes up with an incredibly beautiful line. I speak tonight for the dignity of man and the destiny of democracy. And then it goes on, every now and then history and fate meet at a certain time in a certain place. So it was in Lexington and Concord. So it was in Appomattox. So it was last week in Selma, Alabama. And then he said, this is not a Negro problem, not a white problem, not a Northern problem, not a Southern problem. It is an American problem, and we are met here tonight, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as Americans to meet that problem. And then as Dick got up to that point in writing the speech, he went out to smoke a cigar. He just had to get out of the office. And in the distance, he heard some kids singing, We Shall Overcome. So he came back in and he wrote the words that now they call it the We Shall Overcome speech. He came back in and Johnson then would say, but even if we solve the problem of voting, there's still a long way to go to overcome bigotry and prejudice of a century. but if we work together. And then he paused and said, we shall overcome. And the audience jumped on his feet. People were crying because what it meant was that the outside movement, the civil rights movement, that was the anthem of the civil rights movement, was now reaching the highest councils of power in the government. And when an outside movement reaches the inside power, that's when change happens. That was true for the anti-slavery movement under Lincoln, the progressive movement under Teddy, the women's movement, the gay rights movement, the civil rights movement. It always happens that way, and people knew that that's what happened. And Dick said, as he was listening to it at the well of the house, God, how I loved Lyndon Johnson that night. And I was listening to it too, and I thought, I could never have imagined that a few years later I'd be working for President Lyndon Johnson, or more importantly, even that 10 years later I would meet and marry the man who helped craft that speech.
So, did your husband, when you were going through all the books and files and letters that your husband had accumulated, did he know that you were going to write a book about all of this at some point?
After a while, he was hoping that I would help him to write a book about it. That's what he was. And it really gave him, he was diagnosed with cancer last year of his life, and he had a year to live from that time on. But the thing that mattered so much was that he cared so much about these boxes becoming a book. Especially, he wanted young people to feel a sense of what people felt in the 1960s, the fact that they could make a difference. And it made him get up every day during that last year of his cancer treatment, excited to work on the boxes. And then nearing the end, he wasn't sure, when he looked at how many boxes were still left, he wasn't sure that he'd be able to get through the end. And I remember he said to me one day, I wonder who's going to finish first, me or the boxes? And I did promise him then that I would do this before he died. And it wasn't easy. I mean, that first couple years afterwards, I had to move, I had to figure out what to do, as I said, with the books. And I just thought it would make me too sad to just have to live with the work on it, which I was going to do with him together. Until finally I realized that I'd spent my whole life trying to, in a quest to bring the presidents that I studied to life through all of their diaries and entries and all their huge archives, and that I really might be able to keep Dick alive by doing this rather than be sad about his death. So I think that's what's happened. I mean, I've been on a book tour now I can't believe at 81 years old, I went to 30 cities and I talked to people and I loved it. It was so great. Okay. And I just kept thinking that, you know, Dick would be very happy. I'm talking about him every single day. He's certainly not dead at all. But I think more importantly than that,
what is your next book going to be about?
Well, the next book, this sounds crazy, and maybe it is crazy, is coming out in a couple weeks. It's a young adult version of Leadership in Turbulent Times. It's called The Leadership Journey, and it's how 4 kids became president. So it takes you back to Lincoln and Teddy, my guys, Lincoln, Teddy, Franklin, and Lyndon, when they were young. I want young people to be able to see sometimes they see an icon as a president. It seems too hard to imagine I could ever become one of them. So I wanted them to see what the childhoods were like of these guys. And they were hard. They went through adversity. They went through difficulties. And they developed the qualities that we need in leaders. Some of them were born with them. Lincoln was born with empathy, one of the most important qualities. The others developed it. So it shows the development of leadership qualities, leadership, humility, empathy, resilience, accountability, being able to communicate authentically and truthfully, being able to have an ambition that goes larger than for self to something, the team or the country, etc. And you want these qualities in your kids. You want them in leaders at every level, whether they're a team leader of a sport, whether they're going on to become something in another field other than politics. So it's really about leadership and the qualities we need in our leaders, the qualities we need in our country so badly right now.
So on your famous book, Team of Rivals, if you had a chance to interview Abraham Lincoln, you had one question you could ask him, what would be the one question you want to ask Abraham Lincoln?
I think, I know I'm supposed to ask him as an historian, what would you have done differently about Reconstruction if you had lived? But I know that I would say to him, would you tell me a story, Mr. Lincoln? Because when he told stories, especially funny stories, they say his whole face would change. You know, he would smile, he would laugh. I mean, the favorite story that he loved to tell over and over again had to do with the Revolutionary War hero, Ethan Allen. And he told the story dozens of times, but every time I would hear him tell it, I loved it. And Ethan Allen went to Europe right after the war. He went to Britain, and they decided they would embarrass him by putting a huge picture of General George Washington in the only outhouse where he'd have to encounter it sooner or later. They figured he'd be pissed off at the idea that George Washington is in an outhouse, but he comes out of the outhouse not upset at all. They said, well, didn't you see George Washington there? Oh, yes, he said. I think it was the perfectly appropriate place for him. What do you mean, they said? Well, he said, there's nothing to make an Englishman shit faster than the sight of General George Washington. So then he would come alive. He would come alive.
So if somebody hasn't read your book, your most recent book, I highly recommend that you do so. But what would you like people to most remember about your husband?
Oh, wow. I mean, I wish they knew him just because he was, you know, he was just a warm and extraordinary, brilliant character who used his talents to make the country better. And I think that's what really mattered. He was a great character. In fact, you know, when I think back on Lincoln, the story that comes to mind as to what I'm hoping this new book on leadership for young people will be able to do, all that matters mostly is character. That's what my husband had. That's what you want our friends to have. That's what Teddy Roosevelt used to say. You want a leader who's like your neighbor next door, who never promises something they can't deliver, you know, who keeps his word. And the story that I ended the team of rivals with was that Lincoln had always wanted to be remembered after he died. It was something that obsessed him ever since his mother died when he was young. But never could he have imagined how far his memory would reach. And what allowed me to tell that story at the end of Team of Rivals was that the great Russian writer Leo Tolstoy met with a New York reporter and told about the fact that he'd just come back from the area of the Caucasus where there are a group of wild barbarians who never left that part of Russia. They were so excited to have Tolstoy in their midst that they told him they said, tell us the stories of your great leaders that you've known. So Tolstoy told about everybody that he knew, only in history, right? Julius Caesar and Frederick the Great and Alexander the Great. And they loved it, but at the end, the leader stood up. He said, but wait, you haven't told us about the greatest ruler of them all. We want to hear about that man who spoke with the voice of thunder, who laughed like the sunrise, who came from that place called America that is so far from here that if a young man should travel there, he'd be an old man when he arrived. Tell us of that man. Tell us of Abraham Lincoln. Tolstoy was stunned to know that Lincoln's name had reached this far. He told him everything he could about Lincoln. And then the reporter said to Tolstoy, okay, so what made Lincoln so great after all? He said, well, he wasn't as great a general as Napoleon or Washington, maybe not as great a statesman as Frederick the Great, but his greatness consisted in his morality and his character, the ultimate standard for our leaders. That's what I want to have this new book here. That's what all my books are really about, are people who are characters, and what character means is a good person as well as a great leader.
Oh, thank you for a great story. So, thank you very much for the book, thank you for being here today. Great.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This way?
We're going to go. Thank you.
Bye.
afternoon, and welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is Amanda Loeb. I'm an archivist in the Manuscript Division at the Library of Congress. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones. The nearest restrooms on this floor are outside the doors to your right and to your left. If you need to leave the room during the presentation to use the restroom, you can get a green sticker from one of our ushers that will allow you to get back into the room when you're finished. Also, we have assisted listening devices outside of the entrance for anyone who needs those. Please use the far door here next to the stage for exiting the room. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. And now I'm happy to introduce you to Max Greenfield, an American actor and author of several illustrated children's books. He is known for his role as Schmidt in New Girl and Dave Johnson in The Neighborhood. In the past 3 years, he has published the picture books, I Don't Want to Read This Book Is Not a Present, and I Don't Want to Read This Book Aloud. Featured at the 2024 National Book Festival, Greenfield's new picture book, Goodnight Thoughts, is a bedtime story about acknowledging anxiety. He is in conversation with Chasten Buttigieg, a teacher, advocate, and husband of Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. He currently lives with Pete, their 2 children, and their rescue dog in Traverse City, Michigan. Buttigieg's memoir, I Have Something to Tell You, was a New York Times bestseller in both the adult and young adult editions. His forthcoming children's book, Papa's Coming Home, hits shelves next May. Enjoy the festival, and let's welcome Max and Chasten.
No, you. No, it's you. No, really, it's about you. I forgot where they told us to sit. I forgot for a moment, too. And
This is going really well.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
I know you're supposed to start this, but I'm going to start it instead.
You should.
Before we get into Goodnight Thoughts and any of the other books that I've been so lucky to be able to write, I know we already mentioned this, but Chasten has his own first picture book.
Stop it, Mac. No, this is about you.
I know I don't want to stop it, and I will not. It's called Papa's Coming Home.
Oh my gosh, Max.
And it is excellent.
Thank you. I feel like you're doing this because you don't want me to ask the embarrassing questions.
I'm ready for every embarrassing question.
Such a good ally.
I'm an embarrassing question. That's what my parents say. Sorry.
It's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you.
As a dad of 2 3-year-olds, thank you and the National Book Festival for having this at 12:45. I got the best night's sleep last night. How are you feeling?
Well, I requested that specifically for you. I was like, I don't think Chasten's ready for this.
Such an ally.
He's been in Chicago this whole time. He's got kids. This is 12:45 is the earliest.
You know how he can be.
Yeah, that's right.
On a scale of Schmidt to very serious author, how are you feeling today?
I don't know that there's much of a difference.
Have moderators or folks who interview you ever express concern that they will
Yes.
Period. That they would ever accidentally call you Schmidt?
No, but it happens.
Okay, so it's
sometimes.
Just me.
Yeah.
It says Max Greenfield at the top.
Good.
Don't call him Schmidt. Do people feel? This is so selfish of me, but I'm clearly a fan of New Girl. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do people assume that you're like Schmidt in real life?
Yes, and for probably good reason.
Is it like, do you feel like you have to live up to the hype?
No, I think I just managed to do that on my own. And then every once in a while, somebody will yell 29 at me, and I'll just do it back. And then it seems to make everyone happy.
That's a great bit just to have in your pocket.
Diffuses any situation.
So you're a dad of 2 kids as well?
I am.
And today's a very special day, right?
Oh gosh, I know. I was given permission by my son Ozzy. It happens to be his birthday this weekend, and he said, I know. Well, it's luckily for him, it's his birthday every day with me as his dad. But he allowed me to come out here and to be with you and to be with all of you guys. So thanks, Ozzy.
I just thought maybe we could give Ozzy a birthday present. We could all, because this is recorded and it will live on in infamy on YouTube,
yes.
We could all just say happy birthday, Ozzy, on a count of 3. Is that okay? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Ozzy. Here we go.
He also is like one of those boys that's going to go like this. Don't do that, man.
Oh, God. You're a girl dad.
Please don't. Yes.
I'm a girl dad. And you have Olivia Rodrigo bracelets on, is that right?
Yeah, we went to the show last week, and it was excellent.
I used to teach 8th grade.
I thought you were going to say, I used to teach
Olivia Rodrigo. It's a little known fact. I don't brag about it often. I am terrified of having a teenager of my own. I felt like I could teach them, but what is it like being the dad of a teenager?
I sort of now love it.
Good.
Yeah.
You can't say the opposite.
No, well, you could. I think it would be actually very easy to say the opposite, but I love it. You know, I think you, as a parent, have to adjust the relation, and you have to sort of adjust as she's adjusting, and, you know, they reach a point where they're changing, and they're figuring out who they are, and you sort of need to do the same. You can get stuck in how your relationship used to be, and that's just not how it is anymore. And you sort of want to hold on to what that relationship is, and you realize that by doing so, you find it more problematic as they are moving forward, and you're trying to then catch up.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm going to go.
Stop while we're ahead.
Yeah.
So I watched some interviews.
Oh, God.
And in one interview, you talked about how, which I related to, that some of your friends reconsider coming over for dinner because they know that your kids will be there.
That happens, you know. Well, I mean, it's not our kids specifically, but you have friends.
Like the kids will be, like we have friends who don't have kids, and it's like
yeah,
coming into a home with
like,
children is a vibe shift.
Yeah, totally. Like, oh my God, you know what would be really easy for us? If you guys just came over.
100%.
And then all of a sudden those people have plans, and all of a sudden Friday isn't good.
It saves you a lot of money. In
well,
childcare costs.
Yes, it's a whole thing. And like, our kids are really cool. Come over, you'll enjoy the experience. We enjoy them. And then that, you know, it's just not for everyone.
I really appreciate doing that here in Washington, because I feel like the vibes are different when you have a senator sitting on your couch wanting to talk about something very important, and 2 toddlers running around with like guitars and tambourines constantly screaming. You're like, well, we didn't have to get a sitter. So...
Guys, we're talking about transportation.
Yeah, Gus would be like, "This is a bus."
No, not the bus. I'm so sorry. This is
our son is very into light rail. Talk about being a dad. Like, how has a dad changed you, or how has being a dad like informed your worldview?
Yeah, well, you just stop thinking about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
And you've always struggled with that.
Daily. Every morning. Oh, hi, Matt. I haven't seen you. Yeah, every day. But yeah, I mean, that is the immediate shift that happens. And it was one of the most, it has been the most beautiful thing to embrace that. And I think since that attitude adjustment has led to more personal success than I could ever imagine. And then you just try to give it all away.
As an author, how has being a dad helped you in writing these books?
Oh my God! Well, these books wouldn't exist without the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, the first book came about. I don't want to read this book during the pandemic. There it is. Thank you for holding that up. That made me feel really nice and special. But yeah, during the pandemic, everything shut down immediately. And my daughter was sent home with a curriculum, and I was supposed to be the teacher. And we took a picture of it, we put it on Instagram, and the only motivation behind that was to try to connect with other people who might have been as scared as we were, because we both knew that this was worst case scenario. And the response was immediate and big, and you had first responders who were reaching out, and really there was such a response from teachers saying, oh, I miss my kids. I miss being in the classroom. And we then felt like a tremendous responsibility to keep these videos going.
Yeah.
And they became daunting after a while. It was like, we've got to make another video. We're saving lives. My wife would be like, you're not, please don't make this a stressful thing. But during that time, I had an agent who reached out to me who said, hey, I've been seeing the videos that you and your daughter have been doing. I think maybe this is a book. I said, a real book? And he said, well, maybe not. And he goes, what about a picture book? And I said, well, if I was ever going to do a picture book, it would be called I Don't Want to Read This Book, and it would be all the reasons why a child doesn't want to read a book, and by the end of that book, they will have read a book. And because that was my experience as a reader, and that was my experience trying to get my daughter to read. And the next day I thought, hey, that was a pretty good idea. It's a shame nothing will ever happen with that. And Albert came back the next, 2 days later and said, Penguin has bought it. And we got into the book and we started writing it, and we realized how personal a story it was for me, and how specific and how easy it was to write, because that experience was so true to my experience. The fears around reading and the fears around learning differently. Eventually, the fears about reading aloud. And that's what those 3 books are really about. And being able to have a teacher or a librarian or a parent acknowledge some of those fears, articulate them to a child who might be struggling in that way, who isn't able to then articulate. Do you know what I mean? And so that's how those books came about, and really has been the beauty of watching them sort of exist in this world, exist in the classroom, exist in libraries. It's been just an incredible experience.
It's so cute. I've watched videos of you on YouTube reading the book to a group of kids, and they love it.
Yeah.
Because it's very engaging with some of the goofy words that you've chosen to include. But you've also, you've broached a subject that some parents and teachers struggle with, which is getting kids motivated to read. And you sort of touched on that. That was an experience for you as well.
Yeah, totally. Reading is something that has always been very challenging to me. Perhaps challenges that I wish had been identified and defied much earlier in my life. But I think, that's sort of why we wrote these books.
Yeah.
And to see, and again, just to see kids, get a little indignant when they're reading the books and have a fun time when they're exploring the words. And the books are I'm so proud of the books, because they in no way speak down to the reader. These are not written for like a child. These are written for a peer.
They're smart kids. And these videos, these really, really smart, engaged kids love the book.
Yeah, and it's an attempt to add to the conversation. And it's a tool, really, for teachers to be in the classroom, to be like, the one thing I hear from so many teachers about these books, which is always my favorite thing to hear, they pick it up and they go, I know exactly what kid I'm going to give this book to.
Great.
And because you know that child, and they can't, and they have such difficulty. They're the one who never wants to read. And let me tell you something. Those kids can coast. Those kids know how to get, because they're not dumb. They know how to sort of sit in the back and get by, and it isn't until like 3rd or 4th, sometimes 5th grade, when a teacher goes like this, I think there might be an issue here. And then the parents are like, yes, we don't think that they can, and, you know, I mean, and then it becomes a whole thing. And so to identify those issues early is, to me, such a essential part of the conversation that we're trying to have.
And now you set yourself up to have to write more of them, because this kid's gonna be like, well, I'll read Max Greenfield's book, you know.
I hope. No, yeah, so, well, the first one was I don't want to read this book, and then the second one we did was this book is not a present, and that I think really, it's a really fun book for kids who are like this, oh, it's a book.
Those are my kids.
Those are my kids as well. And so we thought it would be funny in that way, but really, like, that book is so much about learning differently, and, you know, being able to be like, well, the way I learn is with my hands, or the way I learn, you know, like, I can pick up a guitar, and I just know how, I can't read the music, but I know how it's supposed to sound. You know, it's that experience for kids who are like, I need to be out on a skateboard or whatever it is, and they understand that, but something about the words on a page doesn't connect with them.
It's so cute, and it's very true. The other day I picked up 2 books in an airport, and they went to like Minnesota and Georgia and DC with me. You know, they went all around the country, and then I came home and told them I was bringing a present home. And when they sat down on the couch and I gave them their books, they were like, trash. You know, they just immediately threw it on the ground and were very upset that I had brought it.
There was a video I sent to Penguin at some point, and I asked my son, I was like, they loved it so much, I asked my son, I was like, can I put this on like Instagram when the book comes out? And then he goes, please don't. But it was me giving him, like I had wrapped a present for him and I gave it to him, and he opened up his book and he went like this,
My kid has a weird obsession with tearing up books. But he'll take this book and he will rip the page, like he sleeps with books, which obviously makes his dad's very happy. And then in the morning, there will, like, Chicka Chicka Boom Boom is just everywhere. And he's like sleeping amidst the torn up pages of Chicka Chicka Boom Boom. And he'll be like, I broke it. You did. He hasn't torn up your books yet.
I mean, if there's a better
Yet is very important for you to know, because it's going to happen. Like the book I brought him home from the airport. It's a cool book about airplanes and airports, and he really likes flying. And then the next morning, there's just airplanes everywhere. And he's like, I broke it. Like, I feel like that means you love it. Maybe he wants to be closer to the action.
I'm going to say he likes the books that he doesn't rip up a little bit better. But, you know, agree to disagree.
I'm going to send you a picture now. It's inevitable, and it really drives me nuts. So tell us about the forthcoming book. You wrote Goodnight Thoughts.
Yeah, so the first 3 books, which we've discussed, are all centered around the fear of reading, the fear of learning differently, the fear of reading aloud. And we were sort of in the midst of promoting, I think it was This Book Is Not a Present, and Jennifer Klonsky, who is the greatest publisher of all time at Penguin Books, you can cheer, she goes, well, what are we doing next? And I was like, ooh, there's a next? And we knew we wanted to do something different. We felt like there was enough that had been said in the learning area and the reading area. And the idea of doing a much more traditional bedtime story came about. And I guess before we get into it, can I read it?
Yes, you should.
Can I read it?
I think we should hear it. You get to do your TED Talk now.
They gave me a clicker to do slides. I don't know how this is going to go. Don't give me toys nor technical things that I'm supposed to figure out. Anyway, I thank you guys so much. I am so excited to read this book for you. I love it so much. Okay. This is Goodnight Thoughts, written by Max Greenfield and beautifully illustrated. Oh yeah, it works. Beautifully illustrated. The illustrations are so incredible in this book, by James Serafino. Okay. We're on the first page. If that kid falls asleep during the reading, everyone needs to buy a book. Okay. I'm never gonna fall asleep. Oh wait, I think I broke it.
That's it. That was the book.
That was the whole book.
It's such a beautiful book.
Okay, we'll start over, ready? They shouldn't have given this to me. All right. I'm never gonna fall asleep. Oh yeah. My brain is too noisy, my thoughts are too jumpy, and every time I close my eyes, I'm afraid of all the scary stuff I see. Sometimes I see myself being chased by giant robot sharks. Other times I can see my toilet bowl overflowing with tarantulas. One time, I even saw a dentist. How am I supposed to relax if all I can think about are robot sharks, or tarantula toilets, or the dentist? This one time I tried to fall asleep and saw the whole world pop into a piece of popcorn. Another time I thought about my very best friend sailing off to sea on a pirate ship made of toast. And just the other night, as soon as I closed my eyes, I fell off a cloud. But instead of falling down, I flew straight up towards the sun. It was the most scared I've ever been in my whole life because everything got so bright, I couldn't see anything at all. How am I ever going to fall asleep knowing that the world might pop like popcorn, or that my friend might sail away with pirates, or that I might fall from a cloud straight up towards the sun? I wish these thoughts would stop bouncing around inside my head. Sometimes I try to have happy thoughts. I close my eyes really, really tight and try to imagine a baby panda opening its arms and giving me a hug. Other times I think about a choir of candy-covered donuts all singing my favorite songs. And if I really can't fall asleep, if it feels like my brain won't ever calm down, I try to think about all the people who love me, holding hands and wearing every piece of clothing that they own. I try and I try and I try to think of baby pandas and singing donuts and everyone who loves me, but no matter how hard I try, I still can't fall asleep. But then I close my eyes again. I remember that my brain can be noisy and that my thoughts are sometimes jumpy. And then I remember that all that noise and all those thoughts are just in my head. I'm not being eaten by a robot shark. My toilet isn't overflowing with tarantulas, and thank goodness there isn't a dentist in sight. As far as I can tell, the world hasn't popped into a piece of popcorn. My best friend is still here, and I'm not falling from a cloud. Right now, everything is okay. And so am I. Good night, thoughts. Good night.
Did the kid fall asleep?
Thank you, guys.
Incredible, right? So we've learned that you hate dentists.
It's in 2 books. I don't like the dentist. People will be like, when's the last time you went to the dentist? I don't want to talk about it.
That was really beautiful.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about this idea of conquering your fears and anxiety. Why did you want to write a book about that?
I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say with the next book, a story I wanted to tell. Having written 3 books at that point, I sort of understood a little bit about the structure of a children's book and what story would best fit that structure. And it was right around the time when a dear friend of mine, if you guys remember, Leslie Jordan, who actually took his book here not too long ago. He also was a big star during the pandemic on Instagram. We were very close, and one thing we would do together is we would make lists. We would talk about our fears and ultimately make a list of all our fears. And Leslie's list was always far more entertaining than mine. He would say, bumblebees, pocket knives, straight man. And the idea behind it was, let's write these lists out, let's say them out loud, and then let's then ask ourselves, which of these fears are in front of us in this moment? And if they weren't in front of us, which most of them were not, there was no bumblebees in front of him, why were we then carrying these fears around with us? And for Leslie and I, this was more of a wake-up book in the morning, because we would wake up with all of our fears. And this would sort of calm them down throughout the day. But I thought, oh, how interesting it would be to utilize that exercise before bed. And so we started to write it, and again, Jennifer Klonsky of Penguin, I was like, this is a book, I know it's a book, and we went back and forth and really sculpted it in that way. And it got to this place which I know I love so much. I know the book is dedicated to Leslie. I know he would really love it. He's so upset that he's not up here right now with none of us, talking only about the book himself. But yeah, it's when something like this that's as meaningful as it is, and deals with the type of subject it does, when it comes out the way that it has, I feel so proud of this book, and I've yet to find the words to articulate how exciting it is that this is now going to be out in the world.
I think you should really be proud of yourself. As a dad, you know what it's like to read 5, 10 books sometimes. You've read hundreds of books now to your kids, and some nights you read multiple books, or you read the same book over and over again, and you're also then familiar with the books that have nothing. They provide nothing, right? And sorry, but this book is I really love this book because it invites you in. And it's something real that a child might feel. And you're giving parents a way to talk about those things together. Was that one of the goals for the book, is to provide, the launch pad for a wider conversation?
Yes, so we talked last night about, the goal of any great children's book is not just, children's books are not just meant to be read. They are really meant, I think the good ones, as a bridge to a conversation.
Yeah.
And, with the first 3 books, if there's one kid who can raise their hand and say, I feel that way too about reading, maybe that leads to a greater conversation about, well, what is it exactly that's blocking you from the words on this page? What happens when you read a book? What's your experience with that?
Yeah.
And with this one, my vision for it. No, but it opens up a conversation about, well, what are you afraid of? Or maybe it prompts your child to say, I can remember when my son at one point, and again, we discussed when we all sang or we said happy birthday to him, he was the kind of kid who's like, can you not do that? I remember we were laying in bed once and he goes, Dad, can I tell you something? There's something that I'm afraid of. And as a parent, you go, I didn't prep for this. Oh my God, here it comes. I'm like, I have to put my uniform on. This is dad time. And you have, it's time for you to get ready. And this is all of a sudden, this is a huge moment for your child, but you're like, oh my God, please don't mess this up. I wasn't ready for this. I'm not, And if that's the moment, if this book can lead you into that moment with some sort of preparation as a parent,
yeah,
it's not just it's not just meant to like be a bedtime book and like hopefully the child is asleep afterwards and oof, good, I can go watch whatever Netflix show I want to. It's maybe your child can then discuss some of the things that they are afraid of.
Yeah.
And if they open up that door, it allows you to have a discussion as a parent. And maybe what the book tries to do is put those thoughts to bed, at least for now. Because what that fear does and those thoughts that spin us around, it blocks us from being present in the moment. And it blocks a child from doing what they should be doing in that moment, which is go to sleep. And if they're really holding on to those fears, if they're clinging on to them on a daily basis, it's blocking them from being a child.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, that child is a teenager. And they probably haven't let go of it then. And then they're adult, and they're still probably holding on to it. And so the idea is to openly share these things. I mean, that's been my experience with life and with my own feelings and emotions. It's like, I hold on to these things. I'm scared, and I'm scared if I let them out that they'll keep pouring out and I'll fall apart and it'll all be. And what I would do with Leslie and the people closest to me is like, you share these fears and you make them right-sized, and you're able to take them and build a different relationship with them that allows you to then be present in whatever you're doing in the moment.
Yeah.
And hopefully with this, it's to get a good night's sleep.
I like it. And, for those of us who didn't get to process our fears as a child, then you can grow up and write a memoir.
That's exactly right.
You've given us such an important tool as parents, right? As an opportunity.
I just was like,
you're going to be fine either way.
I'll never write a memoir. I'll get every book every one of these children's books is the first chapter of the memoir.
But this is a really important tool because it asks, or it gives us an opportunity to be vulnerable.
Yes.
And if your kid is comfortable enough to be vulnerable with you, to say, Dad, I'm afraid of something, then you've done something right. And for parents who might not know how to get there, you've given them a really good tool. If they're still awake after the book, right, or the next day to have that conversation is really, really important. And I like to think, I think many of us do, books are like windows and mirrors, right? The opportunity to either see yourself or to look into somebody else's world. Is there a mirror here for you? You've talked about Leslie, but as a child, do you feel like your inner child, do you feel like you were able to let go of something by putting this book out into the world?
Oh my gosh. Do I feel like I was able to let go of something?
It doesn't have to be dark, but it's kind of cool to put a book out into the world, right?
No,
and you've done something, you've given people a gift, but therefore you've been able to share something that you might have been holding on to.
Yeah, no, well, I think definitely these are books that I wish I had when I was a kid. These are conversations that I wish I was able to engage in when I was younger. My relationship with my kids, and I think a lot of parents' relationships with their kids is different and interesting, and as close as you are to your kids, sometimes you're the person that they're least comfortable with talking about what actually is going on and what they're feeling. And so these books, and books in general, and this is the wonderful, we were talking about this last night and being at this festival, these books, specifically children's books, can act as that bridge to that conversation. It's sort of like, let this book be my voice while we're laying in bed and I'm reading this to you, to then help you open up to me. And to me, I mean, that's the gift of these books. And to then have those conversations is really sort of what I'm, I guess, letting go of in in that moment.
And speaking of vulnerability, did you ask your kids for feedback?
Yes, I read Goodnight Thoughts to my son to the point where he's been privy to many drafts. And at some point he was like this, "Is this the same one again?" I go, "Do you think there should be a comma here?" He's like, "I don't know what a comma is."
They really humble you, don't they?
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
That's a generous way of saying it.
You have some really cool language in the book. Like, I'm afraid of my best friend riding away on a pirate ship made of toast. Like, where does that come from? And are you like in the grocery store and you have to like quickly write it down? Are you like constantly noodling over what the fear is?
So we really wanted to make sure that the fears in this book were a broad spectrum, so that different kids could access different fears. And I was really excited having done, the first 3 books are all, it's just all words. And this I knew there was going to be actual, illustrate, like real drawings. And so we wanted to make it a very fun visual experience. And so we were like, all that fear was, well, what if my friend moves away? What if I lose my best friend? And then we thought, well, visually it'd be fun if they were on a pirate ship. And then what if that pirate ship was made out of toast?
Were you pitching ideas to your kids? Like, what if your friend was leaving like in a sports car made of donuts, and they're like, dumb.
They're sort of dumb.
Trash.
They're sort of, I want to say they're a little bit more mature than I am. So I sort of trust my own voice in this. And I will do it I will sort of do it in a Schmidt voice while I'm going around. It's like a pirate ship made of toast. And so... And everybody's like, yeah, it works.
We're running out of time, but I would like a reread of the book as Schmidt. Maybe you can put that on YouTube.
It wouldn't be much different.
Okay, we're running out of time. I have a couple more questions for you.
It would just be more indignant.
So sometimes
my friend sailing away on a pirate ship made of toast.
Thank you.
Well, what kind of toast is it?
They're eating it up. Keep going.
I know. It's very easy.
So sometimes when I do book talks, I feel like, moderators have no idea who you are. They've never read your book. And then there are moderators who did way too much research. I do want to ask you about something.
That whole book is Phil.
Just while we have a few minutes. This is totally unrelated to the book.
Please.
According to Wikipedia...
They're always right.
In 2015, you were the spokesman for the McDonald's sirloin 3rd-pound burger. If you could be the spokesman for another fast food item, what would it be?
The McSirloin half-pound burger.
Just make it bigger.
Just bigger. We live in America, guys. Bigger, better.
Frankly, it wasn't big enough.
No. I don't know. What would yours be?
No, you don't get to flip the table. I'm the moderator now.
I feel pretty satisfied.
Do you have a guilty pleasure? A fast food guilty pleasure?
I don't have a fast food guilty pleasure. If
you're in LA,
I wish I had a funny answer to this, but I really like those new sodas, the Ollipops.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm over here thinking like I would do Baja Blast or something, and you're like, a health soda, thanks, Max.
I'm old. I've got to, take care of my ecosystem.
Your ecosystem.
People are like this. I think he's actually Schmidt.
I have to take care of my ego. Oh, we just got the 5 minute. When I put these questions together, I did not put them in the order I should have, because that was a fun one. And just, how have the arts impacted your life?
Well, I will say, getting to work on material like the McDonald's campaign, being around other artists,
other burgers.
Yes, other burgers, the Hamburglar, Ronald McDonald himself. I mean, he obviously wasn't at the shoot. He doesn't do that kind of thing anymore. But yeah, I mean, to be able to take that experience and put it out into life, I mean, it just, the arts, they filter into every part of my life.
And were you upset you didn't win an Emmy for
Great time to talk
the
about
McDonald's sirloin 3rd-pound burger ad? Because the performance, it's hard work. Riveting, yeah.
People think you just show up and you just... No. Months of prep.
Can you pass me the clicker? Because I teed up the McDonald's. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So, is there another book I know this one's just about to come out, and everybody has pre-ordered it, right? It's that fun part where you get to shame the audience for not pre-ordering your book. It's really beautiful, and I hope folks share it. If you don't have kids yourself, I hope you'll share it with other families, because the best part of a children's book, just as a dad, is the moment when they're encaptured and you're sharing a moment together. You're not just pointing at things and you're calling out pictures and you're going through this process. It's bath time, brush your teeth, put your pajamas on, read a book, and then go to bed. Mm-hmm. This is a real opportunity with your kid, and I think you've done something really great here. And I know it's just about to come out, but are you already noodling on the next one?
Always.
What do you want to tackle? Reading, anxiety. I mean, it's all the same.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's an idea that we are working on right now that is about expectations.
Oh, cool.
And perspective. I'm just thinking about it now. It's very early days. But
You just thought of it like 3 seconds?
Yeah, I just thought of it now.
So you don't forget.
It's called Papa's Coming Home. It's a really great idea. I don't think it exists yet. But yeah, I think perspective is something really interesting, and I think it's at the foundation, I think, of what we're thinking about doing next. And I think it's one of those things that I think perspective is something that is very, very hard to relay to a child. I'm always just like, well, how come they don't get it?
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
But so try to put some of that into a book.
I'm really glad that you've gone in this direction of choosing to write stories that will either help kids or help parents have that conversation. I think that's really cool. Did you ever imagine in this career that you would be, the children's book guy? Did you ever imagine that somebody would say, "Oh, I have all the Max Greenfield books"?
I can tell you this. I know we have 20 seconds left. I haven't ever imagined any of it. Truly. Every day is a discovery and a gift, and what an incredible ride it's been.
Yeah.
And so to be here with all of you, I can only describe as completely implausible for my own life. And I thank you all for being here. I thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks for sharing your gifts with us.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Go buy Max's book.
everyone. Welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is... Yay! My name is Danny Thurber, and I'm one of the reference librarians in the Hispanic Reading Room at the library. At this time, we ask you to please silence your phones. The closest restrooms will be as you exit, both to the right and toward the left. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions near the end of the event. Look for the microphone stands right here near the front of the stage. Thank you. I'm honored to introduce Sandra Cisneros. A poet, short story writer, novelist, and essayist whose work explores the lives of the working class. Her numerous awards include the National Endowment for the Arts Fellowships in both poetry and fiction, the Texas Medal of the Arts, a MacArthur Fellowship, the Penn Nabokov Award for International Literature, the National Medal of Arts, the Ruth Lilly Poetry Prize, and the Ambassador Richard C. Holbrook Distinguished Achievement Award from the Dayton Literary Peace Prize Foundation. Her novel, The House on Mango Street, has sold over 7 million copies, has been translated into over 25 languages, and is required reading in elementary, high school, and universities across the nation. She'll be in conversation today with Rachel Martin, the host of Wildcard, a new conversation game podcast from the National Public Radio. Before that, she was the host of NPR's Morning Edition for 6 years, and Weekend Edition Sunday for 5 years before that. Martin was also a foreign correspondent in Berlin, Baghdad, and Afghanistan. She previously served as the White House correspondent for ABC News. And with that, please enjoy the festival, and let's welcome them to the stage.
Choices at the National Books Festival, but I'm sure glad you made this one because you're in for a treat. And I'm so pleased that on this beautiful Washington Day in August, when it's usually like 125, give or take, that you chose to be here, because what's going to transpire is going to be special. I can almost guarantee you that. So we are marking an auspicious anniversary. How many people have read The House on Mango Street? Yeah. It's a beautiful, profound book. And it tells, although it's not a memoir, right? But there is so much of Sandra in this book. She uses her character Esperanza Cordero to tell the story of a young 12-year-old girl making sense of her world from a corner of Chicago, a Hispanic neighborhood, and trying to find her way. And through this book, we understand Esperanza's world, and we get to know a little bit about Sandra's world, how she makes sense of it. And if you have read Sandra's work, you understand that you can't separate the work from the woman. They are integral. She writes from her experience, from her heart, from her soul. And so all of us as her admirers and readers think we know her, because that's what we do when we when we become obsessed with an author and we read everything they write and they become our friend. But we're going to have a different conversation that I think will illuminate things about her that you may not know. So this show we created called Wild Card, it's an interview show. Let's be real. There's nothing like crazy about it. But what we get to do through the benefit of these questions on these cards is open up a door into someone in a different way using particular questions that we've thought really hard about. And so even though we may think we know from the pages of Mongo Street some of Sandra's life and innermost thoughts, we're going to try to get at those a different way through this conversation. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being game.
If you will permit me, there are only one thing that may not be on the cards that I need to mention to my fans.
Absolutely.
And that is that I've been working since 2017 on the house on Mongo Street, the opera. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And we just premiered the workshop production, like the week before last, at the Glimmer Glass Festival in Cooperstown, New York. But the big premiere, the real premiere with sets and costumes and full orchestra is next summer at the Glimmer Glass Festival. So please come.
Definitely. And before we get to the game, I actually did want to ask a question about how this sits with you now, this story.
Yes, great.
Right? Because it's been many years that you wrote this story, these essays that are so beautifully hung together. Mm-hmm. And this young girl was deep in you. I wonder have you kept her with you? Understanding that there are echoes of her in you, obviously, but have you kept her close? Have you thought about how her life has evolved along your
Well, I'm 69 and I will be 70 at the end of the year, but I'm still 11 years old inside. I feel like I'm all the years, just like you are lodged in 1 year in your life, and it's never the one that the public sees. So I feel I have to be very careful not to overuse that voice because it's my natural voice to speak in a young girl's voice. Mm-hmm. And perhaps it came out because when I was writing the book, I was censored by others and by myself, especially about what I was living. So I had to go to an earlier time to give myself permission to get past my own auto-censor to speak about things in an environment that to me then was rather hostile.
And when you think about the words that you put down, the particular stories you chose to tell, I mean, when's the last time you read this?
Probably a couple days ago. Because I'm still working on tweaking the opera. Yeah. So I haven't let the book go. I've developed the characters. I've had to telescope characters. I've had to create an arc because, as you know, House on Mongo Street is based on an experimental novel writing based on the Boom writers. I wasn't looking to write a beginning, middle, end type of story. I wanted a book that you could open at any page and read just one, or you could go from left to right, a different kind of storytelling. And later on I found out books like that, but when I was writing it, I didn't know about them. I thought I was inventing it, but there are communities and writers like Maud Martha, by the wonderful Gwendolyn Brooks. There's an underlooked, fabulous novel written in vignettes. And, other writers like Lilus Kikus by the amazing Mexican writer Elena Poniatowska, another story cycle, and other books that are written in story cycles. But I was trying at the time to do something experimental, and now with the opera, I've had to create a linear story and build to a climax and a denouement, and also flesh out characters, telescope characters, flesh out. And I'm learning more and more about the characters. They're still talking to me after all that time. And the new 40th anniversary edition of the book is out now. I think it'll be for sale, and there's new introductions. But I think that I'm still writing about the characters because they're still speaking to me.
Is there a character that came to the fore in a new way for you?
Yes, Lucy and Rachel. They have a small part in the novel, but they have more voice, more fleshed out characters in the opera, because I realized they were migrant children. I didn't realize that when I was writing the book. Now, as someone looking back, I realize they spoke funny because they probably came to the Midwest with parents who were migrants, and then they ran out of money, as many migrant people do, and got stuck in the Midwest. And so you have children that are from South Texas who speak a unique border Spanish and a very unique way of speaking English. So I got to understand them as I spent more time with them now, all these years later.
Okay, with your permission, I want to let everyone know we're going to save 15 minutes at the end of our conversation for your questions. Okay, so we'll be able to get to that.
Good.
You feel good about this?
Yes, I do.
Let's do
Thank
it.
you.
Let's do it. Okay, so there's 3 rounds, folks, in this game. And there are a couple of things to remember. You have 2 tools at your disposal. You have a skip. So if a question isn't resonating with you, you can just say, skip, please, and I'll replace it with another question from the deck. And you have a flip. The flip puts me on the spot. You can ask me to answer the question before you. You do not have to deploy either of these tools, but they are there for you, okay? And when we get to the end, there's a special treat. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Food?
It's not Rice Krispie treats, just in case you can't.
Well, I would like Rice Krispie treats.
I love a good Rice Krispie treat. Okay, 3 cards. The thing with this game is that you get to pick 1, 2, or 3. I'd like you to ask every question.
Okay, can you put them near me?
Yeah, but you can't read them, Sandra.
I'm not reading them.
Okay. Oh, you're feeling them. Oh, I like it. 2. What was a moment when you felt proud of yourself as a kid?
I wish I could say there were moments when I was feeling proud, but the only ones I remember was feeling ashamed. You know, I can't think of a proud moment. There was lots of moments of shame. And that's always been something that's come to the fore in my writing. Even my last book of poetry, you know, Women Without Shame, that's something I work towards. I think if you're a girl and if you're poor and if you live with 6 boys, there's lots of moments of shame, or you're made to be ashamed because of your economic level, or you're made to feel ashamed at school because people don't treat you like an equal. So I don't think of a proud moment. I think
Can I nudge you even if beyond young childhood?
Yeah, I think...
like when was the first time?
I don't remember the first time, but I think the proudest I always felt was when I made something. Because I was an artist, am an artist still. So making something was medicine against the toxin of shame that I felt daily against my life. It was what kept me alive. Making art and writing and scribbling and saving that for myself, because I wasn't a public writer for a long time. I started writing around middle school, and maybe 1 story or 2 in 7th and 8th grade, and then hiding my poems in high school, and sophomore, junior, senior year, they knew I was a writer. So it was always something that, like many people, art sustained me during difficult times.
Do you remember the person who you first decided was worthy of your confidence in terms of sharing that art? Was it a friend, a teacher?
I didn't really have a lot of close friends. I had friends, but they didn't know about my interior life. I think that I didn't really find other writers till I was in college, undergraduate years. I felt as if my friends that I had were my friends because the letters in the alphabet put us together. You know how they see you alphabetically. So I felt quite alone.
Like friends with Johnny Campbell.
Yeah, I had friends, but I didn't feel they really understood or knew me. I felt I had to, I felt alone until I found other writers, and that didn't happen until my junior year.
Yeah, okay.
But that's good for a writer because you confide everything to paper.
Right. Okay, we're moving on. 3 new cards.
It's how I do fortune cookies, too.
Who was an adult besides your parents who had an influence on you, for good or for ill?
Oh. You know, there were people that came into my life, I'm very lucky, that had big influence on helping me to lose shame and to be more courageous about speaking out. And the first person who did that was sixth grade, when I changed schools. And I had just gotten a new pair of glasses, and they were little blue cat eyes. I'm still wearing cat eyes, from Sears. Oh. And I remember we changed schools, and the teacher took one of my drawings and took it off my desk, and I just felt my heart just leap. I thought she was going to do what they did at the other school, which is, make an example of you and make fun of you of what you're not supposed to do, because that's how they did it at the other school. So my heart leapt, and I thought, oh, what have I done wrong? She took my drawing, and she push-pinned it center front of the room and said, look what our new student has created, this beautiful drawing. And I, you mean that's good? And no one had ever acknowledged art as being something positive in my last school, and no one had ever seen me. And the fact that she was promoting and celebrating me made me think I had fooled her because of my little blue glasses. And I thought, oh, she thinks I'm smart. Ay, pobrecita. So I thought, well, I'm going to do something, I'll try harder, because she's obviously mistaken. So I will try a little harder. And I did something I never did at my other school, and that's when I knew an answer, I would raise my hand. And gradually my grades moved up from D's and C's to C's and B's. And by the time I graduated, I was an A and B student. And that teacher taught me something, and that is that when you love your students know it. Mm-hmm. And when you don't love them, they know it too. That's not something they can teach you at a university. You either love your students or you don't. And this teacher loved us, and she nourished us with that love. So, of course, I had to step up my game. I had to meet that love. And I will never forget her, but I've forgotten her name. But I will never forget her. The reason why I forgot her name is because I only knew her for a few months, because I graduated to the next class. I came mid-year. But I see her, and I've acknowledged her in the acknowledgments of my last book of poetry. I call her Mrs. So-and-so. And Mrs. So-and-so was kind and loving. And when you're an insecure child, you need big doses of love.
Yeah. It's a reminder to all of us when we see children in our lives.
Yeah.
That to just pay attention.
Yeah, she came at just the right time. And we changed schools because of pipes, just like Esperanza, that broke in our brownstone. And I thank God for those broken pipes. I wouldn't be here today if we hadn't changed schools.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Okay. In the interest of time, because I want you to have time for your questions, we're moving to the next round. We are going deeper as we go. 3 new cards. 1, 2, 3.
I'm an intuitive.
I believe you. How do you get in your own way?
I think that one of the things that blocks every writer is fear. Fear. And when I have my old self, my 11-year-old self, and instead of the 69-year-old woman being asked to write for a journal or a magazine or an event that brings back my old trauma, I get in the way and get blocked. So one of the things I tell younger writers is you have to pretend what you have to say can't be published in your lifetime, that no one's going to read it, and you're going to speak it in the voice you use when you wear your pajamas, because you're trusting that other person. You don't think, New York Times is going to publish this, or I have to publish this in a journal. No, you just sit in your pajamas and you get back into the voice you would use, talking to that one person who could see you in your pajamas, and you imagine that what you have to say is just so amazing and so dangerous or so brilliant. You just can't get published in your lifetime. So you can be Emily Dickinson. You can say anything. And that is...
Does that still vex you from time to time?
Every time.
Really?
Yeah, I'm still frightened every time I pick up the pen. And I just have to be in that state of saying, okay, I give myself permission There's a lot of people out there that's already censoring me, especially in South Texas, so I don't have to censor myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Do a little of that.
House on Mango Street just got asked to be removed in South Texas in the Rio Grande Valley, so I want to respond to them because I think when books are being asked to be removed, it's because people are blocking right intention with fear. They too are operating from fear, not from their best self. So I invite people who want to ban books to invite the author. And, I know that my book isn't perfect. My book went out to the world and frightened someone, and I want to know why.
Yeah.
That's my child. And if your child was asked to the principal's office and sent home, you'd want to know why, right? So I think we need to not just get upset on both sides. We need to do some deep listening, because I censored that book already. I wrote House knowing that some people do not have babysitters or can't have babysitters, and little brother's going to be in the audience. So I already censored it. It's already written in such a way as to not offend anyone. So I want to know, where did I miss? And I keep asking that school board, please invite me. I'll come on my own dime.
Yeah.
I really want to deeply listen and understand why you're asking 675 books to be removed. What is in this book that frightens you?
Have they responded to your inquiry?
Well, the school let out for summer vacation, but I'm not forgetting in September.
Okay. 3 new cards. 1, 2, 3.
Well, I have not picked that direction, so I'm just going to say that one.
This one? What's something about yourself that you have reluctantly realized is true? You have a skip?
I would have to write a poem to get the answer to that one, so maybe we'll
skip it.
That's a lot no, that's a good question, because I think we learn things about ourselves every year as we get older, don't we?
Yeah.
I'm trying to prepare for my graduation, which is my death. I'm going to graduate. And I have in this period, I don't want to be afraid. I want to go and, not cling to life, because I think death is kind of exciting. I'm an intuitive, and I know there's something because I've seen spirits. So I don't know what's there. Well, whatever it is, it can't be as hard as living. And so I think there are things worse than death, and we know those things. We write about them. But I want to be prepared to leave this world feeling like I earned my death. I want to feel courageous. I want to be a model for people letting go of this life, because I think we tend to force people to stay alive longer than their time. I witnessed that with my father. And I want to go and say, ooh, isn't this interesting? Wow, I had no idea. I didn't think it was going to be like this. So whatever it is that's out there, whatever that ether is, I want clarity, and I need to practice that between now and whenever that moment is.
I'm sort of... Forgive me, I sort of lost the connection between the card said. What is something you've reluctantly realized is true about yourself?
Well, I guess...
And you went to thinking about
because
your
I'm
graduation.
learning so much. This is the exciting thing about getting older. There's some horrible things, yes. The parts are wearing out, the warranty's out. But there's a wonderful phrase in Spanish, de estas alturas, from these heights. You are at a height where you can review your life and you have gratitude for your mistakes.
Yeah.
Because, when they read my awards before I came out, I said, I wish they would read my failures. Because we learn more from our failures.
Oh, we got lots of cards on failures.
we got a long bio list for our failures. But think about it, if you didn't have those failures, you wouldn't be who you are now. The success isn't the awards, it's getting up from those failures and you keep going, you keep learning, you keep transmogrifying, you keep transforming yourself. So I think this is a magical mystery period of my life, that from these heights, de estas alturas, I can look back and say, oh, look what she did there. Well, it's good lucky she did that. You know, that I can kind of gather it up and it helps launch me forward.
Okay, we're going to go, and hopefully we have time for a couple of these. This is our last round. 3 new cards. 1, 2, 3. In the middle. Is there anything in your life that feels like praying?
Writing poetry is praying. If we all wrote poems every day, we would be better human beings. You know, if we all wrote about the things that strike our heart, good or bad, every day, even just a button, and by a button, you don't have to think of a beginning, middle, or end. Just write one little pearl button of something that touched your heart, good, bad, indifferent. That's all you have to do. And you collect these, and then you put them all together, and it helps you to understand yourself. And for me, it has helped me. I suffer from depression, but I never have to take drugs. I just write poetry. I read poetry.
Really?
Yeah, I read poetry. When the poetry's not enough, then I see a therapist, you know. But so far, you know, I learned from my mistake that I don't have to get that depressed anymore. I know what to do now, you know, from my mistakes. And, you know, I had periods in my life where I wasn't writing, I wasn't connecting with people, I was in a new environment, I was meeting my specters, the thing that made me most terrified, and I was doing it all by myself, and I wasn't strong enough to handle all that, and I slid into like a 9-month depression and became very suicidal. And I think one of the things that we're ashamed about if we come from poor communities is that, you know, we don't think of going to a therapist. You know, we just kind of drink or take drugs or beat up people or get beaten up. You know, we beat ourselves up. Very self-destructive behavior. Eat. You know, that's sometimes people overeat from they can't handle pain that life is giving them. But I never thought of going to see a therapist because I thought going to see a therapist was something wealthy people did, white people did, or people that were crazy, and or all of the above. And I didn't know that, like, if I'd had a wound on my body that didn't heal for 9 months, of course I would go to a doctor, not be ashamed. But I felt ashamed about going to seek a mental health specialist for my 9-month depression. And so that's something I talk about. If you've been depressed for over 9 months, it's not shameful. If you were in another community, you would go see a shaman or shamana, a curandera, and you can still see them too, but also go see a therapist. And there are sliding scales, so you don't have to worry that it's out of your reach. Sometimes you don't have to pay anything, but it's very important that you take care of your soul. And sometimes writing poetry isn't enough. There have been times in my life that it isn't enough, but poetry keeps me healthy. It's my medication. Reading poetry, and if you don't know who to read, you can go to the library and get an anthology and read the writers that speak to your heart. But it's so important that we write poetry, that we read poetry. It's like a, what do they call that when they do that investigative surgery and they tend the camera in your body? What's that called?
Laparoscopic surgery?
Yeah, but like it's that for your heart. So you see, how am I? Well, let me see. I have to write a poem. See. And that's a great thing about writing poetry. You don't know what it's about. You don't know what it's about when you begin. You might begin writing about tulips, and then it tells you about your mother. I thought I was writing about tulips. And that's what's so great about it. It's a kite that you have to give it string, you have to follow it, you have to run. Yeah. And then it lifts off, and when it picks your feet off the ground, that's it. But you have to compost the evil stuff that you're churning, if it's evil, often it is. And then when it composts and a little white flower blooms, you're done.
Yeah, that's a good place to end.
Thank you.
Okay, so with every episode of Wild Card, we play this conversation game, and then we end with a trip in our memory time machine. And then I make a weird sound effect. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. you know, like a time machine. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo-doo. And we take you to a place. You get to choose one moment in your past that you would not change anything about.
Oh, thank you.
But you would just like to linger there
Yes.
a little longer. Yes. Can you take us
I've
there?
written about it. It's called Akumal. It's a place in the Yucatan, away from Cancun, in that neck of the woods. And I had a mystical experience when I was very young. I've had a lot of mystical experiences, but that was like a major. I went there with my parents just before I started graduate school. And my father and mother were very interested in getting water, and we stopped. At that time, Akumal there were no hotels, no condos like now. It was just some hammocks strung up between palm trees and some little sheds selling drinks. And they left me alone, and I lay down on a very shallow body of water that was a little inlet. I don't like beaches, and I don't like water, and I'm not a great swimmer. So it has to be like that shallow for me to want to get in. And it was the softest sand. If you've been to the Mayan Riviera, you know it's the softest sand in the world. And it was all rippled like the roof of your mouth. So when you lay down on it, it cushioned you at the right places. And the water was warm. And the palm branches were giving me a cleansing. And the wind was just right. And the ocean was lapping at my earlobes. And suddenly everything shifted by itself. And I was in a state that we don't have a word for. It was like I understood what the Buddha understood, that I was connected to everything. I could never die because I was also the wind and the trees and the water and the sand and the universe. And everything was one textile. It was all interwoven. And I understood that. And I knew that, you know, well, I don't mind dying right now. This is perfectly fine because I can't die. And it was so wonderful. I don't know how many seconds or years or minutes I was in that state of absolute bliss. And then my father said, Sandra, vámonos! And I had to get up and go back to the real world and get in the car. And I thought, what the hell? What was that? Well, I was too young to know what that was. Yeah. I still am not old enough to know what that was. And whatever it was, it just was a little like a, you know, zoom, we're going to give her a little laser beam. And I thought, that was so amazing. It's happened to me again. It happens with great states of intense beauty, but I don't cause it. It's not like meditating. It only happened to me one other time besides that, after that. And I don't know what to call it, except Maslow calls it peak experience. I don't know Maslow, I don't know what to do. But anyway,
a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah. For me, it was a message and a vision. And I did not know I was an intuitive then, and now I do. So it's for me to share and to tell you that we're all interconnected, like the Buddhists say. We inter-are. And so there's no me and you or I or they, and we're all part of that. And I think we're witnessing that with the problems we're having with the environment, with something like COVID that makes us understand how much we are connected to one another. Anyway, I don't know what it was, but there it is.
That was beautiful. Thank you. So, we do not have much time, but I'm going to push this clock. We got about 10 minutes. So if there's anyone who has a question, presumably there are people with microphones, or there are standing microphones. Yeah, I see you guys. We'll go over here. Go ahead. You have a question for Sandra?
Hi.
Hi, Sandra. First of all, I'm honored to be here. I'm a huge fan, and I may stutter because I'm fangirling right now, but I grew up just like you. I have 2 daughters, and my 11-year-old is actually very much like us. And while your books have helped me heal as a parent, I think I struggle sometimes where I try to speak love into them, and it's hard for me as a mother, not for myself, as a mother. So I guess my question is just like, what do you feel would have helped you feel seen and loved as an 11-year-old?
What would have helped me
Feel safe and loved.
Safe and loved. Well, you know, I had something that saved me, and that was my father's unconditional love. My father, I'm very lucky. A lot of my women friends could never have the luxurious relationship I had with my father. He was greatly, he just was this super Baroque lover, and he loved all his children. The boys too, kissed them on the head, you know, hugged them, but he especially loved me. And I think girls need that from their parents. And I was very lucky that I got it from, you know, my mother was too busy. She loved me too, but in a different way. But I just felt like my father gave me such a gift that helped me to get up from the disasters. And I'm so glad I'm not dead, because I can say now from this perspective, from estas alturas, how rare that is, and how I would have, you know, when you're depressed, you don't think about anyone else but yourself, but how I would have hurt my father if I had committed suicide when I was 33. And how connected we are, like in that web, that we can't just think about ourselves when we're depressed, because we are connected and it affects everybody we know. And so I give gratitude because my father's spirit is here now, and I feel his presence every time I meditate. And that's one of the great things he taught me, that love never dies. We may change our physical form, but love's eternal. And if you're a sensitive being, you will feel it too.
Thank you for your question.
Love, unconditionally. You love your children unconditionally.
I'm going to go over here and then I'll come back to you, okay? Go ahead.
I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I'm so sorry to say that book banning, and your book is being banned everywhere in Texas. And unfortunately, I don't think it's anything that's in the book but the color of your skin, which makes me even sadder. I remember reading House on Mango Street when I was very young in middle school, and it was life-changing to me. I'm from Arizona. I was around a lot of white people, and here was this voice that was different. And I recently, American Dirt came out, and there was this huge controversy about whose story and whose stories we should tell, and who has the right to tell those stories. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that. Are there certain people who own those stories that should tell those stories, or is it just great for us to hear those stories?
I think everyone who is on the same team should help one another. And I felt that the author of American Dirt was on my team. And I never took back my blurb, because I also blurbed like 26 other books, including other writers who write about the border. They're all people who are on my team and I support. So if I take her blurb back, I have to take the others back too. And I don't believe that. But I think that the uproar was more, there was something deeper than just her telling the tale. It was about inequities that people felt upset about. But the blurbers, like me, we don't know how much the writer is getting. We get a manuscript, we don't see the contract. We get it way before anything goes out to the public. So I felt that I had to stand by my blurb, but I also had to, it was never public knowledge that I had blurbed many other writers that year. I felt it my obligation that year to do that, to counter the official story that was coming out of the White House in that period, during the Trump era. So I made it my business to blurb 27, 28 books, many of them about the border, and I didn't discriminate one or the other. I just felt everybody's on the same team. This author can get to writers that maybe the Latino authors can't get and change their mind. She's not preaching to the choir. She might be preaching to someone who's very much like her and very unlike me. And we're all advocating to tell the story of people whose stories aren't getting told. That's how I saw it. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for the question. Oh, there was someone over here. Yeah.
Hello. So I'm a fifth generation Mexican Chicagoan. My great-great-grandparents came here in 1924. And my great-grandmother is 91. She's still with us. She shares a lot of stories about growing up in Chicago back then in the 30s and the 40s. And so I'm curious about your concept of changing Chicano identity over the past few decades? Has things changed for Mexican Americans, specifically Mexican Americans maybe from Chicago or the Midwest? That have differed since when you first released your book to when you're now working on the opera and other things?
Well, that's a big question because I'm not a sociologist or a literary theorist or a critic, so I don't know if I can talk about Chicago then and now. I do know my family. I could talk about my family, but I can't talk about everybody. I know that my brother's children don't speak Spanish. I know that my niece is half Mexican, but is ashamed of being Mexican, and that breaks my heart. She doesn't know my books, I don't think. And I just feel in my own family I'm seeing this kind of disconnect with people not knowing their culture, their children not knowing their culture, not visiting outside of the United States. And I think it's essential that we all travel all over the United States as human beings, and that we go places that are people that are unlike ourselves. I love the quote by Mark Twain. He said, travel is the antidote to bigotry. And we need to travel because then we can understand other communities. Don't you? Yeah. And sometimes that's traveling outside of our neighborhood or traveling outside of the region or traveling outside of our country. But I'm seeing that my nieces and nephews, even if I give them a free ticket, they don't come to visit me. And I wonder if they're afraid. I don't know. Not all of my nieces and nephews, but some of them, I try to give them tickets to travel so that they will not be afraid of who they are and can learn who they are, because they're not going to get it sometimes in the schools, or they may get misinformation that will make them feel ashamed or afraid of themselves. That's the story I can tell you. I can't tell you beyond that.
So I'm so sorry, but I'm getting the high sign that we need to wrap it up. And
if you didn't get to me, my website has a place for you to ask questions, and I answer all my mail. Okay, so don't feel bad.
That's a big deal.
Okay?
I want to give you the last word. I want to give you the last word because, again, we are marking this phenomenal book. It has such a long legacy. It has touched so many lives. I was moved just hearing these few anecdotes. Is there anything you want to leave us with?
I don't know why my book is still selling, but I'm glad it is. It's my oldest child. Every book I write, I try to write a better book, and I hope my next book is my best book. And I just thank you for supporting House on Mongo Street. I invite you to come and see the opera. I hope the opera comes to DC one day. And I just have so much gratitude for all of you for being here. It's a lovely time.
Oh, it was our honor, right? Sandra Cisneros. Yeah, let's do one of these.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. That was so good. Bye.
Welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is Amanda Loeb, and I am an archivist in the Manuscript Division at the Library of Congress. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones. If you need to use the restroom during the presentation, if you'll please exit through this door closest to the stage. And if you're going to come back, please ask one of our ushers for a green sticker. We also have assisted listening devices for those who need them to the left of the entrance. Please make sure that you exit through the door next to the stage. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions near the end of this event. Look for the microphone stands down here and down there. Our program with Abby Jimenez and Casey McQuiston will begin shortly. Thank you.
welcome. You're all sitting there ready to hear three talented people talk about romance novels. But before we get into rom-coms, I want to make sure you all know about our film costume ball on September 12th. That's the night we want you to dress up as your favorite movie character. There's a lottery system to get into the event, so please register for tickets soon at loc.gov. Then, the night of September 19th, we're commemorating Hispanic Heritage Month with 3 leading Hispanic poets, including former United States Poet Laureate Juan Felipe Herrera. And lastly, on September 26th, we're producing a celebration of Nordic writers with novelists and short story writers from 5 Nordic nations talking about their latest books. These are all events in a series called Live at the Library, which happens every Thursday night when we keep the library open, the Thomas Jefferson Building, open late and invite you in so you can get acquainted with the Library of Congress. I'm honored now to introduce Abby Jimenez, a number 1 New York Times best-selling romance author. Her novels have sold over 1.5 million copies and have been translated into 28 languages. She has received a Good Morning America Book Club pick and a Book of the Month's Book of the Year award. Before her writing career, Jimenez was in the national spotlight as a Cupcake Wars champion and founder of Nadia Cakes Bakery. Her latest novel is titled Just for the Summer, and Casey McQuiston is also a number 1 New York Times bestselling author of romantic comedies, including One Last Stop, I Kissed Shara Wheeler, and Red, White, and Royal Blue. This is so much fun. Which was adapted for film in 2023. Their writing has appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Bon Appetit. McQuiston's latest novel is titled The Pairing. They're in conversation with Megan Labrise, the editor-at-large of Kirkus Reviews. She is the executive producer and host of Fully Booked, a weekly podcast featuring author interviews and reading recommendations, and a past president of the National Book Critics Circle. Now, enjoy the festival, and let's welcome them all to the stage.
Wowee! Give it up one more time for these incredible authors. All right, we are on the modern dating, we love it, we hate it panel. If you're in the wrong room, please stay, you might have some fun. All right, we're gonna be talking about everything. We're gonna be talking about happily ever afters. We're gonna be talking about meet cutes. And speaking of, how did you two meet?
Oh my God. We did like an Amazing Race thing at the Baton Rouge Book Festival.
Yes.
Not on purpose, though.
Yeah. It was 2019, fall of 2019, and I think we were both baby debuts. Like, we had just both debuted. And we were at the Baton Rouge Book Festival, and we kind of, I think, got accidentally forgotten by some of the event staff. But thankfully, I'm from Louisiana, and I've been to many a field trip at the Louisiana State Capitol. So I was like, you want to get in this golf cart with me? And we've just been friends ever since.
Yeah, she was supposed to come host me for my launch of the Happy Ever After playlist, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
So this is like our do-over.
This is our do-over. Yeah.
We love a do-over. We love coming back together after a long time, and we're going to make this one count. So just as a form of an icebreaker for this one, again, modern dating, we love it, we hate it. What do we love about it?
I love the social media aspects of it. I put a lot of it into my books. I know that can sort of date a book, but I don't care because I think it's so relevant, and that's the world that we're all living in right now.
Oof. That's actually a very difficult question, because I think anybody who's like anybody I speak to who's in the modern dating scene is like, it is dire out here. But I do think that something amazing about modern dating is how many different kinds of people you can encounter through so many different ways now. I know, especially queer people, I know so many people who have met their partner through long distance online friendship and like are now married. I think that's like the number one way that 20 to 30-year-old lesbians are finding each other these days.
Can't dispute. So it's interesting that they put modern in there. We're talking about contemporary, we're talking about now. There is a sentiment expressed in one of your books towards the end of the book, and we're going to get deeply into the books in just a couple of minutes, but there's a sentiment expressed by one of the lovers in the books, and it's like, the love stories of yore lied to us, or they sold us something that wasn't exactly true. Care to comment?
So, as a married person who's been married for 20 years, for me, the most enduring love stories are not the ones that are overly romantic, or, you know, it's not stars in your eyes, it's not dancing under the moon, it's real life. It's taking care of each other when you're sick. It's respecting each other and helping with the kids and being good partners to each other. And there's a little line, I don't want to spoil it, but in Just for the Summer, Chasten thinks about this. And that's actually gone really, really viral on the social media platforms that I love so much. Because I think it resonates with a lot of people, especially if you've been in a long-term relationship. You know, that is truly what real romance is. And in the book, Chasten and Emma never really get what we as romance writers consider to be a traditional love story. They don't, you know, their dates are always interrupted. Their dates are always tinged with, you know, real life dramas that are happening to them. And, you know, what they get is more realistic. And really that's what's beautiful about it, I think, in the end.
I mean, I think that so much of love is about those in-between moments, you know, those small embarrassments and miscommunications and little things that you laugh off with your partner. The big gestures, the big sweeping romantic score in the movies, I think kind of pales in comparison to the casual intimacy of like you and your partner like bumping elbows when you're brushing your teeth and like knocking the toothbrush out of someone else's mouth, you know? I think sometimes that's what love really is a very unglamorous, unsexy thing that becomes so romantic in its specificity and its intimacy.
I think we both described as what I've come to think of as the extraordinary ordinary. It's like, you know, when I think of classic romance, I think, you know, he's a duke, he's a prince, she's a, you know, maiden, you know. People have proximity to fame or wealth or power, you know, but at the end of the day, even, you know, the president or the president's son wants to love and be loved, you know. The extraordinary ordinary. And when you can find that bliss with somebody, it doesn't matter that there are all of those things. It all gets stripped away and it's just person to person. So, you mentioned Emma and Chasten, Abby. Would you please tell us a little bit more about the lovers at the center of your new book?
Well, I can give you sort of the elevator pitch for the book.
Please.
Chasten and Emma have a curse. Everybody that they date goes on to find the love of their life after they break up. And Chasten does this, Am I the A-hole Reddit post that goes viral where he mentions this. And Emma reads it, and Emma reaches out to him. She's like, hey, the same thing happens to me. And they come up with this sort of cockamamie idea that if they date each other, in theory, their curses will cancel each other's out. So Emma, who's a travel nurse, goes to Minnesota to date Chasten just for the summer. And, of course, things don't go as planned. It's a very realistic love story. I know it's got sort of a tropey premise, but I think the book has got a lot of relatable things in it. It dives deep into mental health and the way that relationships that we have as children shape us and make us who we are as adults.
It's also the third book in a trilogy, and I know you must get this question all of the time, but please, for the uninitiated, is it possible to read this book by itself?
I mean, you can, but I don't think you should. All of my books are standalones, and if you want to get the most out of my books, I recommend starting with Part of Your World, then reading yours truly, and then Just for the Summer, because there's some connections in there, and it'll take you for the best ride if you read them in that order.
Thank you. Okay, Casey, who are the lovers at the center of the pairing?
Yeah, the lovers at the center of the pairing are Theo and Kit, who are two bisexual exes who split up on the plane ride to their dream European food and wine tour 4 years ago, and had to cancel the trip, went their separate ways, didn't see each other again, but were both left with a voucher good for 48 months to go take the trip, because it was not refundable. And so it's been 4 years, and unbeknownst to each other, neither of them have cashed in this voucher yet, and so they book the same tour and don't realize until they get on the same tour bus that they're going to be trapped together for 3 weeks of basically a beautiful, sexy pressure cooker of the most delicious, sumptuous, erotic sights and sounds and smells and flavors of Europe. And then they're going to see how that goes for them.
Sure. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
And it's interesting because with Justin and Emma, they both have this thing, like the next person, when somebody dates them, the next person they go on to, that'll be the one. Kit, in the pairing, kind of has a thing too, maybe to a lesser extent, but what is it?
Well, I think that his thing is he accidentally makes people fall in love with him everywhere he goes.
Why is that?
I mean, I think there's something to be said for somebody who just exudes the air of a romantic. He's such a hopeless romantic that it's just pouring out of him constantly, and I think that can be very alluring and very intoxicating and someone you just are coming across. But I think I also describe it as like he was born with the face of like a fancy little god prince and like this and this absolute earnest interest in everything everyone is saying to him all the time. And so you have this person looking into your eyes and being like, tell me more about yourself. And you're like, should we get married right now? And yeah, it happens.
Among the things he's earnest about is he has been on the quest to make the perfect cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
Abby, care to comment?
Yeah.
Well, as a baker, I actually don't make cinnamon rolls, but I do make a cinnamon roll cupcake that is very fantastic at Nadia Cakes. Shameless plug. No, but what I can make is a very excellent cinnamon roll hero. And that is my favorite kind of hero to write, and that is the one that I'm going to keep writing for every single book. And they only get sweeter as time goes on.
When you said cinnamon roll hero, my first thought was like a hero sandwich. I was like, you can make a cinnamon roll that big?
Yeah. Like a foot long.
But yes, a cinnamon roll love hero. Now I understand.
It's a beautiful thing.
I love both ideas.
We are foodies.
For each of you, and whoever wants to go first, have at it. What was your goal that you had in mind when you were writing this specific book? What did you want to explore in this book?
I really wanted to explore, like I said earlier, the way I find relationships fascinating, and I find human nature fascinating, and I find the way that I love unpacking how people end up who they are. It's one of my favorite things. And then putting that in the scope of a relationship, you know, figuring out why Emma is the way she is and how this is a challenge for her in relationships. And I just really wanted to unpack that. And actually, I started, when I was writing this book, I started knowing who I wanted Emma to be. And I use mental health beta readers for all of my books. I use advisors for all of my books because I want them to be accurate and I don't want them to be harmful. And one of the very first things that I did before I even started writing was I sat down with my mental health beta reader, Karen Flood, who's a psychologist. And I said, this is who I need Emma to be. Tell me what would make her this way. How would we get here? How would this person be, have this attachment issue that she's come to have? And, we walked through it. We spent hours going back and forth, really walking through what kind of childhood would create this type of person for this book. And then also what kind of childhood would create Chasten and who he ended up being, and how do they end up complementing each other and working for each other or not working for each other. So that's really where I started with, and that's what I wanted to explore in Just for the Summer. And to be honest, I didn't think that this book was going to be as relatable as it is. I actually thought this is my least relatable book. I actually said that to my editor because surely, hardly anyone, has got a mom like Amber. And that actually turned out not to be true. Apparently we all, maybe it's not our mom, but, we all have an Amber in our lives. And I also have an Amber in my life. And I think a lot of people felt seen reading this book, saw themselves in the pages or saw themselves in Emma. And, maybe some of their decisions about how they handle that person felt validated to them. And that also made me feel seen. So, yes, this book did a lot of things, I think, for a lot of people, including myself.
And for me, too. Just one reader on a stage. Thank you.
I think for me, I mean, for the uninitiated, I write queer romance specifically, and that is what I do. And I think that queer books have this pressure that other books don't often face as much, which is it needs to be important. There are a lot of expectations that your book will educate people in something or challenge something or push for progress in some way, which I think are all really honorable intentions to have when writing a book. But it is also a lot of pressure, especially when romance, I think some of the most progressive and transgressive things about the genre is simply the room it allows for pleasure. Historically, for female pleasure, I think more in more modern era, queer and trans pleasure and pleasure for people who don't often see themselves represented in a pleasure genre, and sometimes that is also quote unquote important to see. And so when I sat down to write the pairing, I think the biggest thing I wanted to do was I wanted to drill down into what is romance, and to me it is pleasure and it is saying yes to everything. And so this book was sort of an exercise in abundance. Everything, every detail I thought about including, I was put it in. It's a sound, it's a sight, it's a smell. I wanted it to be this sensory feast for the reader. I wanted to be so much of everything that it was, because I think that it was, for me, this sort of response to the way that, I think there's these limitations placed on so much queer literature, especially when it should be also about having fun and in romance about embodiment and discovery and connection and all of those things. Sometimes the message is just that we're doing it too. Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, this book is dedicated for pleasure?
Yeah, the dedication just says for pleasure, which I thought was a fun pun.
A little saucy. And yours, Abby, is dedicated to your readers, correct?
Yes. When I started writing, and this is sort of what the dedication says, but I was writing as a hobby. I never in a million years thought that I would ever be a published author. I thought you had to have street creds to be a published author. You had to have a blog, a really popular blog, or have gone to college or something. And I just was writing for fun. I was, writing as a hobby, and I was writing for myself. It was just a way for me to be creative and to, share stories with my daughters in the beginning. And, of course, I ended up getting published, and now so many people are reading my books, and I say this all the time, but it's so fun because it feels like when you're writing a book, it feels like you're watching a really cool TV show that you love, that you can't talk to anyone about because nobody else has seen it. And as soon as it comes out, you have all these people that are watching the same show as you, and you get to talk to them about it. And it's just, my readers have made this whole experience so rewarding and so fun. I genuinely love what I do. And 95% of that is the reader interaction, and 5% of it is the writing.
The joy comes through, the pleasure, the happiness. These books are also really, really funny. And one of the ways that humor shines through is through dialogue. So I wanted to ask both of you about how you write dialogue, because I read a lot of books. It doesn't always come off. Sometimes it comes off as dialogue. Yeah. But this sounds like a conversation I'm overhearing that I want to continue listening to. Yeah. So how do you think about writing dialogue?
I think it's really tricky because I think one of the big things is chasing the rhythm of a natural conversation. When two funny people in real life are having a conversation, unless they're two really annoying people, it shouldn't just be constant, like that joke and then another joke, and then we're trying to one up the last joke. And so allowing room for people to like enjoy each other's humor and to like play off of each other rather than like trading these little barbs or these little banters. I think real banter is about chemistry and about, responding to each other in the moment and sometimes just having a moment to appreciate how funny that joke just was. I think that is a huge part of it. When I think it starts to not sound as natural as when you can tell the writer's like, look, I'm funny. I can do it again, and I can do it again. And you know what? I have been that writer, and I will be again. But I think that the best banter and the best dialogue scenes for humor always come when these characters are actually enjoying each other's brains.
Yeah, for me, dialogue has always come really natural for me. So the first book that I wrote was actually a really terrible YA dystopian romance that will never, ever see the light of day. And I put it on a site called Critique Circle, which is like my number one. If you want to learn how to write, even if you want to learn how to write good dialogue, join Critique Circle. It's got so many forums, so many resources for budding writers. They'll teach you, where to put the beats in dialogue and, structurally how to write good dialogue. And I had submitted this terrible YA romance onto Critique Circle, and of course the strangers of the internet, who will always tell you the truth, did, and they were like, this is a terrible YA romance. However, your dialogue was really fantastic. So I decided to trunk that book and write a new one, a contemporary romance, so that I didn't have to do too much world building. And I was going to lean really heavily on the dialogue that I knew I was good at, and I wrote the Happy Ever After playlist. That was actually my first book that I ever wrote, not The Friend Zone. Which is why the friend zone, certain things had to happen, because it already happened, because the Happy Ever After playlist was first. So don't be mad at me, okay, if you've read the friend zone. So in terms of dialogue, one of my best practices is I always read it out loud. It sounds one way in your brain, but if you read it out loud, you'll feel the sort of bumpy delivery of the lines. You'll feel if the pacing is off. Sometimes pacing can be fixed just by changing, when you put pauses or breaks or even things like I said. And reading it out loud really helps me with that. So one of my processes when I'm near the end of the first draft of my book is I call my sister-in-law, and she puts me on mute. She puts herself on mute, not me. And I read the book to her for the next 8 hours over the phone, and she gets to hear the book early, and I get to hear if there's any clunky dialogue. To what Casey said, you also have to think about who these characters are and how that character would speak, what crutch words they would use when they're talking, because your characters are all different people, even side characters. What crutch words would they use? What cadence would they use? Do they speak with an accent, and how does that translate into the lines that you're writing? But honestly, just reading it out loud helps so much.
Yeah, I highly recommend reading it out loud too, although I don't have anyone in my life who listens to me read for 6 hours, so I'll work on that.
Oh, I bet you we could have some volunteers here in this audience.
So for anybody in the audience who writes romance, there's a lot of good information to glean here. So maybe I will ask for a writing tip next, and let's turn from humor to steam. I'm going to take this opportunity to pause now and remind you that at the end of our session, there will be time for you to come up and ask a question of these lovely authors. If you should so choose, there are microphones on both sides of the auditorium. So be thinking about anything that might lead from today's conversation that goes unanswered by the time we open it up for questions. Also, I'd like to remind you that a question ends in a question mark. Very much. So back to steam.
Back to steam.
What advice would you give to a fellow romance writer on writing sex scenes?
For me, it's not so much about the physical aspects, but about the emotional aspects between those characters. So, in my books, typically, I know Part of Your World was a bit of a break from my norm, but typically we don't have those scenes with my characters until we are so invested emotionally into both of them and how that plays out. With Part of Your World, it opens up with a one-night stand, but we don't actually see that one-night stand on the page because, again, we're not invested yet in seeing that interaction between the two characters. So for me, when I'm building up steam, I'm building it up through intimacy. The characters, they're in love by the time that's happening with them. For me, that's what I love when I'm writing my characters.
I mean, I think that it is... First of all, I love that we're talking about this at a Library of Congress event. This makes me very happy.
Thank you for having us, Library of Congress.
But no, I mean, I think sometimes the sexiest thing about a moment or a scene is not necessarily what's literally happening, but those things that are sexy are seeing someone in that place, in that zone for the first time, like seeing that character through the eyes of the person who's learning, like what kind of sounds they make, what their breath sounds like where the freckles that you've never seen before. Those little moments, I think what we were talking about, like the extraordinary ordinary. I think sometimes it's tempting to just get bogged down in the blocking of it all, and then it just sounds like you're describing a game of Twister from memory, and like left foot red, and it's not exactly. And so I think that sometimes what's more important is exactly what you're saying, like focusing on what these characters are feeling, what they're discovering about each other through this moment of intimacy, what they're discovering about their own feelings, where it's like, I didn't know when I touched them in this way that like it would ignite this feeling in my body, and I think that's what a true intimate moment can be about. And so, I don't know, I think that we get a little nervous around steam and around, whether that is a detraction from like the literary merit of a book. But I actually think that a good, strong intimacy scene is one of the hardest things to write, because there's not only the moving parts of it all, but the tension, and then the building of the tension, and the resistance, and then the magnets pulling and pushing, I think is such a difficult craft to master. And the best romance novels, I think, are written by some of like the greatest geniuses of character tension and using language to build almost a physical reaction in the reader. I think that's like alchemy. That's magic. Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah.
Speaking of literary merit, I couldn't help but notice that we're on the main stage of the National Book Festival. Furthermore, we are one of 3 genre fiction panels on the main stage of the National Book Festival. No other category is getting more airtime on the main stage of the National Book Festival this year. Does that feel so very right to you?
It feels very right to me. Casey, does it feel right to you?
Yes. I mean, I think we always say in this industry, like the open secret, the best kept open secret in this industry is that romance keeps the lights on. Yeah. And it's wonderful to see it celebrated.
I really like that, and it's a phrase I'm going to carry with me. I also, you know that I'm a fan of kind of the one-liners that accompany your books. With the pairing, it was...
some things taste better together.
Right.
It's a triple entendre.
Abby, do you do lines?
I have a lot of really great lines in my books. Do people get your lines tattooed on them?
Yes, they do.
They do. That blows my mind. I'm like, oh my gosh. I hope I never do anything to disappoint you, because that's going to be there forever. No, I always try in my books to have, at least one very quotable line, and I never go into it knowing what that line's going to be. It just sort of speaks to me as I'm writing. In Part of Your World, that line was grace costs you nothing. And yours truly, be harmless to each other. That's like an ongoing theme in the book. And, I just love that, though, when readers just hang on to that and they, print it out or put it on a shirt to come see me on book tour, or they tattoo it on themselves. It's incredible to know that you've made that impact on somebody, or that you've spoken something into the literary world that people don't ever want to forget. That's an amazing feeling.
I was just going to say, it just reminds me of like when I was a teenager, I was like obsessed with taking one line from a poem or a book or a song and like writing it on my shoes or something, like how like teenagers do stuff like that, because you think it makes you look very cool. But it's like this, it was this gateway of like these little nuggets of creative turn of phrase that gets stuck in your mind and become this gateway of like, I want to learn how to command language like this. I think that is such a delicious little entryway into becoming your own kind of writer.
What was your delicious little entryway into romance, both of you as readers, I'm assuming? Do you remember your first romance or?
So I grew up going to libraries. And I became a reader very early on. Being a reader is what made me a writer. And I remember the very first time I was introduced to romance. It was in history class in high school, and the girl in front of me used to read Bodice Rippers, like the mass market with Fabio on the cover.
Good for her.
I know. I wish I knew her name. I want to find my old yearbook and find her and be like, thank you. But, you know, I would lean, you know, look over her shoulder, and these books always had these absolutely stunning covers. I mean, that was just, they were gorgeous. And they made me interested in what was in them. So she would hand them back to me. I would take them home. I'd read them. And we would, you know, she would bring a different book to school almost every other day. And I would read those books. That was my foray into romance. And I loved it. And I just found myself chasing romance, even when I was reading outside of the genre. I just always loved the romance within any, you know, genre that I was reading. And even in movies, you know, I just love the romance. And, you know, for a long time, you know, I had kids. I started naughty, kicks out of my house. I was very busy for a very long time and sort of lost, you know, my reading journey. I didn't have time. And when I did get back into it, romance was the number one thing that I reached for. I was reading the Outlander series. I loved, and I know this isn't, you know, a romance, but I loved the, gosh, I just lost it. The Mockingjay.
Oh, Hunger Games?
Hunger Games. I love that tension, you know, when it's like, will she, won't she, which guy? You know, I just got really...
Were you Team Peter or Team Gale?
Oh, PETA.
Okay.
PETA.
Sorry, I just needed to know that.
No, I just love the romance in any book that I reach for. And I came to a point where, you know, I kept chasing a certain kind of romance read that I wanted to read, and it made me want to write it. And that's what actually got me to sit down and start writing my first book, was, you know, wanting to write the kind of romances I wanted to read.
It's so funny. I've never heard you talk about your origins trying to write young adult fantasy first before finding your way to like your true fit. Because I had a very similar journey where I was also struggling with extremely bad, unfinished YA fantasy manuscripts, because that was what I had read primarily. And I was like, well, that's what I write. That's what people write, you know? And it turns out world building's really hard. And the thing about contemporary romance is the world we live in.
Yeah.
And
so much easier.
And the world building you do is more like, okay, so like, what does the inside of her cupcake shop look like? You know, not that makes it sound much easier than it is. Some of the historical romance writers I read are more versed than the leading historians in the world on like historical fashion, exactly how many multiples of eyelets a corset should have. I mean, these are the real juggernauts of history.
They do the work.
But to answer the question, I have a sister who's 8 years older than me, who's a voracious reader. And when I was like 11, she was 19, I remember her having you know, the pulpy like supermarket like mass market paperback where it's like slide it into your pocket size. And I remember stealing Full Tilt by Janet Ivanovich from her shelf, and like squirreling it away in my room, like behind, like I remember literally like making a little like cubby behind my desk, so it was like a summer afternoon and I could read the whole thing without anyone knowing, and get it back to her shelf before she got home from work that day. And that was my first romance, and it was just like eyes bugging out of my head, like this is allowed, like this is a genre. Like I thought that I had to, exactly what you're saying, find the love stories inside a bigger story, and I didn't know the love story could be the story. So that was like my first one, and then I think, you know, I got older, and I'm a member of like the Twilight generation, and so like, you know, the Hunger Games generation, the generation of young readers who really like cut their teeth on like these huge YA fantasy or like YA dystopia or YA sci-fi books and thought that was the path. And then I think it was The Royal We by, I'm going to get their names right. Hey, Heather Cox and Jessica Morgan. Is that right? Did I get their names? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I always mix up their last names. I read The Royal We, and it was my first contemporary romance I had read in a long time, and I was like, God, I forgot how much I love this genre. This feels like home. And it just like everything fell into place, and I had an idea. I had the idea for Red, White, and Royal Blue like probably 6 months later, and it just felt so natural. It just like flowed. And I think that is like how I knew it was where I was supposed to be. Wow.
And everybody always says that they want to read, that, like you talking about it, they're probably like, oh my gosh, I would just love to read that YA book that you start. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't like it. Trust me. It was mine. I can't speak for Casey, but mine was bad. You never want that.
Mine incomprehensible.
And I think it makes a good point too, is that I think sometimes there's a perception that you just, got published on your first book and just, hit the ground running, and that's very, very rarely true. There's very often many books that preceded the book that you finally got published with. And in my case, it was 3 very terrible YA dystopian romance novels that no one will ever see. And it's all practice. That's the thing, is that there is no wasted writing. Even if nobody ever sees it, that's practice, because I'm sure your YA book helped you become the writer that you are now.
Oh, completely. I think all the time about this quote. I think it's from the author Erin Bow, I want to say, but she was talking about how it's relating bad writing to like the active yeast in a kitchen and where you're making sourdough bread, and how the bakers will use those yeast to mop the floors, and it's all just in the air. Even the worst loaf is not wasted because it's enriching the doughs that come out of the oven every time. And I think that's what writing is like. There's no word wasted, because every word teaches you something you didn't know before.
Abby, care to comment on yeast?
I thought that was a very good analogy, and also tied really well in with the pairing.
Oh, yes, okay, yeast in the sense of bread. Okay, got it. Okay.
Back to these 2 excellent books. Is there a song if the couples in these books, if the lovers in these books had a song you'd associate with them, what would it be?
The Next Time I Fall in Love by Peter Gabriel. I think I actually slipped that into the book. When I'm writing, I always have a playlist, and no one will ever see. It's just for me. And it's just songs that make me think about the characters or fit with the theme in the book. And, of course, if you've read that book, you understand why that song would work. But yeah, there's always a playlist for me, a secret hidden playlist for every novel.
For me, it's actually mentioned in the book as it was their go-to karaoke song when they were together, which is Can't Stop Loving You by Phil Collins. And I think it definitely becomes a bit prophetic for them. Yeah.
I was at Starbucks this morning thinking obsessively about your books, and on comes I'm Every Woman by Shaka Khan.
Ooh.
Got me really psyched for this event.
Really amped, yeah.
It really can augment the experience. I have kind of a random romance question. Is the grand gesture on its way out?
Oh.
I don't think so.
I feel like the grand gesture is having a retooling, because I feel like when I was coming up as a teenager, the grand gesture was Ryan Gosling in The Notebook being I'm going to drop myself off this Ferris wheel and die if you don't go on a date with me. And I think we've gotten to the point where that's not great. It's a bit manipulative and not cute. And
that's a very good point.
You shouldn't literally threaten to die. But I think that we're reassessing what a grand gesture can mean. Sometimes a grand gesture, a friend of mine proposed to his wife in Spain and arranged, learned some Spanish so that he could arrange for a photographer to be there when he proposed to her. And to me, the gesture of that is the planning and the effort, and the way he was she's gonna want photos of this, and I'm gonna learn 17 words of Spanish to make that happen. That's a gesture. I think that we are learning like a real grand gesture is about actually knowing someone and knowing exactly what would be so meaningful to them.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think the grand gestures of yore were a little bit toxic. And I think as a society, we are very thankfully moving beyond that. But, you know, I just can't see, you know, books not having some sort of grand gesture, but having them, to your point, be very thoughtful and mindful, you know, and something that isn't things that we wouldn't want someone to actually do to us in real life. Because a lot of those 1990s rom-coms that we love so much, I think you'd be sort of horrified if somebody actually did some of that stuff to you in real life. Like, please don't do that. No, but I love my grand gestures. I love them.
I love them too, but I think if we were to do a family feud of the most horrifying ones, it'd be like, ding, Jumbotron.
Yes. Oh my God. In The Wedding Singer, which I loved as a teenager, when he like literally disrupts her entire flight to like sing her a song on acoustic guitar that goes on for like 2 full minutes in front of the whole plane, I would jump out.
I know, isn't it so fun? I watch a lot of those a lot of those movies back, movies that I loved when I was younger, and I'm like, oh, but that's not, no. Yeah, I fully agree. Some of them are kind of horrifying.
In about 4 minutes or 3 minutes, 43 seconds, excuse my math, we are going to open it up for audience questions, so you can start to approach the microphone if you got a really hot one. But I've got another one for you both. In each of your books, respectively, we get chapters from the perspectives of each lover. Casey, in your book, we get half of the book from Theo's perspective, and then we shift to Kit's. And Abby, in your book, every other chapter, we switch off between Emma and Justin. How did you arrive at this perspective-sharing way of telling their respective love stories?
It just felt very natural to me to do dual POVs because I want to see what they're each thinking. And as a reader, when I read, or any book really, I love to know, I like to have that little insider info as a reader to know what is in that character's head. It's almost like being in on a secret, you know, if we're in one character's POV and they're thinking one thing, you know, we know because we've read the other character's POV what they're actually thinking. I love that. And I feel like it builds so much more intimacy for the reader with the characters to understand their thought processes and who they are as people, you know, why they're behaving the way that they are. I don't think I would ever write a book without it.
I really admire writers like you who can do a dual POV alternating and still manage to keep that like propulsive forward motion of tension between the two characters, even though the reader can see the miscommunications happening. For me, I really struggled when I decided I wanted to do dual POV. I knew I wanted to, a second chance romance, you kind of got to hear both sides. Like, every breakup, the two parties are going to have a different idea of exactly how and why and who won the breakup or how over the other person is, you know, I needed both sides. But I was really struggling with how to build that tension, because in my books I feel like a lot of my conflict engine comes from one character feeling so much but not knowing how to initiate that contact because they don't know how the other person feels, and the reader doesn't really know how the other person feels, and that there's that moment of release the first time you see that character acknowledge the attraction on a page. So I was really struggling with how to do this dual POV alternating, and then I was my Brazilian publisher sent me on tour in Brazil with another of their authors, E. Lockhart, who wrote We Were Liars, and we were literally on the gondola in Rio, and I was just venting to her about this creative issue I was having, and she was like, oh, we'll just do the first half from one POV and the second half another, and I was like, well, it was another one of those moments where that's allowed, you can do that. And it was so fun to do it that way because to me, I felt like I was able to structure each half almost like its own 50,000 word novella with a beginning, a middle, and an end in a sort of abbreviated traditional 3-act structure to give each character their own little arc that was happening over the course of their perspective. And that was really delicious because both of them had separate lessons they needed to learn from their breakup and their reconciliation and how they've grown since. And so it was a really interesting craft puzzle for me that was incredibly rewarding to do, and now I'm I don't know how to go back.
We are at 15 minutes and the lines are deep. So I am going to open it up to questions, but thank you so much for your generosity with me.
Thank you.
Now we shall open it up for questions starting on this side of the room.
I am so sorry. I'm probably going to have a shaky voice because I'm very nervous. What a privilege to be standing in front of both of you. Abby, you were my favorite author, so I'm going to try not to cry. I'm going to be quick. I thought it was interesting that you said that be harmless to one another was the most memorable line in yours truly, because love shows up has actually been the most for me and everybody in my life that loves your books. So much so it was in my best friend's wedding vows. Literally, we love you so much. And so my question is love shows up a principle that you follow in your life, or was this just true to Brianna and Jacob?
I can tell you that almost every single one of my books has real aspects of my life reflected into it. Whether it's, the way that I feel about relationships because of the wonderful marriage that I get to be in. I can tell you that in my marriage, my husband definitely shows up for me. That for me it's a love language, love showing up. Every single one of my books reflects my real life and my real views on what love should look like.
Thank you so much.
What's your name?
My name's also Brianna, actually.
Thank you for your question, Brianna.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I actually lived in Canoga Park, California when I was a teenager. I had no idea I lived so close to Pulp Fiction film sites, so thank you. I'm also a nurse, and I noticed certain phrases in your books, like sedation vacation and other things, made it really obvious to me that either there's someone in your life who is a nurse, or you took the time to get beta readers who are in the medical field. What is it?
It's that one. While I do know quite a few nurses now, one thing that I really learned, especially off of The Friend Zone. So The Friend Zone was the only book that I did not have advisors on. I didn't have sensitivity readers on. I didn't know what I didn't know at the time. And every book since then, I made it a point to get sensitivity readers, get beta readers, because I don't ever want anyone thrown out of one of my stories for something that's very easily researched. Or to cause harm by depicting something inaccurately or inauthentically. So for every single book, for example, just for the summer, I know I mentioned that I had, a mental health beta reader, which I use on every book. I also had doctors that I interviewed. You can always check the acknowledgments to see the due diligence that I do in my books, but I have a lot of nurses that I have read my books. And actually, funny story, one of the nurses, I said, if you were a travel nurse, what department would you absolutely hate to end up in?
Med-surg.
And she was like, Med-surg. And I was like, just to be thorough, I'm going to make sure that I ask more than one nurse. And they all said Med-surg. Yeah. So Med-surg it was. But no, I do a lot of due diligence to make sure that things are accurate, because I don't ever want anyone, like a nurse reading my book, to be like, that's not how it is. I don't want to do the Grey's Anatomy version of it, where I know it drives all of you bonkers because Grey's Anatomy isn't accurate to, the medical world. It doesn't have to be like that. We could do a good job. So yes, I've got a lot of advisors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I have a question for Casey. I grew up in Oklahoma. I grew up in a community kind of like Shara Wheeler and Chloe Green and all them. And I think it's very interesting across all your books, but especially I Kiss Shara Wheeler and Red, White, and Royal Blue in Conversation, to look at them through a lens of religion, because they have very different perspectives on it.
Yeah.
Like, there's some kind of just like throwaway like Catholic moment things in Red, White, and Royal Blue, but there's also like very extremely deep spiritual moments like the VNA and like the entire Texas lake house experience. So I was wondering if you've thought about those books in conversation with each other in terms of religion.
Yeah, totally. I think the way that, to me, like coming from my own personal experience, like I was raised Catholic, but I went to Southern Baptist school for most of my like adolescence. And it was like, ironically, in that environment, you start to feel like, wow, Catholics are so laid back, I don't think it's ever been said about Catholics before. But I'm like, yeah, it's like they're like the fun uncle, And so I think I always like related a lot more deeply to Catholicism because I saw it as so much more permissive, which again is very funny. So to me, like, I really have always related to like the spirituality of like ritual and like aesthetic beauty. Like so much of Catholicism, I think, is concerned with like stained glass windows and chanting, and I'm like, sign me up, baby. And then like so much of the environments that I felt were stifling to me were this sort of like kind of repackaged as less repressive, but were ideologically much more restrictive. Like the like no dancing, no drinking, no Halloween kind of stuff. I was like, whoa, this is a lot. And so I don't know. I think in Red, White, and Royal Blue, Alex being Catholic is very much a function of him like being from Texas and having like half of his family being Mexican and all of those things. But they're also kind of a reflection of a more romanticized spirituality, where I think Shara, as a book, is more concerned with the darker sides of certain kinds of Christianity. But I think that both are about both of them, I think, allow everything to be true, where it's like, I think in Shara, as much as there is harm and like spiritual abuse that happens in environments like that, at the same time, you can't dismiss it all out of hand because we're all on this kind of spiritual journey together. And for some of us, we find meaning in different things, and we find hope and we find purpose in spirituality. And I always wanted that book to feel like empathetic to that as well. But yeah, I think the conversation there is mostly I was going to CCD in the afternoons and Bible class in the mornings, and then Bible class they were like, "Oh, you're definitely going to hell for going to CCD," which is like so funny. Like it's like wait, they told me the other way. Like last night, I'm confused. Yeah, so that's why Alex has a better relationship with Catholicism than Chloe does with fundamentalist Christianity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my question is for Abby. So we've talked a lot about romance, but one of the things that I love about your books is actually the female friendships. So if you can highlight kind of why you always portray these beautiful friendships in all of your books, but also the role that they play in real life romances.
I think female friendships, actually any of the friendships in the book is so important. Not only do they play a role in the book to lampshade certain things, so the writer's term, okay, lampshading, means a character or the author inserts something into the book to let you know that they are aware of this thing that you as the reader are getting irritated about or worried about, okay? An example of that would be Maddie being like, girl, be so freaking for real. That guy's amazing. What is your problem? That was Maddie's role in Just for the Summer, was to lampshade some of these things, that you as the reader are thinking. So she plays that role. But also, I just love that dynamic. And I actually told my editor when I was writing Just for the Summer, I feel like this book is not just a love story between Justin and Emma, but it's also a love story between Maddie and Emma. These are two people that have this soulmate bond. It's a platonic bond, it's a friendship bond, but they are soulmates. Maddie's going to be with Emma for the rest of her life. And, I think that was just so important to depict. And it helps, too, when the guys have friends as well, in the books. Obviously the female friend, I know, right? It's good when they've got buddies. No, but I mean, just so that somebody's telling them they're being an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you need that role. I love writing those friendships, and I will always do that in my books. And I think that probably started with the Happy Ever After playlist. They say that your first book is sort of always from your POV, right? Because you don't know how to write strangers yet. You're not an experienced author. So when I wrote the Happy Ever After playlist, I very much modeled Kristen, the best friend in that book, on my own best friend, Lindsay. And Lindsay's love story, her struggle in her relationship was really based around infertility, which is why the friend zone, which was Kristen's story, was based off of my best friend's own infertility struggle from start to finish. I modeled Kristen's infertility journey, literally word for word, after what happened to my own best friend. So that's why you felt such a strong female friendship between those two books, is because really I was writing myself into Sloan and I was writing my best friend into Kristen. And I just loved how that felt so much that I just continued to do that in every single book that I could. And I continue to do it in my next book as well, the one that comes out next year in April.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Hi, guys. I recently finished writing my debut novel, contemporary romance, and I started pitching agents. I did it, originally started pitching at a conference, and I got over 15 requests, including 2 full manuscripts, which is all very exciting. But I want some of the big guys. I think these agents are amazing, but Abby, I just pitched yours, and I didn't use a dick joke like I heard you did when you pitched your agent. So my question to you guys is, like, how do you get your agent? I know Casey's yours is closed for furries right now, so we put that one on hold. So yeah, I would love to, like, the ones I already got requested from were amazing, and I'm so grateful. But it seems like there's 3 agents who rep like most romance authors. So what's like the secret to getting that?
Well, I can tell you that Critique Circle is, again, a fantastic resource. Critique Circle will have forums answering how to write a great query letter. It'll have so many different resources on how to do that. And that's the source that I used when I wrote my query letter. I can tell you that you want to look for somebody not only who reps what you write, but also somebody that you like, because you're going to spend a very, very long time with your agent. Check out their social media. Make sure you like their sense of humor, because you don't want a fake laugh for the next 10 years. And Stacy was actually a boutique agent. She wasn't at a big literary agency, and that wasn't really important to me. I wanted to find somebody that I could have a good time with, somebody that was passionate about the books that I was writing. So that's what I sought out, not really like a big, top tier Stacy was very new when I met her. She'd only been agenting for 2 years and was at a very small boutique agency in Minnesota. But yeah, I would just say, make your query letter as voicey as possible so it reflects you as a writer and, maybe the characters in the story that you're selling. Be yourself, tailor it to the person that you're sending it to. Don't send a form. Just picture how you would want someone to send you something. Do you want to feel like you're being solicited and it's spammy and it's like you're sending something, that you're sending to everyone, or do you want to feel personalized and them really get a feeling of who you are? And yes, mine had a D joke in it. I don't know what I can say here at the Library of Congress.
Well done.
It did, but it reflected my voice. It was funny, it was conversational, and that's what she picked up on. Not necessarily the joke itself, but the fact that, you could kind of get through in my query letter what kind of writer I was and what kind of person I was through the voice in my query letter.
If I could just add real quick, sometimes it's good to not be with someone who's like got an absolutely jam-packed list of like bestseller after bestseller after bestseller, because that means they're incredibly busy, and they might, if you are somebody who wants a more editorial type of agent, somebody who's going to respond really fast and read really fast, those people might not be the best fit for you. I would sometimes encourage people to like look up the agents for people whose writing you really admire, because that's how you know you're going to really vibe with the agent. Sometimes I feel like the end product is very tempting to go for the people who are repping the most bestsellers or the ones who are getting the biggest deals. But when you're building a creative relationship like that, like Abby was saying, I think you also want to make sure it's somebody whose like creative instincts and tastes like really inspire you and you think you can grow with them. That's just my 2 cents. Sometimes it's better to be a little quieter and you're stable and to know that you can have a bit more of your agent's time and attention.
I agree with that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If I could just add one.
I'm sorry. We really got to keep it rolling. Speaking of jam-packed, we have a couple of minutes left, and that is it. Do you want to do 2 more questions, or do you want to do a lightning round?
I'm not in charge.
Okay.
I always get hung up on lightning round, so let's do another question.
Okay, 2 more questions, and it's got to be fast.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, but everybody, you should know you can go and have your book signed later. Please buy the books, wait in the line, sign them. You might have your moment then. Your question, please.
I'm Laura. This question is inspired by Casey, but for both of you.
Okay.
How do you keep the research process from overwhelming or stopping the writing process?
I loved how speedily you delivered that
We
question.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, now we got to speedily wrap up the applause.
Okay.
Okay, that's a great question. I get overwhelmed by research a lot, but I think that the most important thing about it is to think about what's actually going to be interesting to the reader. Just because you researched it and you know it, and like it feels like a waste of time to cut it out of the book, your reader really is here to read these two characters like smash, and like quite frankly, like they don't need to know that you know a historically accurate hairstyle all the time, and it's really wonderful that you do, but they don't need to know that all the time. I think if it's actually enriching the experience of reading the book, and it's like for me with the pairing, it was a lot about what was enhancing the environment and immersing the reader in like this place and the way that Theo and Kit were experiencing the place, then I put it in. But yeah, you can really get like down the rabbit hole and in the weeds, and you have to kind of reel it back sometimes and think like, if I'm a reader, do I need to know this?
Yeah. Library of Congress for stealing an extra minute. One more question.
Sorry.
I'll be quick as well. My question's for Casey. When you were doing your travel research trip for the pairing, what did you feel like was the most influential experience you've had in your writing of the book?
Oh, definitely when I was in Florence and I went to the Uffizi Gallery and I saw the Birth of Venus. That's like what my like tattoo I got for the pairing is the Birth of Venus. I just feel like the aesthetics of it, the gender of it, the beautiful sensuality of it was so like the embodiment of what the book was, and that book really is about embodiment. But yeah, I would say Birth of Venus. Done. Final answer.
I would say just for the summer, I would say the pairing, and I would say thank you once more to these amazing authors.
Could you see one?
Good afternoon, and welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. My name is Amanda Loeb. I am an archivist in the Manuscript Division at the Library of Congress. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones, please. If you need to exit the room, please exit through this door next to the stage. If you need to leave the room during the presentation to use the restroom, get a green sticker from one of our ushers. That'll let us know to let you back in. We also have assisted listening devices for those who need them. They are outside of the entrance door to your left. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions near the end of the event. You can come to either of the microphones on this side of the stage or on that side of the stage. I'm now pleased to announce that we are joined by Tamron Hall, a two-time Emmy Award-winning television host and executive producer of the syndicated talk show Tamron Hall, as well as a best-selling author, a self-taught cook, and a mother. Born and raised in Texas, Hall had her culinary senses ignited at an early age by her grandfather, Lewis Mitchell, a barbecue pitmaster, and the bond they developed around food. Off-air, Hall enjoys cooking at home with friends and family gathered around the table. Hall's new book is titled A Confident Cook: Recipes for Joyous, No-Pressure Fun in the Kitchen. The co-author, Lish Steiling, is a chef, food stylist, recipe writer, and James Beard Award and Emmy Award-winning culinary producer. She has worked for and contributed to The Today Show, Food Network, The New York Times, The Tamron Hall Show, Vanity Fair, Yahtzee, and The Kitchen, among others. Leading today's conversation is the 14th Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden. Please enjoy the festival and welcome our friends to the stage.
And I'm the librarian.
The spicy one.
Yes. All right. Well, this is truly wonderful because I want to say, and I've been waiting for a little while to say this, let's dish. Let's dish. Because we can't thank you enough for Tamron, and we've already said that Lish should be delish. All right? But, okay, Tamron, I'm going to start with you. You've had a very successful career as a journalist, a news anchor, talk show host. But I don't know if a lot of people know about your mystery series, because I'm a mystery fan. All right? Tell us just a minute about that.
Yeah, you know, for many years I hosted a show called Deadline Crime, for 6 seasons, in fact. And after I decided to end that show, we all found ourselves in our home, locked in. And once we realized that the world was not going to end, I looked at my husband and said, if you don't open these Amazon boxes, I don't know what I'm going to do. And he said, you need a way to work off some of this energy, because we were all, of course, so anxious. So I started writing this crime series, this character, Jordan Manning, inspired by my 30 years of being a reporter and my obsession from Nancy Drew series that was under my bed as a kid growing up in Texas that my dad kept saying, will you dust those books off already? But I could never let them go. So Jordan Manning is a character inspired by my years as a reporter, as a crime reporter. She's tenacious. It's a little bit of Sex in the City meets, I'm old enough to remember a show called Police Lady with Angie Dickinson.
I'm not.
Come on, I can't be.
No idea.
You know when you just got owned by the chief librarian, life is going to be tough right now. Google Angie Dickinson, kids. But she's a scrappy journalist, and now we're in our second book. The first was Watch Where They Hide, As the Wicked Watch, and we have Watch Where They Hide, which I'm so proud of. And then this led me to just really expressing my life beyond the TV show and finding books as this beautiful outlet.
And then
enters
Lish.
a friend that has people ask me, how did we end up with this cookbook? I'll give you the abbreviated story of it, but it much started after the death of my father in 2008. I just really started to find my way on the national TV stage, and the greatest figure in my life, other than my mom, my father passed away. My dad had a great love of cooking. You know, he was the type of guy, he was in the military for 30 years, and he would never eat dinner. He'd just stand there and watch us. And I'd say, Dad, why aren't you eating? He said, I just love cooking for you guys. I love the joy of seeing you all eat. And my dad could bake, he could grill, he could do anything. He was like just an incredible cook. And when my father passed away, I said to Lish once, it's like the character in the movie where you go to commercial break and that character's not there. This central character was no longer with us. And I knew I was going to miss many, many things. But his cooking, and the last conversation we had was about this sweet potato pie. And I was, in New York working, and I couldn't get the sweet potato pie right for Thanksgiving. It was just a mess, and it was a disaster, and it didn't taste like my dad's, and I was so frustrated. And then my dad passed away. And I was looking for a way to express my love and to show him that he taught me so many things. And I thought, wow, he would be stunned if I learned to cook. He might walk down heaven's stairs and say,
he might be coming right now.
Right, he might be coming right now and say, that's you in the kitchen? Because when people would say to me, I love to cook, or it was relaxing, I'm like, I know you're lying. There's no way. Because it was a chore, in so many ways. So I'm working at the Today Show, and I walk over to the kitchen one day because we do the cooking segments at the end that you all complain are too short. Like, oh, go ahead and do a commercial break before they make the recipe. So I'm there, and I see Lish, and she's got a radish tattoo and a carrot.
Cool.
And I said, anyone with root vegetables, you gotta be able to cook. You could have anything. You go for a radish. Who likes radishes in here?
I mean, come on.
Okay.
A little salted butter.
That's about 20%. So the rest are with me, right? So I said, she's got a radish and she's not afraid to use it. How do I learn to cook? And I went over to her and I said, what's the deal with the tattoos? And she, starts talking to me. And then she had a couple of bruises. And I was like, is that from cooking?
It's tough. It's a tough industry.
She says, it's a tough industry. She goes, no, I'm in a boot camp. A boot camp, yes. And I said, like, you're in the military? She's like, no. We go to a boot camp on the weekends to work out. And somehow, in about a 5-minute scenario that involved her giving me food and tricking me,
to come and do a boot camp.
The next day we end up at a boot camp. True story.
She showed up.
I showed up.
She's not going to come. She showed up.
At a boot camp in Central Park in New York. There's more poop than grass.
Yeah.
And there I am doing crunches on the ground in Central Park saying, so you ever teach anybody how to cook? And she's like, 1, 2. And I survived the boot camp. Yep. I know this is a long answer, Dr. Hayden.
No, but
I do a talk show. They pay me to talk.
Well, I'm looking at the spoon on her arm, too.
And she's got a spoon and a fork. So if anyone in life is going to teach you how to cook, it's someone with a tattoo, spoon, fork, and a radish and a carrot. So we go back to my place. I have a little chihuahua at the time, and my chihuahua was the barometer. If you could get past May Love, you were going to be in my life forever. She weighed 3 pounds, but
she was fiercely
protected. Lish and her wife Abby walked in. May Love fell in love, and we became family.
Literally, she was like, "Oh, don't mind her. She doesn't like anybody." And meanwhile, my wife's holding May Love, and I'm petting her, and we're like, "What do you mean? Like she's fine."
Likes us.
It was very Dr. Evil, if you've seen them. But suddenly they're like rubbing my dog, looking around my house.
Very much so.
But we started to talk about family, and Lish is from Wisconsin.
Yep.
I'm from Texas, and we started to talk about what it really means to have good friends. What does it mean to break bread and have a meal? And before I knew it, I met one of my best friends in the world.
which I do feel like is hard to do as we age.
Yeah.
So the
well,
fact
I'm
that
not aging, and neither is Dr. Hayden.
No, but as you get older,
Yes.
like, I mean, I met one of my best friends well into my 30s.
It's true.
And, you know, I mean, sometimes you just have to expect the unexpected, you know?
So, unexpected, Texas and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So how did you bond over food cohesiveness?
We didn't talk politics.
That's true.
No,
but we do agree on
we
that.
agree on that. But no, you know what? We're both like food lovers. I mean, I love it from the perspective of the eater. She loves it from the perspective of being a James Beard Award winner. So we started talking, and I said to her, listen, I really want to learn to cook, and I don't have confidence. I don't know where to start. And I shared with Lish that it was about a month before we met, I decided, and I'm a Virgo, if anybody's a Virgo, yeah, I get obsessed about things. I'm like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to teach myself. Thank you, Virgo in the house, the one person. Happy early birthday, by the way.
That's less than 20%, by the way.
I've won the radish, I've lost the birth war. I said I wanted to learn to cook, and someone said, you know what, there's a store that does like cooking, like little...
demonstrations, like classes.
Demonstration you can watch. And I said, okay. I go to the store. I watch. And I was like, wow, this is great. And the woman said, you know what? I'll tell you what. Buy Ina Garden's book, The Barefoot Contessa. Foolproof. And that's where you start. So I take that advice and I buy all of the books. So I'm
and all of the gadgets.
Well, so this is the part of the story that gets really sad. I buy all the books. I place them on the counter. Then I walk around the store. I pull out everything. They've got the onion chopper that looks like the car. They've got the potato scrubbers that say potato. You know, they've got, I am buying everything that I can imagine. I walk out of this store like Pretty Woman when she walks out after they went and do her thing. And so everyone that works at the store, they close the store to escort me to the taxi because I'm like loading the bags in. $2,000 on my credit card. And I went home still not able to cook.
And no food.
And no food. This is true. But I have a beautifully stocked kitchen that would make TikTok cry. So I said, this is crazy. So around this time I met Lish, and Lish was like, you did what? Let's go to the Restaurant Depot. We go to this Restaurant Depot. Thank you, baby. Now give me that bottle. I know how to. So we go to this place, Restaurant Depot, and the first lesson I learned was to become confident in the kitchen. Like in life, it's not about the things you acquire, right? Sometimes we look at life and you think, if I get that car, if I get that house, if my kid goes to this right school, it's all going to fall into place. It doesn't. It takes much more than things. And there I was surrounded by things, but still not confident. And then Lish, we started talking about the through line of confidence in the kitchen and life. And she said, listen, you have to listen. When you cook, you have to...
You use all of your senses. The food speaks to you because it makes sounds, so you have to listen. You can clearly see it, so you visually are like kind of adapting as you need to go. You can taste. Taste is like... If there's one thing that you take away from this book, it's taste and season as you go, and like you are in control of that. You're using everything. You can touch. If you're dressing a salad, I fully support dressing a salad and tossing it with your hands. Like it's each piece of lettuce perfectly coated in the dressing, and then taste that and add a little bit more salt if you need it. And like it's all of the senses. It's a very sensual experience.
And it's going to be talking to you too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it's true, I wasn't tasting, like I would get a recipe and I would, like if you said a quarter teaspoon, this was me.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't taste. I was following the directions but not listening. And I then started to think about my dad. He was in the kitchen. Papa, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. It was a dance.
It's a dance.
It was a dance.
Yep.
But it was a dance I was still afraid to get on the floor. And then came my coach. And ironically, Lish grew up as a dancer in Wisconsin.
That explains the boot camp.
Yeah, does it? I'm not so sure.
And we will start dancing in a second for you.
Yeah, and so the food talks to you. You said, Lish, that, and I wrote it down, I fully believe cooking should be a conversation.
Yes.
So explain that.
I mean, cooking is a conversation. I mean, it's a conversation between you and the food. When it came to Tamron and my friendship, like, that's kind of what got us started, is that one night she just texted saying, what should I make for dinner? And I said, well, what do you have? You know, like, let's talk about it. Which is also her tagline for her show. But, like, she sent me a list of ingredients. And I
had
said,
a bronzino, because I'd gotten a fish from the grocery store.
She was cooking for a suitor, by the way, which
talk,
I love.
You just telling all my secrets here.
But all is well now.
I had because we all need inspiration. And so outside of my father, I was seeing someone.
As you should.
And I wanted to cook. No, there was nothing. Well, he's not the person I ended up marrying, so there's that. But
we're dishing.
I know,
now.
this is dishing, right? You thought this was just a cookbook. No. You are now in the family. Turn off your phones and I'll deny it all. But I was like, I wanted to cook dinner for someone. I don't remember who, but it was a guy. And so,
I do, but I won't say.
So I said, I want to cook. And so she says, okay, what do you have? I've got the fish, I've got this, and I've got the cauliflower. And I was like, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how to trust myself. And this was via text message. And Lish would say, put a glug of this. Fill your hand over the pan. Like, for example, do you know that you can create your own nonstick pan without buying a nonstick? You know the answer to how? Well, you're close. By the book. So, Lish taught me with a stainless pan or a cast iron in my case. Turn on the flame. Heat it up throughout the flame. You know, you've got the hot pan. Put your hand there. You'll feel the heat come off. Mm-hmm. Put your fat in. That's your butter, your oil, whatever. It's now nonstick. The heat has to simply make its way through the stainless or the cast iron. We're not anti nonstick, but you don't have to buy a nonstick pan. Heat and fat, that becomes a nonstick pan. I've saved you money. I want it for my book.
But those are conversations that we were able to have.
So you started having these conversations?
Through text message.
Through text message.
Because we lived on different ends of New York, and taxis and Ubers, it starts adding up. I had to pay for that $2,000 haul from that store.
Right.
So we started texting. And she started nurturing. And over time, and I'll tell you a true story. So at the same time, Lish is coaching me through becoming more confident in the kitchen and exploring things. The Barefoot Contessa heard my story of my father passing away. And she extended an invitation for me to come to her home. Yes, I just name dropped her twice for a reason. I went inside. We started to talk about why cooking. What is the connection, right? When you're sitting down at the table with your family, with your friends, when you're in the kitchen cooking together or just for yourself, the connection of providing the nourishment for your body, knowing what you're putting in your body, but also just escaping from life. As I said, I've been doing this 30 years. I have a career that I love that I never could have dreamt. I'm a kid who was a single mom, brought me home from the hospital. On paper, I'm not supposed to have the life that I have. I worked very, very hard, but I was looking for ways to escape. And suddenly I'm in the kitchen, and it becomes this thing I never imagined, which was an escape. Like all of these strange things I would hear people say about the joy of cooking, I started to experience it. And other than Ina Garden, the greatest teacher I've ever had in the kitchen was Lish. They have this common thread about recipe creating. So we have 79 recipes in this book. But the book starts with how to pack your pantry. Like, I didn't know what I was supposed to have. Lish is like whole grain mustard. I was like, lady, I know French's. Like, I am intimately friends with French's, whoever that is. She's like, no, these are the few things that you should have in your pantry. These are the building blocks for a salad, for a steak, for anything you need. Then she says, apple cider vinegar. I'm like, okay, I know white vinegar. No, you need apple cider vinegar. So in our book, we tell you how to stock your pantry. We give you suggestions on the tools you need. My favorite cooking tool in the world is a fish spatula. Ma'am, don't try to humor. Wait a minute.
A fish
You just want a hug. Come on over here.
A fish spatula. Now, I hope you will explain why there's a special spatula.
It's very
I just
thin.
like saying spatula.
It's very thin and there's lots of space, so you don't tear up the fish.
And it's like $2.99. This is not a fancy thing.
No.
But it's really thin. I thought you had a fish spatula. Okay.
Well, that explains a lot.
It's
about
a
my
thin,
fish.
easy to find. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it at your local kitchen store. It's a very thin spatula. So I like whole fish, for example, which we have a beautiful whole fish recipe in the book. It allows you to flip things with ease. And so that became my favorite tool. Your favorite tool, you listed the book.
Oh, I still say a chef's knife.
Chef's knife.
An 8-inch chef's knife. I like the brand Mac. It fits well in your hand. Like, it's just my go-to. And I mean, you can do anything with a chef's knife. You
So
only
that
need
means
3
you don't-
knives in your kitchen.
Yeah, you
by the
only
way.
need Wait a 3 minute. knives.
We're just going off here.
No, 3, only 3?
Yep. A serrated knife, a chef's knife, and a paring knife. You can do all that you need to do with those 3 knives.
You got it? Paring knife, serrated knife, and a chef's knife. That's, for us non-chefs, you know, the knife, the sharp one on the end. That's all you need. So that kitchen block that you have when you go home tonight and you look at it, it's taking up all of that space on your counter.
You're just gonna shake your head at it.
It's like,
Let
you
it go.
can keep it if you have room, but we have small kitchens.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a big kitchen, you don't need a 90-piece knife set.
Right. And if you use it, like if you have a 90-piece knife set, and you use every single one of those pieces, God bless you. That's great. But you really only need the 3.
So the book starts that way. We explain some essentials that have a long shelf life for your pantry. We tell you some of the tools that we use in our kitchen that if you're a beginner or if you're someone who's experienced in the kitchen, that you might want to layer in. And then in the book, we have an entire chapter called Don't Sweat the Technique. And we literally start with how to boil an egg. Because you think you know.
Do you know?
Sometimes.
There
Sometimes it works, and sometimes of all the little pieces.
We have, Lish, you have the book there.
Oh, I got the
We
book.
actually, through a technique that Lish has really mastered, and again, I can't say enough about Lish. Her culinary career is the stuff of legends. A kid from Wisconsin.
It's gorgeous.
Who finds a love of cooking and goes on to win James Beard Award. But in the book, for example, scrambling an egg, can you demonstrate the technique that you talk about in our book? It's much cooler when there's egg on the pan.
Exactly.
It looks better.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Lish, you say in the book that you were cooking and styling food. I want to hear about the styling. When you were just a teenager.
Oh, I started cooking full Thanksgiving dinners at the age of 13. That's
They
when
must have loved you at home.
we would go out for Thanksgiving and Easter meals when I was a kid, and then I started cooking them as I got older at 13, and then we'd stay home. My parents got me a Martha Stewart Living subscription when I was, I think, 12 and a half maybe, and I just fell in love.
Which is what we talk about in the book. You know, we have kids in the room. Well, the baby there is a bottle, so too small. But, you know, I was so proud. My son, Moses, who went viral a couple of weeks ago for ordering 75 onions online. Google it. It's a whole dramatic story. He was making his own smoothie last night. He's 5. And with assistance and through what I've learned through Lish, you know, he participates in the kitchen. And that he is a picky eater like most kids. But I've learned so much of the mystery behind food. When he's able to participate, he will try. So he's there, and a lot of the recipes that we have in our book. Now that I had my first child at 48 years old. I don't have time to make 4 meals. I'm like, ugh. And for me, like we have a bucatini. It's a pasta. The sauce you can freeze. It's easy to carry on, you know, if you're traveling or for lunch for school, but it's something the entire family can enjoy. It's a beautiful bucatini with a burrata that, you know, when I prepare it, my whole family is sitting down, which is a priority for me. Back to the inspiration, my dad, other than his cooking, we would eat dinner together on Sundays. And I miss it to this day. And it was one of the traditions I wanted for my son, maybe not on Sundays, maybe it's just on a Wednesday, whatever day, but we're able to sit down. And so we have recipes in there that if you're working, whatever, if you're not, whatever you're doing, the last thing you want is another burden. So we have, though, delicious recipes that you're able to make, but then we have even more elaborate things because we want to build your confidence. Our first vacation together as a family, we went to Antigua.
Yep.
And we love whole fish. And I said, Lish, there are people who don't like to touch whole fish or intimidated. If we're going to build the confidence, we need some like big milestones in the book. So we have a whole fish with a salsa verde that is incredible. And you can make it. Even if tomorrow you say, there's no way, I'm going to go get this fish and I'm going to trust Tamron and Lish. I can't make it. We have it at the end of each recipe. We use our real dialogue. So Lish created all of these recipes, and she is your favorite chef's favorite chef. Meaning, there are recipes that you have made that Lish created and you don't know she did. Because when you're a recipe creator, your name is not in the byline. So Lish created 79 recipes. She sends the recipes to me, the novice, so I'm you. So right now, look at yourself, I'm you. Your hair might be different. I might be older, that's okay. But I'm you right now. She sent the recipe to me. I would prepare the recipe, and I'd send my questions. So I'd say, wait a minute, I can't find pink peppercorn. What am I supposed to do? Or, wait a minute, marinade? I didn't see that it said marinade, and I don't have time. What am I supposed to do? We have a fried rice. We call it friendship fried rice. So I'm like, I want this fried rice recipe. Except for it said Dale rice. I'm like, I don't care. What is this, Harry Belafonte? Dale. I don't have old rice around my house. Like, what do I do? She's like, leave it out, dry it out, and she walked me through. So each recipe ends with real questions that I had, like your favorite.
My favorite chapter is about what does a pinch mean? What does a dash of something?
Right.
What is a sprinkle of that thing?
Yeah.
It's just like, what does it mean?
The chapter is literally called What Does It Even Mean? Because so many recipes, I mean, not all of them, but so many recipes are written kind of vaguely, where unless you actually like have a lot of practice in cooking and following recipes, it leaves a little bit of room, right? So, and that's good. It's sometimes done on purpose, but knowing what those little things mean empowers you to feel more confident in the kitchen and be like, I know what finely chopped means. I know what roughly chopped means. I know how to dice an onion. Of course I do. Like, those little things make you go, okay, I can actually cook.
Well, tell them about
What's
the pinch.
Yeah, so how many people think a pinch is like...
A literal pinch. Right.
That's a pinch.
And by the way, you're not wrong to think that because it says pinch, right?
But my pinch is 3 fingers and a thumb. Like, that's my pinch of salt.
And you might be saying, oh, that's salty, right? Well, one of the things that we tell you in our book, not all salts are the same. So, for example, the one salt we use, Diamond Kosher salt. And we don't get paid to say that, so don't clap for them.
Yeah.
Because
unless somebody from Diamond Kosher is out there, and then...
and in that case, pinch away. But Diamond Kosher salt is a less salty salt. And it's anywhere. It's not a fancy brand. It's nothing you're going to have to, finance your kids' education to get. It's a basic salt. But the reason that Lish uses it in the recipes, which is what we talk about in technique, layering your food. You know, how many times have you cooked it and then all of a sudden at the end you're like, salt?
And then it tastes salty, right? Like,
I've been there. I've been you.
With cooking, it's so important to layer in the seasoning because you want each ingredient to taste the best that it can. And the best that it can involves a little bit of salt. Salt is there to bring out the flavor of food, not to make it salty. So, and we all need salt in our bodies to function as humans. So it's not something to be afraid of. It's just taking practice to actually layer in those flavors and learning the technique of seasoning.
I'm feeling better already.
Yes, you are. That's right.
You know, and that's what's so important about the book because in life, anything, as I said, my son is getting ready to go to kindergarten. So we're already having affirmation pep talks to build his confidence, right? This is what we do in the book. We want you, whether you're a beginner or somebody who's an experienced cook, to continue to feel confident in the kitchen and feel confident in this experience of, which I see it as a blessing now. I did not. it is a blessing to be able to go in your kitchen and cook a meal. So we have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. We have drinks if you drink.
And brunch.
We have a tahini milkshake.
Oh, it's a malt.
That if you, malt. It is a tahini malt that if you make it, you will want to marry one of us.
Oh, the chaperone.
And I'm telling you now, we're both taken. We have 2 different chickens because we really wanted, again, for this to be an experience for you, whether you are stepping out of your lane. We have a beautiful recipe. It is a giant crab cake because the joke was every time you go to a restaurant, you get those 2 little crab cakes and nobody wants to take the last piece because you really know you want it, but it's like, they gave us this little crab cake.
Yep.
You want the last piece? No, you take it. And then your heart is dying because they took it.
Yeah.
We have a giant crab cake because we have a whole chapter called Move the Crowd, Feed the Crowd. Yeah. Because one of the things that we do at my house, as I said, we're lucky enough to probably go to any restaurant that we want, and that's not a brag, that's just our life. The best restaurant is with friends at home. The wine is cheaper.
Yep.
And I'll mark up. The food is cheaper. But you get to talk as loud as you want. You get to eat more and have a good time. So this book really is about the recipes. It's about technique. But it is about the great experience of sharing a meal with people that are special to you. And that can be friends, family, all of my holiday meals, because we all live away from our hometowns. We have a motley crew of people at my house. So there's Nellie from Cameroon, there's Larry from North Carolina, there's Fred from North Carolina, we've got some Texans. We pretty much have the DNC roll call without little John. but that's joy. So that's why in the book it says joy, no pressure cooking. So Lish has a chocolate chip cookie recipe. I said, Lish, we have to share this with the world because it is absolutely divine. Lish taught me how to spatchcock a chicken.
Yeah, we need to talk about that because there is a reason that we have 2 roast chicken recipes in this book. It's because when she was testing the spatchcock chicken recipe, she FaceTimes me going, what the heck am I doing?
Okay, polling the audience. Who knows what spatchcocking a chicken?
See?
Ooh. Quite a few.
This is an elevated audience.
Well, we already had the fish spatula.
See, yeah.
Right. Well, for those of you who didn't raise your hand, you are my kindred. We are family. I didn't know what spatchcocking a chicken. Thank you. See, ma'am, you had to do it with the visual because you just didn't even explain it. It is the removal of the backbone of the chicken. So it allows the chicken to cook flat. But I'd never heard this before. So I get to ask all of the questions you would be embarrassed to ask. So I said, ma'am, what is spatchcocking a chicken?
Yeah, it was pretty good because, she's trying to set the phone up. She's got her scissors out. She's not sure what section she's supposed to be cutting out. And she's like, listen, we need a whole roasted chicken for when people don't want to have to do this.
And that's what we have it.
We did that whole roasted chicken. But the second time she did the spatchcock, she did it without my help.
Was a spatchcocking queen.
Yes, she was. After she sanitized her phone because it was all chickeny from her going, I don't know what's going on.
But we wanted for the book to have these levels. Like I said, for the beginner, we wanted you to feel comfortable launching in. But for those of you who are experienced cooks and who enjoy cooking, as I do now, we wanted you to find some interesting things that you may not make. We have a harissa carrot side dish that is heavenly. Can we just read some of the titles of our...
Well, I've got one in mind because some of them are personal. So the maple shakerado.
Yes.
It's a drink.
It is. The
and
shakerado.
Lish's father-in-law, Dennis, makes the best maple syrup every year with a few friends in his small town in Wisconsin. No joke. It's the best. And once Tamron tasted it, there was no going back. Now, Lish smuggles it back from Wisconsin in her suitcase. Imagine going through security. After almost every visit, we even ship it to Tamron's cousin, Erica, in Texas.
Yep, true story.
We pretty much have a maple syrup black market going.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
But we have the drinks in there. We have a grilled cheese sandwich called the Moses grilled cheese.
Oh, he's in there too.
With my son, because one day Lish was at our house and I said,
Here it is.
there's the picture of it.
And there's Moses. Bringing it to
Young Mo.
Young Mo, young money Mo. But I said to Lish, we were there, and I said, can you make this grilled cheese for him? I've got something. So she said, okay. So I'm thinking it's going to be bread and cheese. But when you have a best friend who's a James Beard winner, award winner, like, okay. And I came out, and she'd used the pears that were in this bowl, mustard, the bread, and this beautiful grilled cheese that my son devoured. That was an elevated grilled cheese that an adult could enjoy, but my son did as well. And again, listen, my kid is a picky eater as well. He's not French. He's not sitting there like Grey Poupon. He's a regular old 5-year-old. But the pears and the cheese just gave it great flavor, and he loved it. And that's why that's in the book. I'm from the South, and I grew up with sakatumi cakes. That was a big thing at my church. My mom's church would do these bake sales. So Lish created a socket to them cake that is absolutely divine. My mother's photographed in there with a cup of coffee. And when we first gave her the cake, we were nervous because my mom is a Southern black mom. She's gonna tell you. She's gonna tell you how the cake. So we nervously slide the cake. We hide behind the door. And then she's like, okay, girls. So we have the sakatumi cake in there.
Sakatumi cake. And there's Mom.
Look at that. There's my mom with the sakatumi cake. So we have big group recipes. We have this baked French toast casserole. That's my go-to breakfast. Lish added a hint of cardamom and cream. You prepare it and refrigerate it overnight so that all of this deliciousness can soak into the bread. The next morning, you take it out, bring it up to room temperature, and you bake it. And why that recipe was so important to me, in building my confidence in the kitchen, if it said marinade or overnight, I was out. I'm like, wait, that just sounds like extra work. But what I discovered in building my confidence, and this is how Lish prepared the recipe, the first thing is, I said, Lish, we have to warn people right off the top that it is either marinade or it's going to take extra hours of time. Because there's nothing worse. Oh, no, that's why. Because there's nothing worse than getting...
They have warning signs.
There's warning. Because I have gotten home and I'm like, go to the grocery store, I'm going to make this. And then you start reading the recipe and you're like, marinate for 24 hours and you have no food. You're like, okay. So I said there has to be a warning.
They have it.
Because to build your confidence, that's a setup for a fail, right? So this particular baked French toast, I thought, okay, overnight, but it's in there. The next morning, I've got my godson there, my bestie from Texas has visited, her husband, my kid, everybody's there. I take the French toast out, bring it up to room temperature, put it in the oven. Now I can do my bacon, now I can do other things, and I've got this beautiful French toast recipe that I set myself up for success the night before. We also have a way to prepare bacon that will change your life. Because full disclosure, this is not a vegan book, hence the reason I've mentioned bacon.
Texas, Wisconsin.
Yeah. Was never going to be. We were never going to walk away from anything that moved, or oinked. But this book is about technique. So one of the things that Lish experimented with and has had great success with, we take bacon on a sheet pan. You turn your broiler on. You have a rack in the middle. Mm-hmm. You put your bacon in the oven. Broil. You crisp it up, take it out, flip it, a few more minutes, take it out, put it on like a wire rack or a paper towel. Your bacon is crispy, delicious, and done. You don't believe me? Go downstairs and get the book. We'll sign it. You make your bacon. I'll give you my phone number. Call me. You don't get the little crinkle rolled up, sad looking bacon.
Mm-hmm. Your stovetop is clean.
Your stovetop is clean, so you're not cleaning.
Yep.
And while you're doing your bacon, you can be doing something else, like the scrambled egg thing. But we literally explore technique. So it is more than a cookbook. It's a love letter to friendship. We are the only book that publishers could find with a black woman and a white woman on the cover. We're the only cookbook with a woman who's LGBT and a woman who's an ally. And I don't market the book that way because I live a very inclusive life, and we don't want people to always believe that we're sharing these things for any other reason than it's the truth. And that makes me so proud that this book is about two people who were essentially curious about each other, one person vulnerable enough to share that I was going through a grieving process, and another person who cared enough to say, let me help you out. So while the recipes are drop dead amazing, I'm approaching my 54th birthday, and I've met, thank you for that sympathy applause. And I was saying earlier to Dr. Hayden, I'm an ordinary country kid who's had an extraordinary life, but I will, on the day that I expire from this earth, I hope that people know I rooted for them, and I am blessed enough to know people have rooted for me, like this person who's on the cover of this book for me.
And you all have, you mentioned Moses, and you did the grilled cheese, and then Granny's curry chicken salad.
Yes.
Lish's granny-in-law was a fabulous and classy lady. She was also a big fan of ours. So Tamron and Granny bonded.
Yes, me and Granny, her Granny was
over
90.
FaceTime.
We twerked. We twerked on FaceTime.
Yeah, and Granny is a 90-year-old Wisconsin granny connecting with the New York-based national newscaster over a fierce vintage turquoise necklace.
And twerking.
And twerking.
Jewelry and twerking. Granny, we call Granny on FaceTime, and she was in the mirror, and she does this.
I mean, it was
That's twerking.
I don't know the sign for that.
That's how we twerk in Wisconsin, just so you know.
That's how they twerk in Wisconsin.
That's twerking.
But Granny's curry chicken salad, again, all of these recipes, they come from a place, you know. We didn't want just, all right, she's got a national show, she's got some awards, let's sell everybody a cookbook. These are authentic. I've shared pictures in here. There's a swimsuit picture of us that I would never share in real life.
It's in the book.
It is.
Oh yeah, and I forgot. Lish
the
stole it.
childhood picture of each of them.
And we had the same haircut then, and we still have the same haircut now, so.
But it
no
is,
joke.
It is no joke. We have the same
pigtails and bangs.
We both had pigtails and bangs, and we were thousands of miles away. But it's a reminder that food is a common thread. And I tell people the easiest way to learn or really get to know people is to talk to them about what they ate growing up. We were just commiserating in the back about school lunch. And I said, well, this year my kid, his school has lunch at the campus. And we all started talking about our memories of lunch. So I had a Mork and Mindy lunchbox. Again, Google it, children, Google it. This guy named Robin Williams. He was amazing. And it's still, got it. But I said, we call it bologna where I'm from. I know some people say bologna. I had bologna, Kraft cheese, and Wonder Bread. And it would sit in the lunchbox, and it would be steamy. And so we're in a room of people, different ages, different races, and everyone is nodding with the same memory of the bologna and cheese sandwich. That's a common thread. How many times have you sat and talked to someone and you're just like, oh God, I love, and you want to learn about someone's culture, right? You eat their food and then they say, oh, my grandma made this or this. Food is a common thread. And that's what we explore in the book as well. And that's why these recipes are from our backgrounds, our roots, because I do and I remain steadfast in my belief. When you sit down with someone at the table and break bread with them, you leave with a connection. I believe that. I believe it. I believe it.
Well,
and I'm not running for office. That's the truth.
I looked I see a connection because, and I went in the index, you didn't have Brussels sprouts.
No.
Thank you.
No.
I didn't put them in.
She didn't put them in. I, full disclosure, didn't have a Brussels sprout until I was in my late 30s. Because when I grew up, they used to boil them.
Right.
Yes.
Slimy. And
they were smelly and they boiled. I went to Catholic school. It was a way to get you closer to God. Carrots, they used to boil them.
Yep.
Most
vegetables were just.
We used to do just boil this. Anyone under 50, you don't know what we survived. You don't know. No seat belts, boiled Brussels. They didn't care about us. It's a wonder we're alive. But the book has a roasted carrot recipe. They don't understand. But that's the thing. This book explores so many beautiful beats of fun and joy and no pressure. I said to Lish, my dream for this book is really for you to look at it almost like the Betty Crocker. You know, I still have I'm again from this small town. Everybody is like Aunt Sister, Katie Mae, Josephine May. Everybody's got May as a second name. I don't know why I don't. But they all had that Betty Crocker book. And it was like greasy and it's in the corner. Or they'd have recipes that, you know, many of them worked at the post office or were teachers. And you'd have potluck and you'd write down somebody's recipe, or they'd give you the card. Remember the card or the recipe? I wanted this book to have that familiar energy of that potluck or that neighbor who had that recipe. And you're like, oh, that's good. Write it down for me.
That Jell-O salad, that's a keeper.
No, it's not.
You all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we wanted it to
That's
feel
not
like
in here.
that. No, it's not. But we wanted it to feel like how you would exchange recipe cards. Yep. And we wanted you to know that this book is an extension of what we hope we have with all of you. And we won't get to know all of you personally, but I believe, and she knows I believe, that the universe conspires to put us where we're supposed to be. And Dr. Hayden said today this was where we were supposed to be. So we are so grateful and honored that you sat in the seat and listened to our little song and dance. But I believe that energy transfers. And I think in this room, we're all here for a reason. And for us, it is to show this common thread of this little cookbook that started with someone who really did not cook. And I probably cook 4 or 5 times a week. I leave my show. We do 2 shows a day. We start back live September 3rd. The Tamron Hall show returns for its 6th season. So thank you to the Tam fam. Lish will be on the show. We are now the 2nd longest running Disney syndicated show in history. And the show started because I got fired, so there's that. But again, a reminder that you're never down, and there's always a moment to find your confidence. And that's what that book is.
Thank you both, because I understand we have 10 minutes. For a few questions.
All right, fire round.
Feel brave enough?
Right? Fire round.
Got the fish.
Okay, no, we won't come over and cook tonight, but next week maybe.
Okay.
I love it.
Just come on to the mic.
And please come down and see us. We're signing books.
Yeah, they're going to sign right after this.
And we're taking selfies and we're giving hugs and we'll answer more questions down there as well.
We'll talk about spatchcocking, fish spatulas, everything.
Anything.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Miss Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to tell you, I have admired you since you were on the Today Show. I didn't know you were fired. I remember bits and pieces of it, but I didn't know you were fired. But you were excellent. And I've always watched you. Class act. Now, I'm going to get this cookbook because it's very interesting. My husband and I both like to cook, but here lately I let him cook.
Okay.
And you're the same age as my oldest son. And I cooked for 4 boys, 4 young men. When they were...
Thank you.
Seriously,
God bless you.
yeah.
Well, God bless you. That's all. I forgot the question I wanted to ask. Hell, I'm 70 years old, so I can't...
I receive
no
it.
problem.
I thank you. I hope
you.
you enjoy. God bless you. I hope you. I pray you will enjoy the book. As I said, we're going to be signing books. This is our first big tour stop, and we never imagined that we would be walking around the Congressional Library, sitting with a historic figure in the world. It's crazy, and so thank you. But yes, I'm the only person who laughed about getting fired. How about that?
I didn't know you had gotten fired. That was, but karma is a, you know what. You've done well.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi. Hello, Tamron. So I just wanted to say a couple of things really quick. So I saw your Girl Get Up. That's on YouTube. I have it set in my phone. I haven't watched that yet. So I'm thanking you in advance because I know it will be inspiring. I wanted to just tell you a few things that you and I have in common. So we're both Tams. I'm also a Tam. Also, I'm an author.
Congratulations.
Thank you. My book release was August 13th. It's about my dad who passed away. So the book is a tribute to my father. The other thing was I also have a licensed and registered baking business. I'm an awesome cook because of my dad and my mom. She's also in heaven. And you mentioned the fish spatula. So I found 2 years ago a cage so that it's a grill cage. So when you want to grill fish, it doesn't stick to the grill, and it works wonders.
I love
it's a whole
that.
different. It's on Amazon, $12.99. Let's just keep it real.
But that's what when we talk about tools in the book, we say these are the things. Like, I still love a pressure cooker and a crock pot. You will pry them from my cold, dead hands. So we say everybody has a favorite tool. So keep the tool that you love. Keep if it's a food process, whatever. But like your fish thing, that's what we like. Yeah, everybody has one.
And you can flip it very easily. I just want to say all of my books are on Barnes & Noble. I have 10. I hope that you will see them, and I'd love to come and cook on your show.
Absolutely. We're going to figure it out. Thank you.
Hi, ladies.
Hi.
This question is for Tamron. I was wondering if you could give me and members of the audience a piece of advice for novice cooks who, have a lot of things going on in their life, like career, other responsibilities, like a piece of advice for them to become a more skilled cook.
Okay. I love that. Start with pasta. I think it's thank you, shout out. and I'm sorry for anybody who doesn't eat it. You can get gluten-free, so I'm not, whatever kind you want. Start with pasta. That's why that bucatini is in there. Yeah. Because you have the pasta, right? You have the basics of that, which Lish in the book explains how to salt water. Because a lot of when you see in the bag, it's like salted water. You're like, what does that mean? What does it mean, Lish?
It means a lot of salt. Like, you need to taste the water and make sure that it tastes salty. It's your one chance to season the pasta, that it actually goes into the pasta. So it has to be salty water.
Because I'm sure you've had pasta dishes before and the pasta tastes bland. There's a good sauce, but it's bland because they didn't salt the water, because it is your chance to season the pasta. Start with the pasta. We have this bucatini in there, and what I like about it is that it allows you to make your own sauce. You can freeze this sauce. So when I'm actually making it, so full disclosure, I'm making the bucatini from our book tomorrow. I'm making the whole roast chicken that we have in there that has citrus and lemon and onion, and it's great. But I freeze that sauce, and I start my show, rehearsals for the Tamron show start Tuesday, and I'll freeze that so that my husband can make pasta for my kids. So I think start with pasta, start with a good sauce, but mostly start with what you like. We have the book here. There are many things. Launch in. I lived most of my adult life single. And so sometimes I would keep that from cooking because it's just me. Well, that doesn't also mean I just need a $9,000 DoorDash bill. You know what I mean? It's like, and trust me, that was like DoorDash, damn. Excuse me. And so for me, I cook much of my adult life for myself. And that's not a splurge or a luxury. Sometimes people are like, you see it, I'm just going to go out and order something. Get in there, try the pasta, and it's going to be great. Have fun. I've had bad meals, don't get me wrong.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
Hi. Full disclosure, I honestly didn't even know who you were before I came in this room.
That's okay. My mother didn't either until I came out.
I came to this talk because cooking really resonates with me, and I feel, like you said, that I was meant to be in this room. Just sharing, in 2008, I lost my mom, so I can really relate to you, and just hearing everything that you were saying made me super emotional. My question is, are there any dishes that you cook or you eat or you share with friends and family that specifically bring you back to moments with your dad before he passed away? I know for me and my family, there's a very, very delicious recipe we printed from foodnetwork.com for jerk chicken, and with a mushroom cream sauce that we cook it and we eat it and we talk about memories of my mom.
We have a fried chicken in our book, and I was a little hesitant, to be honest with you, because being from the South, and people get real particular about fried chicken. We also at one point thought about potato salad, and I was like, no, we can't take that heat.
vetoed
I
it.
said no.
Don't go there.
No, I'm gonna have to defend us from every black person who has a better recipe than us.
Mac and cheese, too.
I said
Mac and cheese.
I was like, no mac and cheese, no. But Lish did a fried chicken, and she uses rice flour, and it gives the chicken an egg. And I'd never heard of this, full disclosure. But going back to your specific question, my dad and mom, I went to Temple University. I was fortunate enough to get accepted to Temple University. Shout out Temple Owls. 1,528 miles from my parents' doorstep to college. I'd never slept over anyone's house. My parents thought everybody's parent was crazy, so I never had sleepovers. I was the crew that they picked up at midnight. They were like, yeah, come on out. You're not sleeping over. So I'd never slept over anyone's house. 1,528 miles. My dad, because we didn't have the money, he was in the military, he packed up fried chicken sandwiches and put them in foil. We had a conversion van, and they drove me to college.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect to cry, but thank you for sharing your story about your mom. And so that means a little bit, because that reminds me of, again, all of our journeys, somebody's rooted for us. Friends, sometimes it's a coworker, sometimes it's a person in passing. I refer to my dad, and the dad who raised me was not my biological father. It was the dad God meant for me to have. My biological father was not in my life after the age of 2. And to think that I have a book dedicated to someone whose blood I don't share, but everything that is in my blood is him, is special. And so it's that dish, and I'm sending you my love. And thank you, and I know your mama's proud.
Hi.
You go. No,
Nothing
you go.
like a little comic relief coming up.
Well, I was like,
we're
like,
a team.
how we follow that? It's
We're-
like
we're just
you
here.
went real
We're here.
heartfelt, and we have
We're
we need you
going
to settle
hard
a debate.
left. Okay, so I'm Courtney and this is Victoria. And
Hi, Courtney and
like y'all.
Victoria. This is Lish. I'm Tamron.
Yep, and so
We're like y'all, really.
our question is,
Wait, hold on, you
sometimes
have to
as
tell them,
friends,
like, I'm the cook, she does not cook.
Okay.
Heard. Yep.
so we're here because she said I need this cookbook because she's deeply resonating for me on everything that you've said.
So who cooks? Wait, you're the cook.
Yes.
So you're
She's Lish.
Lish. Okay, so and you're Tamron.
Okay.
But we need you to settle a debate, and like maybe there are times where you two didn't agree on a particular topic or concept.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can't agree on one thing, and I bet this audience might disagree on this one topic.
What is
Okay.
So I've tried to explain to her that you don't have to wash the chicken.
Amen.
You don't.
You don't wash the chicken.
You don't wash chicken.
You dry it very well with paper
Yes.
towel, but you do not wash it.
chicken.
Salmonella.
Why?
Salmonella sink.
You don't. Because washing. Wait a minute.
Washing it spreads the bacteria. Salmonella everywhere.
Salmonella.
Serious. Thank you.
Wait, look, here's what's remarkable. You don't even cook. And you have.
And she's like, hard set on wash that chicken.
No.
But germs.
No, but you don't. If you wash the chicken, right? First of all, your favorite restaurant didn't wash that chicken.
Yeah, no. That one right from the cryo back into the vat, man.
No, because you don't eat chicken raw. So, well, you don't know this because you don't cook. But after the
But I do sometimes, and I always wash the
You're
chicken.
gonna do it all the time. You don't have to. But I know people. We just had a conversation. This is a true conversation happened a few minutes ago. So first of all, you don't need to wash your chicken. You pat it dry.
Yes, because water is actually the enemy when you want to brown something. You want fat, you don't want water. Water makes it steam and get all funky, right? So why would you add more water to it when you're trying to brown it? Plus, when you add water to it, it splashes all over the place, spreading the bacteria. Then you just have to sanitize your entire kitchen after you're done with it.
Yeah.
Yes, which I'm sure you do. But then you have to extra dry it. dry it with the paper towels. You're just giving Bounty even more money.
Right. And unless you own stock in Bounty,
which at this point I should, full disclosure.
And we'll tell you, you know what conversation we had earlier? The bigger enemy in your kitchen? The lemon that you didn't wash. Because people think with citrus, I'm peeling it. So what's in the citrus is clean. Except for you didn't wash that orange or that lemon, and you go, or you cut the melon and you cut through the skin that's got bacteria that's going right through. Happy eating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all for bringing this up. And we have, just one more little question. And then
she's so
we
cute.
have to go. But
they
they'll
may have
be
to pick you
signing
up.
books.
Yes.
And you can ask some more questions. But one
she's
more.
so cute.
Help me with that. You can take it off the tippy toe. Uh-oh, you can do it.
Hi, my name's Ishara. My grandmother loves your show. So, which dish is the one that you guys can't live without?
Ooh.
Who is this savant genius in this room? What school? I want your grandmom to raise my son. What's your name?
Ishara.
And how old are you, Ishara?
9.
I love it.
That's
an excellent
amazing.
question.
Oh, what I
can't live without.
Honestly, this is a very impossible question that you've asked, little Oprah. But I am right now currently addicted to the tahini malt. So it's tahini, vanilla ice cream, salt.
Salt, yep.
It is, because you think tahini like with Greek food or whatever, with the vanilla ice cream. I have to get back into my work clothes soon. My Spanx are Anks at this point because I can't. The tahini malt is, it's right now the end of summer. I'm addicted to it. It's a tahini malt that is insane.
For me, I would say it's any way to cook eggs.
Oh, she loves eggs.
I love cooking eggs because there's so many different variations that you can do to prepare them. So poaching an egg, hard boiling an egg, soft boiling an egg, soft scrambling an egg, big curds, small curds, like all the things, and they can be so sexy, or they can be an appetizer.
She's
they
9.
Can be,
She's 9.
She'll learn.
She's 9.
There's always something to eat when you have eggs.
Yes, and what we mean by sexy is child.
Yeah, well, I think it's time to wrap up.
Right, thank you, Doctor. On that note, before we wrap up, we've not done this. This is our first tour stop. As we said, we have been very fortunate to be here 2 days. We're going to go downstairs and sign books, but we want to take a selfie.
Yes.
With the crowd.
You, Dr. Hayden, if you would.
Oh, Dr. Hayden. Okay, so the crowd, you're all going to be. Can we turn I'm all bossy.
The house lights
Can we turn the house lights out? Okay. Now, how are we going to do this?
We turn around, I guess.
Yeah, we go this way.
I love Dr. Hayden's you turn around.
Yeah. It's not that complicated, Tamron.
All right. So, we're going to do 2 sections. So we'll do the middle section. That gives you time to get ready. You know that side over there. Okay, so middle section.
All right, you
1, 2, 3, confident cook. Okay, let's do a video. That was uneventful. All right. On the count of 3, we're going to say confident cook. You way back there. Yeah, I see you. Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, 3, 2. Confident cook. Okay, all right, this side. I didn't turn it off.
This is TV.
I know.
All right. Dr. Hayden, you come.
Here we go.
Oh.
Hold off now. I got you.
3,
all right.
2, 1.
Hold up.
Confident cook. Okay, can you say it like you mean it? All right. 3, 2, 1. Confident cook. I love you. Okay, last side. All right. The last group didn't do that, did they?
No, you didn't. Workout.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome, everybody, to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. I am not James S.A. Corey, but they will be out here in just a minute. I do have some housekeeping to take care of first before they come out, though. At this time, as always, we ask you to silence your cell phones if they are not already silenced. Also, we are all book lovers and book friends here. There's a lot of people outside who want to come in. If there are empty seats in the middle of your rows, we ask you to squish over, make new friends, and allow the rows to open up so we can let everybody who's outside come in. Also outside at either end of this long hallway are the restrooms. If you need to leave during the show, there's people, the friendly ushers at the doors have nice little green stickers that will allow you re-entry so you don't have to wait in the long line that you waited to get in the first place. I also wanted to let you know that this event will be recorded and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed or otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions at the end of the presentation, and so you can look for the microphone stands. There's one here in the front and on the front of these two rows. They'll ping pong back and forth, so when it's question time, just line up and they will call on you left and right. So, without further ado, I am honored to introduce the writing duo known as James S.A. Corey, authors Daniel Abraham and Ty Frank. As everybody here probably already knows, they are the creators of the Hugo Award-winning science fiction series The Expanse and its television adaptation. The series recently concluded with its final novel, Leviathan Falls. However, Abraham and Frank have been working on their new sci-fi series, The Captives War, which recently published its first book, The Mercy of the Gods, which was an instant New York Times bestseller. Today, they will be in conversation with Cindy Landrum, who is the acting director of the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences. So, without further ado, enjoy the festival and let's welcome them to the stage.
A sigh. How's everybody doing? Well, since you all know who we are, I think we'll just get down to the nitty-gritty. How's that?
That sounds good.
Awesome. So this session was called After the Expanse. And I think we maybe want to do some what I'll call level setting, expectation management maybe. And so considering that this is a new venture, what can your readers expect when they think about this new work in relation to what they have loved about your wildly successful Expanse series? Or should I be thinking about anything at all except the new series?
I don't know, do the pitch. I mean, lower your expectations. The Captives War is a new project. It's the way that The Expanse was kind of our way of engaging with the stuff we read, like Niven and Heinlein and Bester. This is our way of kind of going to the other side of space opera and working in conversation with Frank Herbert and Ursula Le Guin. We've described this as the disappointing love child of Le Guin and Herbert. So you know, it's still space opera. It's just a different part of that spectrum.
So you mentioned Le Guin and Herbert, and in the book there's a lovely inscription that says they were the teachers that you never had. So I wonder, what did you learn from them? What did they teach you that has impacted your writing?
I mean, mostly what Le Guin taught us is that we're never going to be as good as Ursula Le Guin. I mean, I've been a fan of hers forever. I remember getting Wizard of Earthsea when I was a little kid and reading everything she did. And of course, she had a huge range. She wrote fantasy, she wrote sci-fi, she wrote like really far future sci-fi. But she always had this interesting way of engaging with, as all sci-fi does, current social issues using this lens of the distant future. So things like The Dispossessed and Left Hand of Darkness really were talking about things like gender and the way gender affects society and those sorts of things, but using these far future things and those ideas. And that really stuck with me, the power that sci-fi has to talk about current things by creating enough distance so they don't feel hurtful, but we can still look at them and talk about them and sort of learn new things about how we think about those things without it feeling like somebody's attacking us.
Wonderful. Daniel, any thoughts?
Oh, no, I agree with him.
I hate all of it, the whole thing. So that brings me to our current adventure. And so can you tell me a little bit about the story and this trilogy that is emerging? And I understand, we're talking about sci-fi, but that it has some biblical roots. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm the least religious person on the planet. And the reason that I am is because I grew up incredibly religious. So my parents beat that out of me very early. But I've always had this sort of affinity for the story in the book of Daniel, not the religious parts of it, but just sort of the history that is portraying, which is this idea of people being conquered by this vast military power that they have absolutely no ability to resist, and then being carried off and turned into minor functionaries in that empire, this sort of forced integration of two cultures that they were doing. And the idea of somebody like Daniel carried off to Babylon and said, oh, you work for the empire now, the empire that just conquered you and destroyed your country. You work for us now, and you're a bureaucrat in our empire. Something about that was really fascinating to me. So I pitched that to Daniel. I'm like, what if we did that, but sci-fi?
And Daniel, you said yes.
Yes, I did. Yeah, my relationship to the Bible is largely as kind of one of the foundational documents of Western literature. And when Ty pitched this, the thing that occurred to me was that the book of Daniel is, among other things, kind of the Orwell's 1984 of the Bible. It's this story about being subsumed within a totalitarian culture, absolutist culture, and still keeping something of yourself in that situation. I don't know, something about that spoke to me.
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little bit,
kind of.
One of the things I find intriguing about what you just said, Daniel, about keeping a little bit of yourself is that, and I don't want to give too much away, but that the characters, the human characters in the book, there is an aspect of them sort of being disconnected from their history.
Mm-hmm.
And can you talk a little bit about why you made that particular choice in sort of developing the story?
Oh boy.
I mean,
it's kind of a couple of white guys talking about what happens with history when you get enslaved. Yeah, that sounds fun.
You did it.
I did it. I know, it's my fault. I did it.
Yeah. I mean, there are plot reasons we did it. I mean, there are things about the fact that they've lost track of their history that will affect the future plot. But also there's just this idea of this, in this galaxy filled with vast empires and alien races and all of the enormous things. There's something just like very lonely about one little planet that doesn't know how it got there, and the people don't know, they're not sure how they got there. And it seemed like a good starting point for the story we wanted to tell. And I promise we didn't have any political reasons beyond that.
Yeah.
I mean, we could explore them if and I think that something that sort of stands out when you talk about, this small little planet, that seems just sort of out there. It starts out as a very intimate story in many ways. And the relational parts of the characters is where we start, not necessarily in the action, which comes later.
Yeah.
Can you sort of talk about those relationships and why you thought it was important to start sort of there?
Well, going back to the idea of history, all these people have a personal history. All these people have relationships. All these people have a world that they know. And spoilers, they lose that. And it doesn't have as much weight when you don't feel that loss. You can tell people that the loss exists. You can tell people that these people had a life before this, they had a culture before this, they had a place before this, and that place is gone and that they have an emptiness because of that. But if you haven't experienced that with them, it's kind of empty knowledge. It's kind of a way of, telling a story but not having the heart of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to tell a story about people who go to great lengths to avenge the thing that they've lost, you have to have the audience understand what it is that they lost and why they care about it and why they want it back or why they want to hurt the people who took it from them.
Conversely, and also a point of personal privilege, I think I told you all backstage, I am a librarian. Woo woo. And that's why I have like a lot of notes. But one of the things that stood out to me, made me very happy, but also very sad, was that we hear the voice of a librarian in this work. And of course, it makes me happy because, I've been told that the internet has everything and that I should not expect to have a job one day in the future. So it's nice to know in other worlds, librarians actually still exist and have jobs. And, the librarian is referred to as the keeper, but they are really the keeper of the conqueror's knowledge, experience, and culture. And can you talk about your relationship with librarians and why that felt like a good place for that person to sort of be a informal narrator, maybe send us a few plot twists as we go along in the work.
You want that one? I got this.
I mean, so the reason why that caste, the Conquerors are a very caste-based society. The reason why that caste is called librarians is really specific and will be more examined in the later books. You'll get to see what it is about them that makes them librarians. But, I mean, obviously the librarians, I think, are the keepers of knowledge, and I think in the very near future, we're going to need librarians who are trained to dig through the mountains of AI garbage to get to the actual facts hiding underneath them. So...
Well, and there's when you have a librarian, you have somebody who is in charge of a certain body of knowledge. And how you curate that body of knowledge can do a lot of different things. It can be a bulwark against tyranny, or it can be an instrument of tyranny, or it can be any number of things. And in our guy, he's kind of the bulwark of tyranny. He's not going for freedom and self-determination for anybody. So yeah, he's a bad guy, but the fact that librarians have that potential is also a statement of the power.
We all know that we use it for good. We will use our powers for good. I promise.
Use your power only for good.
That's what I'm saying. Only for good. So a question that emerged are about name pronunciation. So there's a lot of Welsh names in this work. And so someone wanted to know, I was reading online, how should we be pronouncing our main character's name? Is it David?
Any way you want. Any way you want.
Any
way you like.
Okay, so let's talk about him, because I'm going to tell you my first experience of him was like, OMG, Nepo baby. I mean, this sort of changed, but like that's where we start with him. You know, that's how he feels, and he doesn't feel very useful, which is interesting given the context of this story. Can you tell me where does he come from? What do you see? You know, how did you sort of formulate that character?
Well, I mean, yeah, he is a bit of a Nepo baby, but he's also an academic, which a lot of people would argue are the useless people. I do not. I do not. I'm married to a PhD, so I do not make that argument. But he's a cog in the machine of academia, and he's a very specific cog. He's the cog who can get attention to things by having his rich relatives pay attention to those things, which, as you know, if anybody in here works in academia, the only thing you ever care about is funding. So the people with control of the purse strings have enormous power. And so in that way, he has sort of the soft power of access to funding, but also coming out of that world, being somebody who, you know, I can say this is absolutely true of my wife. When she focuses on something in her discipline, she doesn't see anything else. It's that one thing, right? I mean, that's what PhDs are. They're the world's leading expert in one tiny thing. And she's very much that way. And so I often have to point out to her, well, you're doing this thing and there's going to be these repercussions. She hasn't even paid any attention to that. So you have a character who is, by family association and by training, he pays attention to all the things that are going on. He pays attention to the politics. And again, the academics I know hate the politics of academia. He doesn't. He's used to it. So he becomes useful in that way because he's the one who can kind of notice what's going on and go, oh, I get what's happening here, and we should all change our behavior in this way, whereas everybody else is like, no, we're focusing on a tiny problem, so we don't see that. So yeah, I mean, part of it is based on our experience in dealing with people who are very job-focused.
Well, and having somebody who kind of doesn't belong in that space. Somebody whose way of approaching the world is a little bit out of sync with the people who are around him. Because the ways that he makes sense of things, systems, are what give him kind of the edge that he wouldn't have had otherwise. And yeah, and he's there because it looked like a high status thing, and he's not really well suited to it, but he got the job, and so he's meant to be an outsider.
And he has a crush.
You know, we all do, don't we? We all have.
Yeah, but you know, not to give anything away, but that's not. Yeah, that crush. You know.
I mean, blame that on Daniel. Okay. Daniel's the guy who has a biology degree because the cute girl was in biology.
Yes.
So
that is true.
Yeah, but I don't think the cute girl in biology was like dating your professor or anything like that. Well,
I don't know, was she?
She was not. But if she had been, I still would have taken the class.
So, you know, these folks, their world is like literally, you know, there's a lot of, you know, we're introduced to characters and then sort of out of nowhere, but kind of not out of nowhere, a thing starts to happen and folks are ripped from what they know into kind of and I won't call it the Borg because I already know it's really not the Borg, but they are put into this new world. How would you go about describing their experience?
Okay, so when Ty was pitching this,
yes,
he was talking about the Book of Daniel, and he was talking about being this kind of subsistence farmer in the Middle East who's lived a very simple life, being swept away to a place that has 5-story buildings seeing multiple story buildings for the first time in your life, seeing places that have like waterworks and infrastructure and a city and gardens, and that sense of absolute awe that comes from stepping into that new context. And we wanted that, but in science fiction. So it's somebody who has lived in a world that looks like ours, that kind of feels like ours, that has some issues like ours, being transported to a place that is so overwhelmingly advanced and alien and amazing and horrifying. And it's just the translation of that experience in our history into this new context.
Yeah, the idea of being somebody who's never seen a building more than 2 stories in your life, didn't even know buildings could be built higher than that. And then you get drug off to Babylon where the walls surrounding the city are 40 feet high. Just the awe of that. Like, there's a line in Gladiator where somebody says, I didn't know men could build such things. It's that awe moment of like, I didn't know this was possible. And having characters who are dealing with that. And as Daniel brought out, dealing with that in the context of trying to hang on to some sense of yourself. How do you hang on to your own sense of value, that you matter, when you're suddenly confronted with the vastness of this new thing? Do I still matter now?
And how do you not get sucked into, as you said, becoming basically not necessarily a cog in the wheel, but just part of the mechanism?
Well, and the drive, the seductive feeling of being part of this thing that is huge. The thing that has already shown that it has power over you. Why would you not want to be part of this amazing, great, huge thing that is already proven it can take everything from you?
Okay.
I mean, it's a protective coloring thing. You say, oh, I'm with you guys.
I'm the good one.
Yeah.
I'm the nice one.
Don't kill me.
So you all, as we have talked, you all have talked about who pitches an idea and who comes in and says, okay, yeah, I'll do that idea. That sounds like a good idea. Can you all talk about your collaborative writing process? Because I think it sounds like it's very interesting. Is there like a place where one of you stops and one starts? Is there, I understand that you're good at that and I'm better at this and we just sort of exchange? Or what does that look like? Is it, we get on Zoom? How does it work?
Complicated. In broad terms, we outline everything together. We spend a lot of time talking about what a project is before we start doing it, so that we know that we're kind of running down the same road. We outline in great broad terms what the book is going to be, what the sections are going to be, what the things are that are going to happen, and then even down to in a chapter, what are the things that are going to happen within the chapter, and then one of us writes the first draft. And because Ty didn't have a lot of experience writing books when we started, I got to kind of convince him that all chapters are 3,000 words long, which is really convenient for me. And he didn't know any better, so we kept that. And then when somebody has finished the first draft, he hands it to the other guy. The other guy goes through and makes all of the changes he wants to make. And then we put it at the back of the master document. We just keep going until we have a book. And then one of us gets to go through the final draft and make any changes he wants. And then head to the other guy. The other guy goes through all the changes he wants. We send that off to the editor. So that by the end of the process, we can tell you who wrote the first draft of any given chapter, but we can't tell you who wrote which sentence.
So Ty, clearly now you know that what he told you wasn't completely 100% true, that you don't need 3,000.
Completely 100% true.
100% of the time, following his rules has produced a string of bestsellers. So I just assume that his rules must be right because, just doing what he tells me to do, it worked out great.
But you've written for television before, right? And so, and I will say that when I read it, I can see it in a very vivid way. I can almost project it on my wall and imagine what it looks like. And so when I won't say obviously, I don't know. So I'm asking you, when you all are writing, are you thinking about, well, what will it look like if it ever makes it to a screen?
If we were thinking about that, it would be so much less expensive to produce.
No, I don't think either of us pictures an adaptation when we're writing. I mean, we were fortunate enough to have a lot of our previous work adapted, but that was years after we had written it, so it didn't really affect the work that we were doing. So no, I don't think either of us do that.
No.
But I will say, though, that I have to see the scene before I can write it. So I kind of do that anyway. I just picture I have to see what everything looks like. I have to see what the people look like. I have to understand that stuff before I can write anything. Daniel's much more comfortable sort of writing his way into it and having it start out as a bit of a mystery and just sort of discovering it as he goes. I'm not comfortable with that. I have to know.
We are not actually the same person, it turns out. We're not, it's a surprise sometimes.
But because of that, Daniel, at this point, you've written like 370 books?
Yeah, sure.
Books, something like that. So he's written like a vast number of books. And when we started writing for screenplays, it was harder for him to make the transition.
It was terrible. Ty could just do it. Ty didn't have a bunch of the bad habits, right? So I was there going, okay, but how are you going to know what this person is feeling if I don't explain their interior life throughout this entire chapter? And I know the camera can't see it, but they have to know. It's like they don't. They need to know what's on the screen.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it, there's this whole other process that I didn't understand. I was not a great screenwriter to start. I got better, but Ty could just kind of learn it afresh and do it. I'm not jealous.
Well, I like screenwriting because I like delegating. And screenwriting is delegating. Screenwriting is like, then he pulled out the prop and did a thing, and somebody else is going to figure out what that prop is. Somebody else is going to design it. They're going to bring me a picture, go, can it look like this? I'm like, yeah, it sounds great. Do that. Or I can say interior warehouse. That's it. I don't have to design a warehouse. Somebody else is going to design a warehouse.
And I'm sitting there going, oh, yes, the smell of how are you going to get the smell? It's a TV show.
But
I got to get the smell in. Yeah.
I mean, we kept having to do that. Like, can a camera see this, Daniel?
but
no.
Okay, I'll take it out.
Well, and it's funny, too, that like all the other little bits, because I watch way more screen stuff than Daniel does. I have chronic insomnia, so I've watched every movie ever made. And that sounds like an exaggeration, and it's not. But
I found one so far. One he hadn't seen.
But I spend a lot of time when I'm watching movies thinking about what they're doing and why they're doing the things that they're doing. And so the sort of language of it felt very natural to me. And there was stuff in there that, like, our showrunner would talk to Daniel. Daniel would be like, well, how are they going to know the emotion? He's like, well, there's a soundtrack. The soundtrack will tell them this is sad.
I was like, oh,
right. Right,
yeah.
Music.
Can I get that for my book? How can I get a soundtrack for my book?
Well, you could get a soundtrack for your book.
I cannot.
I don't know, you might.
I mean, some writers will put like the music they were listening to when they wrote it.
You can't get the sting at the right moment. You can't get the dun 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 when they patch the page. You know, it's.
Well, maybe in the future.
I think that's a terrible plan.
Well, and there's other.
I mean, I joke.
That's
but
like
my God.
That's like books with like scratch and sniff.
Yeah. No, it's the same. Like there was a warehouse. Skitchy, skitchy, skitchy. Yeah, no. How would that be better?
I'm just trying to imagine if we had scratch and sniff books at the library. We would be replacing them all the time.
Yeah, no.
Who knows what we find in them?
When I was a kid, they had
things.
those.
Yeah, and now they don't.
No, they don't anymore.
There's what we've learned. All right.
But they still have scented markers, so just in case.
Well, Got to have fun somehow.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So this series will be a trilogy.
Yes.
So quite a bit shorter than the 9 previous books. And was that sort of intentional, or did you, when you started, were you like, yeah, we can do this in 3?
I think we both had PTSD.
Yeah.
From 9 books. People always asked us, like, how did it feel to finish the 9 book? That was like, it felt like such a relief.
Imagine that you're crawling across a desert and you get to an oasis. That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah.
To finish it.
Well, you know what it felt like? It felt like when you move into that first apartment and it's like the terrible walk up with the narrow stairs, and you spend all day lugging your furniture up 5 flights of stairs to your apartment, and the last thing goes up and you just want to collapse and die. That's kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
We drugged the last book up, we set it down in the room, we're like, all right, I'm done. I'm not unpacking. I'm just going to lay on the floor until I die. Yeah.
And so now the 3-book series is hopefully less arduous. That's the idea, is we can get the whole story done. We know where we want to end. We know what the whole thing looks like. We know what the last line is.
Oh, wow.
And the 9-book series was in a very early version, a 12-book series that had 3 really boring books in it that we just didn't write. So the idea here is to do the thing in the shape that it wants to be and in the length that it wants, and not spend a lot of time doing stuff that you're going to regret having read anyway.
I mean, are there Elmore Leonard fans in the
Elmore
audience?
Leonard fans?
Elmore Leonard,
you're one of
the greatest American writers. He said his process with writing was find all the places in the book that he knows readers are going to kind of skim over and not write those. So when we were looking at it, we're like, these 3 books don't feel like necessary or important. What if we just didn't write them?
Yeah. And so in this, it's a 3-book series because it wants to be 3 books long. That's the size of the idea. Put it that way.
So your book 1 done, out in the world. Do you write book 2? When do you start book 2 and book 3? Because you have a last line.
Well, we spent all summer with Ty living in my pool house, outlining exactly what happens throughout the 2nd book and most of the 3rd. And now we are at the part where we write the first drafts and send them to each other and edit them.
And so you've done 9, and I'm assuming that was the same process that you did with the 9.
No, we were ahead with The Expanse. So I don't know if anybody in here knows a writer named Carrie Vaughn, but Carrie is a good friend of Daniel and I, and has been writing a very long time. And she is sort of the beta reader for our books. It tells us all the things that we get wrong. But one of the things...
She's really good.
Yeah, one of the things that she told us early on, so we sent her an early copy of the first Expanse book, Leviathan Wakes, and she read it and sent us back some notes, and she kind of sent a letter at this shit, said, this is going to be big. Finish the 2nd book now. Get it done before this is published. And it was the best advice, because we have watched friends of ours have huge breakout first novels, and then it kills their ability to write the 2nd book. Because now there's all this pressure and all this expectation, and oh my God, what if it's not as good as the first one? And everybody is overpraising the first one, and the second one, what if it's not as good? And then they just never write the 2nd book. So,
or it comes out and it doesn't do quite as well as they had hoped in the marketplace, which is not an argument about quality.
Yeah.
The idea that something sells well, therefore it must be good, or something that sells poorly and therefore it must be bad, that's a lie. And somebody comes out and it doesn't do as well as people hoped, and then they're thinking, oh, I'm not good anymore, I'm not, and their ego is getting involved in the writing process that way. Yeah. It's just as toxic.
Yeah, so she said, make sure you write the 2nd book before this first one is published. So we were always a book ahead with The Expanse. This one we are not. The first book has been published. We're just working on first drafts of the 2nd book, so we've already failed.
On the other hand, we have calloused souls and decades in the industry to support us. One of the kind of insights I always had about writing was that there's this balance in writing between really developing a deep understanding of your fellow human being and a deep empathy for your fellow human being, and then not caring what they think.
Yeah.
So I can read the reviews of it. I can see it, and I'm not going to take it personally anymore.
So in that process of book 1 written, book 2 on the way, an outline, do you ever find that you change course a little bit? Like you thought we were going to go down this path, but then, in the process, we're like, we're going to go take a left now.
Sure. I mean, you're always going to find little things that don't make sense anymore, things in the outline that you thought you were going to need to do that you realize you don't need to do, or stuff you need to add. That's always true. I mean, a writing mentor of mine, his thing was like, it's like doing a trip from LA to New York. He's like, you're starting in LA, you're ending in New York. You kind of know the freeways you're going to use because there's only so many freeways that'll get you there. You don't know where you're stopping for gas. You don't know where you're stopping for food. You don't know which hotel you're going to stop at midpoint. And so that's the discovery. The discovery is all that stuff. But you know where you're going. You know generally how you're going to get there.
And if you can get halfway through a book and realize that the ending wasn't the ending that you thought it was, you've already screwed up the beginning. Because Ty always says this, there's nothing that fixes a third act problem like fixing the first act. If it's not already promised at the beginning of the book, it's not going to be as satisfying when you get to the end.
Noted. So you talked about discovery, and I think one of the things about your writing that has been praised is your ability to build and describe these worlds. And there's a lot of discovery and research that goes into that. I think there's some people who think, sci-fi, we're just going to make everything quote unquote futuristic, whatever the heck that means in there. So can you talk about building a world, like building these worlds that your characters occupy and their stories are told in?
I think that sci-fi is a broad tent that encompasses many things, and I think the absolutely valid and worthy works of sci-fi that pay no attention to realism in the science, and they're perfectly fine. That's okay. I don't think it has to strive for realism to be valid or worthwhile. I mean, telling a good story is really the main thing. I think world building, though, consistency in world building is important. Once we know how Jedi powers work, even though they're magic, it doesn't matter. As long as they keep working that way, we're along for the ride. It's just keeping it consistent that makes it feel like a real place. When things randomly change for no reason and suddenly things that used to work this way don't work that way and there's no explanation, that's when you sort of fall off.
Yeah, when you have a magic object in book 2 that does something that would totally fix the plot in book 4,
right.
Just nobody thinks about it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, why didn't they use the magic thing?
Yeah, it was right there. She was using it to go to her classes the whole time in book 3, but it's gone. See, that's sloppy writing.
So consistency, I think, is important. Yeah.
So anybody who is writing science fiction, speculative fiction, consistency. Maybe you should reread what you wrote before so you don't lose the thing that is the magic that does the thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have the science of your world randomly change, that should be a plot point. Like, people should be going, wow, it's weird that the science of our world keeps changing. Like, then it's okay.
All of a sudden, our GPS has stopped working again.
Yeah.
So, getting back to Mercy of the Gods, and how would you sort of like describe, like there's the book jacket, and of course there's reviews. I know you don't, the reviews, meh. And lots of descriptions.
Everyone's got an opinion.
Everybody's got an opinion.
Fine. Everybody's got an opinion.
But honestly, yours is really the only one that counts. I mean, to be truthful. But when you're thinking about this story and sort of like pitching it to each other, how would you sort of sum it up in just like a few sentences for someone who is just like, oh, pick this up off the shelf, and what is it?
I mean, Disappointing Love Child of Ursula Le Guin and Frank Herbert is pretty much the best I got. I don't know that I have anything that's more enticing than that.
Yeah.
You got something? No?
I mean, yeah, I'm not good at cover copy.
Yeah, no.
You're the cover copy guy.
Tales of Lurid Adventure?
Tales of Lurid Space Adventure.
Sounds good to me. Well, we do want to take some questions, and I know that we've had had to cut some folks off in the last few sessions, so we have a few extra minutes, so we maybe could start taking some questions. I know we're gonna microphone here, microphone there, and we're gonna do the alternate thing. So if you guys want to...
Failing that, we'll just start talking about something random. Alien is a movie. I don't know.
There's this person.
We've got this person here, so you're first.
Hi. I was just wondering if you could offer one piece of advice to a debut author, what would it be?
Write the second book before the first book is published.
Seriously, that's a very good one.
Yeah.
But since we already did that one, I think we should come up with something else. What's the second thing you would tell somebody?
So I'm a big believer in don't read your reviews. And the reason I say that is not because other people's opinions aren't valid or not because they don't have anything useful to say, but because no matter what the review is, it's bad for the writer. Yeah. If it's great, if it tells you you're amazing, that's actually not good for you. And if it's terrible and it tells you the worst thing that ever happened to a keyboard, that's also not good for you. There's no version of a review that leaves you better as a writer than before you read it. So finding a small circle of people whose opinion you really trust and getting their, like our beta readers, people like that, people who understand how the business works and how writing works and can give you true feedback, that's a much stronger thing to do than to just go out onto Amazon and read every review and just wreck your own psyche in the process.
Goodreads is for readers. It's not for writers.
It's not for the writers.
Thank you.
And we have a question here.
Sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Michael.
All right. Yeah, they know me. Okay.
I assume everybody knows Michael.
All right. Just real quick, is it going to be Netflix? Is it going to be Amazon? Is it going to be Max?
We have nothing to announce today.
That's my question, really. We just want to know. That's all.
We have nothing to announce.
We want to know, too.
I'm afraid I'm about to get the same answer, but in the dedication in front of the book, you're thanking several people, including Narain Shankar, for having patience with you, for the time you were putting into this project instead of something unmentioned.
Yeah.
That something that can become mentioned or hinted or...
No.
We have nothing to announce today.
So Daniel and I have a couple of business partners that we work on developing projects for television with, and they're always asking us to do things, and we're always going, but we're writing a book. And so we're apologizing for that.
Oh, poor me, writing a book.
So,
yeah.
But none of those things are ready to be announced.
Well, I'll squeeze in a short second one, and it's mostly for Ty.
Probably going to jail.
Probably.
That was it.
How soon will you and that guy maybe discuss Romulus?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I will say I have lost all faith in the Alien franchise. So I don't know when that will happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I have kind of a craft question. When you're in the nitty-gritty of outlining and drafting, how do you find the balance between sort of the emotional themes of your characters and the detailed world building that allows you to approach those themes with that distance that you talked about in sci-fi earlier?
Okay, so there's a taxonomy of writing that we use to talk about it, like where world building and character development and plot are all separate lenses that we're using to do that. That's a great way to talk about it analytically, but it doesn't match my experience of actually writing. When I'm writing, when we're writing, all of those things are happening at the same time, and they're all happening in the same moment that I'm describing. So what I'm trying to do is really fully imagine what's happening that I'm reporting, but the imaginary thing that I'm reporting, and then I'm giving you the description, I'm giving you the instructions on how to imagine that in your head. You're going to reconstruct that. I got no control over that. And all of those things come through in that dramatization, and they all exist together, and they all exist in your performance of that. So taking it apart like that and trying to build a balance is not my experience.
Thank you.
Hi, I wanted to know what some of the most unexpected sources of inspiration have been when it's come to building the world, whether it's Tolkien or video games or other literary works, Star Wars.
I've been writing fan fiction in the same universe since I was 11. No, this is a joke. I read a story by Alfred Bester when I was 11 called The Star's My Destination, which I was way too young to read that book. It is pretty heady stuff for an 11-year-old. But I fell so in love with that vision of the future that all the sci-fi stuff I've been doing ever since has been sort of me trying to write sequels to Star's My Destination.
Which kind of is like The Expanse, really.
Yeah, so that has stuck with me ever since. The other thing that I, right around the same age, was the first time I watched the movie Alien, as somebody was asking about Alien. The movie Alien just locked into my brain the way it looked. So everything in my sci-fi future looks like stuff from the movie Alien, because that's just the way things in the future look. So those two are huge inspirations for me, and everything I do is sort of ripping off those two things.
Thank you.
Hi. So we've heard that The Expanse started as Ty's TTRPG project before it was.
It did not start as that.
It started for me that way.
So I was going to ask. I heard before it was a TTRPG that it was a setting for an MMO. Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So now after the Kickstarter, we have the TTRPG, or we have a new TTRPG. Have you guys ever? I'm sure you have nothing to announce, but have you ever considered going back to pitch? I'm sure Amazon Game Studios has. Investments they would like to make. Have you ever considered pitching a MMO or any kind of video game? I know we had the Telltale game, but is that something that's ever been on your minds?
We don't have the rights anymore. I mean, that's really an Alcon Entertainment question at this point. So one of the things that happens when you have a work adapted like this is they give you a contract and you sell your baby, and then the baby goes away and has adventures. And in this case, we were very lucky in that we were allowed to kind of go along with our baby on their adventures, but that's not our baby anymore. That's Alcon Entertainment's now, and any game decisions would be announced by them.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, loved the new book, loved The Expanse. There are a lot more alien races and alien characters in the new series. Yeah. And I just wondered if you could talk about writing non-human characters, and some of them are, quite non-human. So.
Okay, you want this one, or I got something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a book called An Immense World by Ed Yong, and if you haven't read it, Ed Yong is amazing. I'm not supposed to curse. So Ed Yong is amazing. And the way that he talked about other animals' sensory experience of the world and other animals' ways of making sense of the universe is it's transporting, and it's really useful when you're coming in and trying to make some other creature to have that in your toolbox. So I'm just gonna use this to pitch Ed Yum. That's all I'm doing here.
So you guys already talked a little bit about consistency in your world building, and I actually just recently started the first Expanse book. And my impression so far is that it's very grounded in real life science and physics in how it approaches some of its.
All right.
So my question is, how do you guys juggle real science and incorporating that into how your worlds work, and where are some places that you let that fly free a bit and interpret in a different way?
I mean, we get a lot of credit for having two things be realistic in The Expanse, and that is gravity works the way gravity actually works,
right,
and light delay exists. And it turns out most sci-fi just hand waves those two things away. It just says, there's gravity plating, and now we can all walk around in our ship like it's a boat rather than a tower. And nobody ever explains why that works. And then light delay, there's instantaneous communication everywhere. So people go, oh, this is very grounded because there's actually gravity that works the way gravity works, and you can't just call Jupiter on the phone and somebody in Jupiter answers. But beyond that, I mean...
we're a little squishy.
Yeah, I mean,
the Epstein drive, our joke has always been, how does the Epstein drive work? And it's very efficient.
It's efficient.
It's very, really good.
It's really good at not melting itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when the other weird stuff comes in The Expanse, you may not be there yet, it feels different because we have had that kind of semi-plausible grounded stuff to begin with. So it gets weirder.
Yeah, that's a lesson I actually took from a fantasy writer. So the first book, Game of Thrones, the first book in George's series. The thing with Game of Thrones that made it so groundbreaking as a fantasy story is, for most of the book, it feels like history. It's just knights and peasants and horses, and there's like no magic in the world. It just feels, except for one brief scene at the very beginning with the White Walker, but other than it just feels like a normal place. And you get very sucked into, it's basically just medieval Europe. And then there's a scene toward the end where Dany gives birth to 3 dragons. And you're like, whoa, right? So if you want the weird thing to feel weird, you have to let people settle into not weird long enough that when the weird shows up, it takes people, they're like, oh my goodness, what does this mean now? I mean, if as you're walking around in Game of Thrones, there were just dragons flying overhead all the time, when Dany gives birth to 3 dragons at the end, you'd be like, yeah, there's tons of dragons. It doesn't mean anything. So we wanted to give make it feel like late Apollo 13. And then when the weird stuff shows up, people go, oh, well, this clearly has dramatically changed the world.
Thank you.
So for both of you guys, kind of in your writing process, when it comes with like the story and world building, like how mixed is it? Like, do you guys think about like when you write an alien race, is it like, do I write the alien race and then I think about where does it come from? What's their name? What's the planet name? That kind of thing. Because I know you guys have said, like certain stuff, like the librarian comes back in a second, and that like role expands, and the last name, like the last line. So how mixed is the process for you guys when you write it? Like,
I answered the last one.
Okay, fine. It's inextricable. I mean, those things, the experience that I'm having as Ty and I are walking through this thing. What we're doing is we're imagining a version of what we're trying to make inside of your head. And, I'm not going to go through and do an encyclopedic history of every single alien culture and how they got there. I'm going to try to think really clearly about what I want you to imagine and how I can make you imagine it. And then anything that doesn't need to be there, I can know that or not. As long as I'm able to evoke a good performance from you as a reader, I've done my part.
I spend more time thinking about the details than Daniel does, because I've just sort of world building is my piece.
Yeah.
But
great. I can ask him questions. He knows the answers to it. I don't have to.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So kind of to follow up on the alien writing question, both The Expanse and Mercy of Gods kind of have this plot line of trying to figure out how these aliens think and how it's different than humans. And so I wonder how you approach like writing aliens that are different enough that that's an interesting thing to explore, but also similar enough that we understand how how we can actually relate to them.
Well, we have a whole bunch of examples. If you spend a little bit of time trying to figure out how octopi think, they're weird. If you try to think about even something like much simpler, if you look at the evolutionary history of dogs and understand that when the dog seems to look up at you with that heartbreaking love, it's because we sterilized or murdered everything that didn't love us. There's a lot going on with other animals right here that you can draw from. That you can make stuff uncomfortable with.
I mean, if your aliens aren't at least as weird as octopus.
Yeah, you're behind.
Thank you.
Hello. When you guys are collaborating and you have a disagreement, how do you guys resolve that? Do you have to pull in someone else, or do you have a tiebreaker?
Trial by combat.
Yeah. I lose a lot. No, we just keep talking. I mean, it's a very Quaker kind of thing. We're just going to sit there and keep talking about it until somebody convinces the other that their idea is actually the better one. And,
Yeah, I mean, the rule is the best idea wins. And if you're being honest about that, it becomes very clear which one was the best idea. And that works if you don't bring your ego into it. And I'm very arrogant about several things, but none of them are about having the best ideas when it comes to writing. So it's easy for me to go, no, Daniel, actually, you're right. That is a way better idea than mine.
Thank you.
Hello. I just wanted to ask, as reading The Expanse for the first time, I found it to be extremely systemic. You mentioned George R.R. Martin's books before and how Westeros is really the main character of those series. We have characters we follow, but we mostly follow Westeros. And in the same way, The Expanse, the solar system is the main character. We have characters we follow. What sort of draws you to that sort of systemic style of storytelling? And is there anything about working as a duo that makes you particularly adept at it?
I don't think being a duo helps at all, but I mean, it helps for other things, but not that. I mean, what I'm hearing you ask is, what is it about having this particular setting and this sense of the scope of the story that's exciting, that's drawing? And that's kind of asking that, what's the cool bit that drew you in the first place, right? I mean, you get the map, you've chosen the map of the place, and then you start figuring things out. You know, what's on Ganymede, what's on. This is all the stuff that Ty did before I was ever in the room.
And in that case, it was because I was designing a game world. So I came at it backwards. Are we down to one more?
I think we have one more question, and I think that's
him.
Here, yes.
So in hopes of avoiding some PTSD flashbacks and not to ruin it for the one guy who's reading the first book, and referring to what you said about knowing how things end and what's the final line, are you happy with how The Expanse ended, and do you believe that we've achieved closure on that entire story?
Now, when you say The Expanse, are you talking about the books or the show?
The books.
Thank you. The end of The Expanse books is the ending that we had intended when we were doing the outline back when, like, 2012, when we were still writing book 2. The story is told, it's complete. I'm very pleased with where it ended.
All right, thanks.
And thank you. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the book festival.
Good evening. Is everyone excited? Welcome to the 24th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. At this time, we ask that you silence your phones and any other electronic devices. If you need to use the restroom, there's restrooms to the right and left outside the doors. We also want to notify you that this event will be recorded, and your entry and presence at this program constitutes your consent to be filmed and otherwise recorded. There will be time for audience questions near the end of the event. Get your questions ready. We have 2 microphones in each of the aisles. That's where we'll be asking the questions from. We do want to make sure that everyone is able to get a seat, so if there is an empty seat in your row and you can move towards the center, please do that so that everyone who wants to be here is able to find a spot. And now, what you have all been waiting for all day long. I am honored to introduce Rebecca Yarros, the #1 New York Times best-selling author of Fourth Wing and Iron Flame. In addition to the Empyrean series, she is also the author of the Legacy series, the Flight and Glory series, and the standalone novel In the Likely Event. Her work has received multiple starred Publishers Weekly reviews and a Kirkus Best Book of the Year honor. Yarros' latest novel, Iron Flame, is the second in her Empyrean fantasy romance series. She is in conversation today with Emily Kwong, the founding reporter and co-host of NPR's Short Wave. So, please join me in welcoming Rebecca and Emily to the stage.
Hi, guys. Okay. There are so many of you out there. Give it up for Rebecca Yarros one more time. Hi. Hey. All right. Hi.
All right. I'm
So
feeling
many.
what you're
Hi, guys.
feeling. I'm a little like, it's everyone as far as I can see. It's everyone I've ever known. Welcome to the closing event of the National Book Festival.
It's wild. It's wild.
My name is Emily Kwong. I am the host of Shortwave, which is NPR's science podcast. And, oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. And obviously, you know who this is. Rebecca Yarros, esteemed writer of this series and many other books. How many of you have read Fourth Wing, just by a show of hands?
Good, because there'll probably be spoilers. And if you haven't, man, I can't.
If you haven't, you might as well
So, like,
leave the
earmuffs.
room. This is not the space to be in. No, we made a pact. We were told by her team not to unleash too many spoilers for those of you who hadn't read it, but maybe we'll drop a little bit of morsels. I want to just say
It's hard not to at this point.
Yeah, it's true. It's been a year. So one thing I will say is I asked for 5 more minutes of time for Q&A. So we're going to give you. I did it for you. You're going to ask way better questions than me. So you're going to have 20 minutes of Q&A, and the microphones are right there. You can just filter in. Just come to me with my violet fit and Rebecca, and we'll do our best. But we're just going to have a little bit of a conversation right now. How do you feel about that? Okay, great. So this book, I mean, it's hard to even quantify its success. It's spent 67 consecutive weeks on the New York Times hardcover fiction bestseller list.
That's wild.
It has been sold in 30 languages. It has been optioned for a TV series from Amazon MGM Studios. And I learned this. You are the first romance writer to have a main stage event at this festival in the history of the festival.
To go romance?
Here, well, oh my gosh, it's like. That's
amazing.
It's like, we're having like a Barnes & Noble moment. Yeah, there have been romance writers, but there's never been a main character moment for a romance writer
Really?
until tonight. Yes.
That's 'cause of you guys. So
I wanted to ask you, romance and fantasy as a genre, romantasy, equal parts, both important, fantasy and romance together. What does the breakout success of not only your book, but romantasy as a genre in this moment tell you about what people need in the world?
I don't know. Do you guys want to tell me? Like, what is it? Like, what are we loving? I get asked. There's an echo. So I get asked a lot, like, why I think it's successful, and I'm like, I don't know. People like dragons. I think it's escapism, but also romance has always been wildly popular, right? I think it's usually written by women. It's usually written geared toward women. We propel a lot of publishing, right? So I don't know. You guys would have to answer that for me. I really think it has to do with escapism and just a popularity of romance.
Yeah. Your first love was actually fantasy.
Yeah.
So paint me a picture, like young Rebecca, where were you growing up?
Everywhere.
What were you reading? And how did you feel when you were reading that first fantasy author?
So I grew up, everywhere because we were a military family. So, base to base and post to post. Yep. And my parents never censored what I wrote, or what I read, sorry.
They were like, interesting.
It was more like, Mom, what are you reading? Where are your books? And at 12 years old and 11 years old, I'm like, hey, what's up, Jude Devereaux and Catherine Coulter? So when we moved back to Colorado, my aunt had this basement just full of books, and she would always put books in my hand, and she handed me my very first Mercedes Lackey book.
Mercedes
Lackey.
Also, can you hear her? Is the echo a
You guys got
problem? Can you all hear her at the back?
I don't want to
It's good.
shout at you.
I'm a sound person. I work for NPR. This is very important to me that you all can hear, because you all waited in line. Thank you so much. Okay. Mercedes Lackey.
The fact that you guys wait in line just stuns me.
Yeah.
Really, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can't believe that. So Mercedes Lackey, she handed me the Heralds of Valdemar series, and I tore through it. And after that, it was, Anne McCaffrey, and it was Marion Zimmer Bradley, and I just really loved fantasy. It was the ability to not be in my world. I would pick up that book, I would open the page, and I would disappear to wherever that was. And the longer the series, the better, because I was somewhere else. And I loved Talia as a heroine because she was smaller. She was more of an underdog kind of vibes, and I just really loved fantasy. But I also love romance. Why? Because I love happy endings, and because I fell in love with my husband at 19, and I feel like you get to fall in love over and over and over again and get those emotions when you read romance, because he's the only guy I'm going to fall in love with, right?
Your brain doesn't know the difference.
Right.
It picks up the good chemicals.
There you go. I'm like,
the
look at me.
dopamine, the oxytocin.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you blend the two, it's like this perfect amalgamation, right? At least for my brain. That's what I love. I love that you guys love it too. It makes me very happy. Thank you.
I think can I confess something?
Totally.
I had never read a dragon novel until yours.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of felt like dragons weren't for me.
No, really?
Yeah, like I needed to be a man in order to... No, I'm serious.
No, really?
Most fantasy with dragons was written by men. I looked this up.
Yeah.
And I found it when I was like, a dragon book set in a war college. If you haven't read it, it's set in a war college.
If that's the worst spoiler you get?
And these students are embroiled in a 400-year war. They are training. It features Violet Soaringale. She is this badass, falls in love, rides dragons, takes no shit. But I was like, dragons? When you sat down to write your dragon fantasy novel, what tropes were you most excited to destroy?
Dude,
that hadn't been touched in fantasy.
So... One, tropes, I always feel like tropes get a bad name because tropes are really just a description of what's there. Yeah. I don't think it's really things you're going for. I wanted to write an enemies to lovers because I had written right? Because I'd written 20 contemporary books at this point.
Yeah.
And I always feel like enemies to lover in a contemporary setting, unless you're doing a mafia romance or something, like you're really just having a dispute over the copier. It's not... Like,
You're like, where's the stakes?
It is, yes. Like, you can settle that with like a therapist and a cup of coffee.
True.
So
much enemies to lovers is just miscommunication and semantics. Yes. It's like if you had just had a different word choice, we could have never would have had a plot.
Dude, you killed, like, my mother killed your dad, you killed my brother. Like, we're at it. We're at like Romeo and Juliet, Capulet
that's
levels.
true. Wow.
So I wanted to do enemies to lovers, but I also love a good forced proximity. Like a good, you have to,
like, oh no, there's one bed?
Well, I mean, always. Okay? There is always one bed. Like, let's just get that right. And then I'm gonna tell you when we get to that moment, we're like, guess what? There's one bed. Like, if there's a moment you're like, yeah, there is. But,
housing's expensive, okay? Sometimes you can only afford a one-bedroom, so.
But in that moment, one bed is, one good. Yeah. But I decided that, when I looked at the dragons, I wanted the forced proximity to be between the dragons. Right. So the mating, like that mated bond is between the dragons and not the humans. Yes, because they can't stand each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there any trope you were like, I really want to maintain this? Because this is the thing I love about fantasy. I'm not going to let anyone take it from me. I'm going to write this high fantasy element that I love from other books I've read in my past into my...
No, there wasn't anything that I looked at another book and was like, I want this in my book. There wasn't anything that I was going to die on trope-wise. It was mostly that I really wanted to talk about the elements of revisionist history, and that was the one thing I stuck on. I was like, this will be in this book. That was my biggest, like, this has to be in this book. And of course, I wanted a heroine with EDS.
Yeah.
So that was zebras. So that was really it. Other than that, I just had fun with it. Like, I wrote it in like 2.5 months. And I know, right? It just like fell out of me. I had a really good time with it.
How many of you, did you know that? She wrote that in 2.5 months?
No? Yeah.
Okay.
Some people? So I'm like, yes, we watched.
How are you?
Yeah. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I'll probably take a break. Like, Onyx Storm is in edits, and then I probably won't write for a while. Don't get scared. It's gonna be fine. Okay? But when you have chronic illness and you don't respect the limits of your body, there will come a time where your body will make you respect it. And I'm at that level. So after Onyx Storm is turned in, I will sleep for a long time.
The books come from your mind. So
Yes.
you want that mind to be rested and well.
Yeah, I'm not brain foggy.
You were telling me backstage that you're really into Chapel Roan right now for more than her...
She's pretty great, right?
For more than her music.
Yeah.
It's also kind of how open she's been that this ascension to fame has had a real toll on her physically. And I think writing is just as physical as many other activities. You're not just sitting at a desk. I mean,
Your brain's going, and you're here. So the fact that I'm here and I'm not, like, at home in bed or things like that, it's a physical aspect. I just respect the fact that I think what I have felt over like a lot of the last year, she's openly saying, and I've never felt strong enough to go out there and openly say it. Like, hey, creatives need space to be creatives and things like that. And I think watching her is very inspiring with how she's handling it, because, ooh, Lord, she's gone from like just, whew. Do you like my sound effect? I can do it again. Okay? But she's inspirational in the fact that she's not scared to speak her mind to the consequences of it.
Do you feel like you're at a place where you can speak openly about the consequences of meeting these demands of the publishing industry, the demands of your wonderful fans, who nonetheless, in this age of social media, I think really want more content?
It depends. It depends on when you get me. Like, am I on a day where I'm like today and I got like 11 hours of sleep, hey? Or are you getting me on a day where it's 4 hours of sleep and I'm on a deadline and I'm like, hey, this is impossible? It depends. I think I've spoken a lot with the fact that the ascent has been difficult on my kids. And this is probably, it got said in Australia, so I'll say it now, like, we had to move. Like, people found our address and scared my kids. And so it's okay, my new house is gorgeous and I'm gonna make a 2-story library, okay? It's gonna, you know what I mean? We're gonna get the lemonade out of that. But it's been the kind of year that I didn't expect any of this at all. I had been writing for a certain amount of time. I had what I thought was my sense of normal.
Yeah.
And then Fourth Wing happened. Yeah. And I wasn't prepared for it on any level whatsoever. And so I feel like I'm just now kind of getting my feet to where they might be under me, and I can kind of take a look around. Because a lot of the last year I don't remember. And things like being on Good Morning America, I don't remember.
You were disassociating.
Yeah, well, it was more like because you're in fight or flight. Like I have such like my anxiety that I can remember things like sitting down in the chair, and I can remember looking up from the interview and thinking, "Where's my sister?" Because they brought my sister had been with me, and so certain things like that. I'm hoping that over the next year I can kind of get my feet underneath me to where I can remember things that happen and kind of more enjoy it and less fear it.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I love you guys a lot. It's just, it happened really fast, you know?
You and I both love history.
Yeah.
And I found that we discovered backstage that your favorite line in the book is also my favorite line in the book.
Yeah, that's crazy because no one
It's not
else-
one of the smutty lines, I'm sorry.
I mean, those are good too. Just, you know.
My parents might be what? No, I'm joking.
Oh, dude, my parents are
it's,
like, oh, yeah, we got it.
It only takes one desperate generation to change history.
Yep.
Even erase it.
Yep.
One generation to change the text, one generation to choose to teach the text, the next grows and the lie becomes history. How did history inspire this story?
So I got really mad at certain changes to academic texts in our country that were taking slavery out of our textbooks and our history and the things that we don't like about ourselves. And I got mad. So yeah, I wanted to kind of take a look at that and what happens when you take the ugly parts of ourselves that we don't like out of history and you don't allow the next generation to learn from that and correct that mistake and take accountability for it. It made me really mad. I know that's an ungraceful way to say it, but that was pretty much it. And as a student of history,
The censorship of history.
Yes, the censorship of history. I always look at history like it's a collection of stories, just stories that impact other stories. And if this story can't happen, if this story hasn't already happened. But if you take this story out, how did we get here? And where do we go forward from that without this context of history? And Fourth Wing is based on that general idea of if you don't have your own history, your accurate history, you have no idea how you are affecting the world around you, let alone your own citizens. And the next question of it is, would you willingly give up your sword to be someone else's shield? Right? Because everyone says they would until you ask like Lilith Sorrengail. And then she says, what would you do to protect your kids? Mm-hmm. So if you have a shield and someone else needs it as a sword, do you give it up to them or do you protect your children? And there's no right answer. But that's, just took that energy level way down. Sorry about that.
I think that violence creates impossible choices. Yeah. And you write about violence unabashedly in your book.
Sorry.
And I'm not talking about, so Violet, I can't swear. Oh, man.
They did warn me. I'm on my best behavior.
Yeah. We're both trying to like censor the F-bomb inside that lives deep inside of us. Yeah. Thank you, Library of Congress. We're so grateful to be here.
My parents are super excited. They're like, look, she's not swearing.
Yeah. I'm not just talking about violent.
The tongue twister.
Sparring on the mat. I'm talking about the fact that your book is about a 400-year war.
Yeah.
It is about the erasure of history and culture to control the narrative of war. How, given that war and events of the kind described in your book are happening all over the world, they have shaped countries and cultures, how do you approach writing about war on the page?
I think I've never been to war, but my husband has many times, and I live with the consequences of that, and I've seen what it has done to him. We've buried our friends, and I'm very personally affected by the actions that happen in war. And I think I like to examine it because I would like everyone to question it. After being a milspouse for 22 years, right? It got to a point where I'm like, can you explain to me why I constantly have to worry about a doorbell? Right? What is it about us?
A doorbell ring?
Yes, a doorbell ring.
Saying he's not coming home.
Correct. And my husband has been seriously wounded in combat before, and we nearly lost him. So I like to examine it as to why do we do this to each other? Why? And people will be like, why are you putting 20-year-old kids on a parapet? And I'm like, why do we put 18-year-olds in the military? Why do we have these wars between kingdoms? I don't know. Why do we have these wars between kingdoms? And I think a lot of it has also been me deconstructing how I feel about it from that first deployment to how I felt when he got out, and watching the steady progression of PTSD and what we do to each other.
Yeah. You wrote the same year that he was set to retire.
Yeah.
The Army offered him a bonus of $105,000 to go deploy for 3 more years.
Yes, that was the first time I got canceled on the internet. Super fun.
Because Rebecca wrote an open letter to the Army.
I did.
On her blog saying essentially, no, we will not take this payment for 3 more years of combat. You said, in a lifetime of war, this man deserves peace. What just happened?
I'm like, I don't know what that says. I haven't read it in years.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That I am reminding you of this moment. But I think it amazed me that you kind of, even then, were starting to question the premise of endless wars.
Yes.
And I know that moment was really hard because you got a lot of criticism for it. How do you look at it now? Because you are still yet on a journey of trying to understand.
Oh man, dude, if I had if I had $1 for every time someone said something negative about me on the internet at this point, I was, it would be fun. So the way I look at it now, are you talking about militarily or how when? I don't know. I feel he's been out now for, 5 years, I want to say. I think almost 5 years. And anyone who leaves the military will tell you it's something really hard to leave behind. It's a structure, it's a brotherhood, it's a camaraderie, and a sisterhood. It's really hard to leave behind. And I feel like I'm still looking at it and I'm still examining it. But the blog was, it was taken so out of context. We had 2 kids. Who in here has EDS? Hello, zebras. So Jason's 5th deployment, I've got a kid who dislocates his thumb catching a soccer ball. Okay? Or no, that's not first. First, I have a kid who breaks his ankle falling up the stairs. His leg kept going, his foot stayed behind. Right? And my husband is deployed yet again. And 3 or 4 days later, I pick another kid up from soccer practice, and he has dislocated his thumb and broken part of his wrist from catching a soccer ball and is now in a cast. And my husband calls me as we're pulling out of the ER and says, hey, I got this offer for this bonus and yada, 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 yada. And I'm like, legit, you send that paperwork, you will be signing divorce papers. And it was said in that connotation, and he laughed, and I laughed. And then we had a genuine conversation about what that money would mean to our family, which is life-changing. And all I could think was, but what is the point of life-changing money if he's not alive? And so I wrote the blog to say, I love my husband more than I love the idea of life-changing money. And what got taken out of it was, if you sign those papers, you will sign divorce papers as well. And I was like, dude, really? Really? But that was my first experience with what happens when anything you say can be twisted into a narrative that people want to believe.
You're so much like your character. Ooh. I mean, in that...
I don't poison people, you are all safe.
In that... it reminds me of Violet and Zayden's whole deal where she's like, not on your terms, on my terms, right? Yeah. And I feel like Violet is this way for you to explore all these things that can be difficult to say in life, but you can say them through her. And that's just beautiful.
It's fun. I do that a lot with books. I think I have a good time exploring what's going on in my life or how I'm feeling, and it tends to come out in the books. I don't mean it to. So you read the last letter? I'm so sorry. But it's just kind of, I think, whatever I want to have a discussion about or whatever I'm feeling or dealing with sinks into the books.
Yeah. The last thing I just want to ask you before we open it up to Q&A, if you want to start lining up, now might be the time.
Everyone be nice. Everyone be nice. If you push, I won't answer your question. I'm watching. I have 6 kids. My goodness, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
How do we do this? Should we just...
All right. Ask and we'll go. Let's give
Ask and we'll go.
Yeah.
I have not been this moved by a sisterdom since where where one sister has a lock of silver hair since Anna and Elsa in Frozen, and my sister is actually here. She's a volunteer for the festival with the Junior League. Give it up for the Junior League, who managed this whole event.
She's right in front of you.
Oh, hi.
She's like, see me.
Oh, that's
see
my
me.
sister. Hi. And I feel like, there's so much of chosen family is so important. But transforming your relationship with your biological family can be equally difficult. Yeah. And I wonder if, one, is Kate the inspiration for Mira?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would never do that to her. I also would never answer to my mother.
And two...
Dude, I'm not doing that. No, are you kidding me? My mom would be like, you made her say this? No, absolutely not.
And two, can you give us any hint as to what family dynamics you hope to explore with the Sorrengail clan now that they have gone through so much together? And this idea that Violet is a way for you to explore things in your own life, what do you hope for them as a siblinghood?
I think I love the Sorrengail siblings. Like, spoiler alert, there's more, if you haven't... God, this is so like... No, not like that. I mean, if you haven't read Fourth Wing, everyone settle. My goodness. My goodness.
Your life is wild.
I know, it's fine. So it's all good. So I love, my relationship with my sister is I think they're about 6 years apart as she's ruffling through her purse down here. You can't find your phone? Oh. Do you want me to call it? No, you have mine. Just call it from my...
I recognize the older sibling
so,
panic. That's me. And the younger sibling's like, it's fine.
So my sister's fiercely protective like Mira and things like that, but I never bring real people into my books, ever. I don't ever want to look at someone and say, that is based on you, that is based on you. I never do that. Yeah. And I hold to that. I do love that they have this very complicated family dynamics. I think all families are complicated. Yeah. And I think that I love seeing how Mira handles other sibling. Who in here has read Iron Flame?
Are you talking about Brennan?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'm like, just so that moment, I knew, there's certain scenes, when you're going into, and I was like, dude, she's gonna punch the shit. She's just, because I knew that would be Mira's personality. So I do love watching them forge this relationship, but I also love the differences between them. They are very different, and I enjoy complicated family dynamics. I have 6 kids. Yeah. So I watch their dynamics all the time, and I'm like, who's closer this year, who's closer that year, who's, how are they relating this year, how are they relating that year? And I think a lot of that'll bleed in.
Good way to avoid spoilers. You did very good just navigating around that. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
By the way, there's a Brennan.
All right, are you ready for
Yeah,
Q&A?
totally. Let's roll.
Okay,
I'm
going to start with you, and then we'll just switch back and forth. Does that seem fair? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Hi, Rebecca. I'm a little nervous, so I wrote down my question.
Don't be. What's your name?
I'm Shanna, and I'm also a mill spouse, so thank you for your honesty about the experience. There's a whole lot.
Everyone feels a little differently about it. I respect all opinions.
Thank you. So after finishing Iron Flame, I'm sure I'm not the only person in this room who went down a deep, dark spiral into the fan art. There's some really interesting and detailed artists out there.
Talented too, right?
And very talented, no, incredibly. So I'm wondering, what's your relationship to fan art, and has seeing fan art ever changed the way that you visualize any of your characters?
So no, the characters appear how they are to me from day one. So I can see them sitting, I can't see them actually sitting in front of me. No one call anyone. But if they were sitting here, they are exactly who they were to me the day I saw them, the day they walked into my head and then walked onto the page. I set that description, and that's it. That's who they are. Fan art, holy crap, are you guys talented? My goodness. But I also avoid myself at all costs. So typically, I might stumble onto something and see it, but for the most part, I don't seek it out. I try to, I avoid myself. Let's put it that way. But I do think, good God, are they talented?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Hi. Thank you so much for providing a main character with a physical difference. Do you have any thoughts about having more characters with disabilities or differences to make it more a normal mainstream thing, and maybe even accommodations that the able-bodied characters have to make in order to be more inclusive?
So the decision, I went to my publisher and said I really would like my heroine to have EDS. And we had to have a very in-depth discussion about me not feeling like a monolith, or I can represent all of EDS. I have it, all 4 of my sons have it. So I've seen a lot of different ways it has affected us in we kind of put it into there. I am always looking for ways to make the books more inclusive while being realistic. So when you're set in a military setting, it's very much, how can we be inclusive, but how do we not put people in danger who, can't be in danger? So how are you inclusive without being illogical and actually be like tipping into harm? But I'm always, I'm constantly looking for ways to make it more inclusive.
Thank you so much. And speaking of inclusive, it's so hard, getting ADA stuff together. This lady over here actually has EDS, and we weren't able to stand in line long enough. Yeah. So just her book, but I'd love for you to sign it later.
We'll get you. Oh, we're going, sorry. ADHD.
Oh.
Bop, bop, bop.
No, I got you.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. So I'm in a group of 8, and there's one of us have to ask the question.
All right.
Do it!
And they pointed to you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You were
nominated in your squad.
I know, right? So first I have 2 thank yous, and I have my question. My first thank you is I'm an educator of 7 years, and thank you for not just making the educators villains. I'm sick of that. Woo! Not all bad people. We love our students. Second is thank you for making such a diverse cast of POC characters, because a lot of people, if you read fantasy, we're either dead, background character, or we're only there to push the main character up. And I love when Rhiannon I can't say that, when she just stops at the violin and says, shut up. No, we're not doing that. I love it so much.
I think she's the best. Honestly, I think she's the best of their year. I really think she is. I think she has that balance of that intelligence and that drive and that just she has her I can't swear. She has her stuff together.
Yeah. Yes.
That makes sense. She's got her stuff together and her priorities on her family and on her friends and on her mission at the same time. She's able to achieve this balance that Violet has yet to.
True.
Put it that way. What was your question?
So my question is, that's cool. I love when you talk. You might slip. You might slip about Onyx Storm. Who knows? But my question is, I'm sorry. Foreshadowing. You're like the queen of foreshadowing. If you've read Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The queen of foreshadowing, how do you do it? Do you have a bulletin board, cue cards, your editor's remember you want to sprinkle something from Onyx Storm in there?
No, so usually one, I plot a mad woman, okay? I sit down, I imagine all the scenes that I have in that book that are in my head, and I write them all down on index cards, and then I transfer them to color-coded Post-it notes, so I can see where my action is, where my plot is, where my Easter eggs are, where my romance is, on my 3-act structure. So when I step back, I can see where my holes are. Where am I lacking action? Where is it going to be slow? Where am I missing this romance? Am I evenly coded? Does that make sense? And then sometimes I lay Easter eggs out thinking about it, and then I'm oh, dude, you set that up in that, that one, look at you go.
Genius.
Yeah, sometimes I am just winging it, winging it. And then sometimes I'm nah, this is going to come up. So it depends on when you catch me. But a lot of the times, right now, as I'm finishing edits for Onyx Storm, I'm looking at books 4 and 5. And I'm kind of where are those scenes? And is there anything I needed to have put in here? But it's also a balance of how many strings do you put on there? And which ones do you pull? Because eventually, dude, it's a lot of strings, right? But thank you. Thank you for saying such nice things. Sometimes it just happens by accident.
Well, thank you for coming to DC. People don't stop by here as much.
I've been here 4 times this year, man. 4 times! 4 times, guys! 4 times! 4 times!
And you were telling me, backstage you have ADHD.
Yeah.
My husband has ADHD, and it's this incredible ability to just see 3 plot points further. So if you have ADHD, your brains are all so powerful. I love, yeah.
See that dog?
All right. We have, over here, yes.
Hi there, I'm deaf. I am a fluent signer. I really saw myself in your book and just specifically. So I'm curious what inspired you to include a deaf character in your book?
So I wanted to be as inclusive as possible while maintaining, of course, the safety of that character, which is why Naturally the Scribe's Quadrant is the safest place for that character. My agent's assistant is deaf, and so I'm always aware of her opinion, and I asked her to read it to make sure that, we were doing the best we can, but it seemed like the most logical next point of inclusivity.
Thank you. Oh my my gosh.
I see that
Can you
dog.
say the name of you and your beautiful dog?
Yes. Hi, my name is Sue Ellen. This
Hi,
is my
Sue Ellen.
service dog, Alani.
Hello, Alani.
Hi, Alani.
We are so excited to be here. Like, the fact that you're, like, looking at me, like, we're making eye contact. I'm like, I'm like,
Guys, I'm just me, man. I'm just me.
bro, I can't wait to tell my mom about this. She's never going to believe it. 'Cause she has heard. Look, listen, like, I like, go into deep dives. With, again, ADHD, like, I go into, like, that mastermind mode, and I'm like, let me see exactly like what this line means and like focus on it. Anyways, besides the point, I really want to know what that experience was like for you. As somebody who has to advocate for herself clearly on the daily, what was it like to experience putting those things into your books and then seeing how much love and compassion and empathy that you received? Because I know when I see it to day-to-day basis, it's like my heart like beats out of my chest. I'm like, oh my God, I have so much love for you. You don't even understand. But I can't even imagine on that magnitude of how moving it could be.
So first I was terrified. I was terrified that I would do it wrong and that I would immediately be called out for doing it wrong, you know, as one should. But I was terrified. And then all I could think was, well, this is my lived experience. I had just been diagnosed. I'm late to diagnosis. I spent 2 years when, you know, my first POTS flares were hitting and vestibular migraines where I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
And so, like, actually, like, please, you know, autopsy my body kind of things. So writing Fourth Wing was very cathartic to me because I was still discovering what my limits are and what accommodations I would need and what accommodations my sons need. And we were going through a period where my son had just had a titanium bar put in his chest for, you know, for pectus and things like that. And I was writing these accommodations and seeing how the world looks at it. And then the book came out. And it caught me off guard that people with chronic illness spotted it. And they spotted it so fast. And some able-bodied people did not. It was very much, she's too weak to survive. She shouldn't have survived this. And all I could think was, yes.
There's that ableism.
It's just real life,
Yes.
right? So hearing people come up and say, it's amazing to see ourselves represented is the highest compliment I could ever give because I never saw anybody like us in fantasy, period. And it's mind-blowing and it's extremely humbling. And I think it's really... it's just really beautiful to see everyone come out and be like, hey, this is awesome. And it's humbling. That's the best word I've got for it. It's mind-blowing. It's surreal.
Thank you so much.
I love your dog.
Thank you. I love her too. She's the best.
I'm like...
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi, Rebecca. I was wondering if you were a writer in Fourth Wing, what would your signet or signets be?
I asked her this, and she had quite an answer.
So I would, because it's based on like unique chemistry between you and your dragon and how powerful your dragon is, right? So I would have to assume I've got Tamron. And because if I'm crossing that parapet, yeah, that's the only person I'm climbing gauntlet for. And I would want to do something that you guys haven't seen yet. It's called distance wielding. I would want to be able to, you know, cross time and space to be somewhere because I've got a kid in New York and a kid in LA. And man, there are times that they're going through something and I just want to be able to take that single step and be there for whatever they need or get to be able to see them. So that would be mine.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi.
I was just telling her I'm really nervous.
No, don't be.
You all
It's
are
okay.
doing great.
Dude, I'm up here like just
it's
going
not
everywhere.
you, it's them.
It's just us. It's just us. It's just you two.
I've been wanting to tell you for forever that when I finished the second book, I just cried for so long. I felt so connected, and oh my God, it broke my heart. You broke my heart.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not, but I am. But like, if you made it through Fourth Wing, like, I think I said this in Australia. Like, dude, the first book, I get it. If I take you off guard, the second book, it's like consent. Like you know what you're getting. But I'm also sorry. But yes.
So my question is, because this book's gotten so popular, you know, there's whole podcasts that are based on it, and there's all kinds of fan theories and everything. Have you ever seen a fan theory that's come up that you've been like, how did you guys know about that?
Oh. So I avoid myself at all costs. And if I see a podcast, I turn it off. I skip right by it. I don't listen. I don't look at fan theories. I mean, sometimes one will come because someone will directly say it to me or something like that. But if like I open an email and it mentions fan theory, I close it. I don't, because I don't ever want it to influence my writing. So far, there are certain things like, I don't think anyone's caught on to a few things that at least that I've seen. God, that's, how vague can I be?
Such as?
Like, how vague can I? Oh, no.
Would you care to elaborate?
No. But I will say the one fan theory, someone was like, dude, Zayden was in love with Violet like forever. And I'm like, dude, Brendan's last memories of her are at like what age? And you think grown men should be falling in love with like little bitty teenagers? No, we don't do that around here.
Yeah.
So I think that was probably the only one. But I avoid them at all costs. So I'm sorry. I feel like I can't give you satisfying answers. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Hello, I'm Dima. I know you spoke a lot about war, and I really appreciate that. I'm an Iraqi American who immigrated to the United States shortly before the U.S. invasion of Iraq. So the reason I've loved these books so much is because they make readers root for resistance of marginalized communities against their oppressors in war. So I wanted to ask, when writing about those types of themes and characters like Xaden, do the parallels in the world or in society inspire your writing?
I think I look at it, especially, when you have a 20-year war that...
Yeah,
really sure
unclear.
how you get there and why you get there and how that happens. That definitely leaks in. I think because I had to ask myself, like, why is he there? Why are we there? What have we accomplished? Where's those accomplished goals? Like, you don't defeat an ideology. You just can't. So it's not do you know what I mean? Like, it's a...
Absolutely.
It's we lose so many...
You're preaching to the choir.
Yes, exactly. So yes, they bleed in to what I think about and how I look at it. And they also can adjust my own views. So as I write, I start to look at things differently because I have to put myself in that situation. So it's both. I'm both inspired by and forced to microphone, and forced to look at my own opinions of it and how that should change or how that should not. Make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And it also resonates with all of us because we do all love dragons.
Yes.
It's the dragons, man. Oh, we're over here. Hello.
Hi. I'm such a fan. My name is Kimberly. I teach high school in Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Been doing this for 22 years. So
thank you.
I teach English, and I'm always trying to pull the inspiration out of my students to write because they hate writing. So I'm always trying to pull the inspiration out of them. So my question to you is, you mentioned that you wrote this in 2.5 months and it fell out of you.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was more like automatic writing where the story was being channeled through you and you were the conduit that brought it forth? Or was this story and world something you've been inwardly growing and cultivating for years?
No. Okay, so literally it was like... and
I can't turn it off. I can't turn it off.
That's
wordy.
No,
I'm sorry.
Because they'd asked me for 5 pitches. And it's like, okay, well, I've got whoa, all right. Like, think about having to come up with 5 unique fantasy ideas and 5 unique fantasy worlds. I'm pacing the floor listening to Taylor Swift at 2 a.m., right? What am I gonna do here? And so the one I'd given for the dragons, I was shocked they chose. And then it kind of, because I was like, dragons, really? All right. I mean, I was game because I put it out there, but I was like, that's where we're right on. Let's roll. And it evolves. I'm character-based, so I start with my characters. And I started with the dragons. I started with the military unit. I was like, it's going to be a military unit. It's going to be here and here. And my editor was like, well, you've been writing new adult for 10 years already. What if you said it at a college instead? And I was like, dude, a war college. And then it evolved from there. And from there, I looked at it and I was like, okay, we have a war college. Okay, we've got 4 majors. And I know some people say it's Divergent Deep, and I'm like, no, it's just a college with 4 majors, guys. No one's you can leave. I mean, the Writers Quadrant's the only one that's gonna, but it's a war college. And after that, it just goes and goes and goes, and my brain expands upon it. It is nothing that I thought about. I wrote the pitch. I thought about it overnight. I sent the pitches the next day. And then when Fourth Wing was picked as the pitch, I had that call where it was like, okay, set at a war college. I wrote an 8-page synopsis, and then
it just took off from there.
And I got up in the morning, and I'd almost quit writing a few months beforehand. I'd almost just quit. And I know, right? Sometimes I'm like, but I got up in the morning, and I looked at my husband, and I was like, I get to play with dragons today. And it was just, what's fun? The gauntlet wasn't even in the synopsis. Gauntlet just came to me, and I was like, we will do the gauntlet.
That is phenomenal.
But no, it's nothing that I sat on for years. It just evolved as the characters needed things or as the world would need them.
That is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. Thanks. Hi.
Hi, I'm Heron, and I'm so nervous right now.
Don't be,
really. It's doing so well.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Crazy, you're so famous, and I'm just a regular person.
Dude,
Let me tell you though.
Dude, no. I'm telling you, when my sister arrived yesterday to get me to the airport, I was typing the edits in the last page of Onyx Storm, and she looked at me like, I can't take this woman in public. Okay? No, don't stress.
Yeah. So I have a question, and a friend texted me about a question she had, and my question was.
You're doing great.
Okay, yours was about.
You tell Rebecca Yarros is like the most down-to-earth person ever. She's so
Dude, it's been
genuinely
15 months, okay? That's not a lot of time for your ego to grow.
Yeah.
Okay? Like,
So I was reading Iron Flame, and it was like Jack Barlow would like never die, like, and I was thinking about how if you watch The Vampire Diaries, how Matt Donovan also wouldn't die and stay as a human the whole way to like.
Some dudes just won't go away.
I know, man.
Like they won't go away. We all want them to leave. They just won't. Why?
So are you trying to correlate the two?
Yeah, like have you watched Vampire Diaries? Like,
Yeah. Up to like I think up to like the last couple seasons. I think for the most part. I'm like an Arrow girl, but yeah, totally. I know, right? Oliver and Felicity for life. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I remember Matt surviving a lot of things, but like, I would say that like Jack's a smidge bit worse than Matt. You know, poor Matt's just struggling out there trying to survive. Jack's just evil, man. Yeah. Spoiler alert.
And my friend had a question about Brennan and Naolin and how do they have a relationship? Did they have a relationship?
I don't know. Maybe you should read. I think the easiest, logically, if you were going to push yourself, to death, right? To save someone, you would have to feel a certain way, right? Without my publisher being like, stop it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
You did a good job.
It actually physically pains me to do this, but that is all the time we have for questions. What were you gonna say?
Can we at least do there too? Because they just got up there and they're all excited.
Oh, the librarian. This is all right. Thank the Librarian of Congress. This is yes. That's the right reaction for the Librarian of Congress. This is Dr. Carla Hayden. She's incredible.
She's the coolest woman in the world, by the way.
Okay, they've already said that Rebecca, you are the Taylor Swift.
What?
Someone said that just now. And I just want to say, give it up one more time for Rebecca and Emily. I got one more question. And thank all of you for proving that reading is wonderful. It can take you places. So yes, one more question. Now, how are you going to choose one?
She was waiting.
All right, let's do it.
I want to pursue creative writing when I'm older, and I think you do a really good job of combining like emotion and action in your fight scenes, and that's something I've always struggled with. So I want to know like how you do it and like what your process is while writing fight scenes.
Gosh, I suck at those.
Are you sure?
Oh, dude, yeah.
All right.
After writing 20 romance novels, you're like, we gotta fight now? Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
I sit inside the character. Because I write in deep POV first person, I sit inside Violet's body. I'm inside Violet's body, while I'm sitting in my ergonomically correct chair.
Are you like throwing punches in your office?
I'm looking at it to where is my hand? Where is that? And I'm looking at it like, where are we in combat? Are we on the mat? Are we on the dragon? What's my stomach doing? Where are we in the air? Where's everyone in regards to the airspace? Where's the formation? Where are the other dragons? And it's sitting inside that character and thinking logically, what do you have time to feel and what don't you have time to feel? So are you in a position of fear or are you in a position of determination and just setting that emotion and then viscerally being inside their body? Make sense? Yes. Does that help?
Yes.
Good luck. I hope
good luck with your writing. You're going to be up here someday. You want to
We can. I'm good. I just don't want to
Do you want to
get
do the
in
last
trouble?
question? Is that too much pressure?
No, it's okay.
Okay, incredible.
Make it
I love
good.
this generation. Okay, go ahead.
So, I'm Elisa, and I also am like working on a novel and stuff. So I really do like writing, and I really admire like your writing style. It's just like amazing to me because it really gets me
absorbed in the story, and it's just like really, what's the word? Like, I feel like I'm really in there, which I mean, usually I feel, but like it just has me speeding through your books. Anyway, so my question is, out of all of like the 5 books in the Empyrean series, which is your favorite?
Ooh. I know that's a question.
Fourth Wing's always going to hold like a spot in my heart because it fell out that quickly, and I got to shape the world and wasn't constrained by like leaving myself an Arisha, right? So like I wasn't under those constraints. I really do love Onyx. I think because I'm now so rooted in the world that now I'm like, and here's where it opens, and here's where that goes. So I really love Onyx. I think the most one because I love a morally gray man.
Okay.
Don't we all? And 2, because I'm at that point where I get to expand and I get to actually know where I am, nor my feet are.
Okay. Onyx Storm is available for pre-order right now.
No pitches.
It comes out January 2025.
It does.
Please give Rebecca Yarros a huge round of
Thanks,
applause.
guys.
So I guess you want Rebecca to come back? Emily, are you game? Are you game, Emily? Rebecca's coming back. Emily, you coming?
Oh, I'd love to come back.
All right.
100%.
Because we can't thank you enough for really honoring us for being here. You have proved the power of reading, the power of romance, and thank you. You're both wonderful. It's been an amazing day. This is one of the best times of the year. So we're actually pleased that you are closing the entire festival. And look at all the people that stayed to see you. Look at this. This is crazy. So the hardworking staff of the library, the donors that make it possible. And before we leave, I want you to, I'm doing a big reveal.
Oh.
Mark your calendar.
I'm the librarian. Go ahead.
Okay. Mark your calendar for September 6th, 2025. That's the Saturday after Labor Day. That's the next festival. We hope to see all of you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you all for attending this year's National Book Festival. The stage is now closed. We need everyone to make their way to the exits.